riots and tips.
Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. Max Fried got the better of his high school teammate, going 7 scoreless innings, striking out 11 in the Yankees' 4-3 win in Detroit to avoid the sweep. It was the first time Fried went up against Jack Flaherty in the major leagues, but was more focused on the hitters than the nice story angle. Ben Rice opened the scoring with a 3-run homer in the 7th. Aaron Judge drove in a much-needed insurance run in the 9th when Detroit scored 3 times before the Yankees held on as Devin Williams allowed those runs. Now 5 in his first 3 innings pitched. Mark Leiter Jr. able to put out the fire for the save. The Mets blanked by the Marlins 5-0. Max Meyer held them to just 2 hits over 6 1/3 innings. The Marlins bullpen took care of the rest, ending their 6-game winning streak. Tyler McGill suffered his first loss of the year, giving up 2 runs in 4 innings, in which he threw 90 pitches, and Edwin Diaz had a tough time in the ninth, giving up 3 runs, including a homer to Matt Mervis. Rangers and Flyers face off at the bottom of the hour at the Garden. The Devils clinch a playoff spot with a Ranger loss or overtime win. And former Devils GM Ray Shero died today. He was just 62. He joined the Devils in 2015 after winning a Stanley Cup during his tenure with the Penguins. He stayed in that role in New Jersey until 2020. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. I'll see you at 8.
All right.
New York sports happens. Talk about it here. The Fan, 1019 FM. It's Keith McPherson on The Fan, 1019 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah. Let's go. Let me at him. I got it. Another 5-hour KM to AM on The Fan. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about all the teams and all the things, all the players. Dial 888-808-1019. What else y'all want to talk about? Tariffs? No, I'm good on that. Actually, I'm really actually good on that. I mean, but good that got pulled back. But anyway, we got to start with the Yanks because I got to knock a couple things down in the Yankee universe, the narratives, the conversations going on. Of course, we're going to talk about the Mets. How about those Metsies? And I can't wait till later in the night when we can get in the weeds on the NFL draft, which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. And come on, Rangers. Help us out. Take another L so the Devils can clinch. I believe in Timo Meyer. I believe in Jesper Bratt. I believe in Nico Hischier. Marquee. Anyway, you know the number to dial. The first thing I got to say is beards have nothing to do with anything. I can't grow one. If I could, it wouldn't matter. The Yankees are playing with beards, and it does not matter. Devin Williams' beard does not affect him. Whether he was out there freezing with the cold chin in Michigan because the Yankees made him shave and kept the beard policy, or whether he was out there with his pretty well, groomed beard that grew back in from him shaving in February. Devin Williams, the quote-unquote airbender, Devin Williams has to figure it out. 888-808-1019. And the Yankees have to help him figure it out because they gave up Caleb Durbin and Nestor Cortez for him. And he's their closer right now. And obviously Luke Weaver, Weavy Wonder, Dream Weaver. We know that he's available and we know what he can do. We know what the ferocious jungle cat is. But you need Devin Williams. Devin Williams is freshly back from paternity leave. Congrats to him and his girl on the birth of their child. I'm sure life is immediately changed for him, different for him, right? His child is born and he's got to head out to Pittsburgh, and he did not have a great showing out in Pittsburgh, and then he's got to go to Detroit and it's freezing and they change the games. And, I'm not making excuses for the guy. He's trying to throw the fastball to set up the changeup, to set up the airbender, and they're sitting on it. He's wasting way too many bullets. He's got to attack the strike zone. You can't walk guys. I've seen Devin Williams pitch in Wisconsin. I've seen Devin Williams be fired up. I haven't seen the fire out of him yet, and I'm giving him time, as are the Yankees and Yankee fans. So don't call and say, oh, Devin Williams got one more time. Oh, I'm done with this guy. Make Luke Weaver the closer. It is April 9th. In the future, we won't even be playing baseball on April 9th. 888-808-1019. There are bigger issues than Devin Williams today blowing it and Mark Leiter Jr. having to come in, where the commercial break didn't even come back before that ball was popped up and the game was over. The bigger issue, than Devin Williams, who they'll work with him. They'll get him right. And again, he's coming back from paternity leave. He is tagged as the guy. Even before we go into the issues with the Yankees, what do you think he was feeling when maybe he checked his phone or his friends or family checked their phones? And, in his first couple series, literally the second series, he's a New York Yankee. Yankee fans and people are talking about, oh, this guy picked a terrible time to have a kid. Oh, this guy's on paternity leave. He's screwing up the bullpen. This series is on Devin Williams. No, it's not. That series was on Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen and the Yankees not hitting. And how about that too? Isn't baseball fun? Isn't the roller coaster ride exciting, unpredictable, up and down, winding round and round? It started off with the Yankees being the cheating torpedo bats. It started off with the Yankees are hitting too many home runs. They sweep the Brewers. They're dominant. Go check out the Brewers. They're all right. They're not bums. And when you look at the Yankees this week, watching those games was pathetic. They were so boring. So many strikeouts. Again, pop-ups, weak groundouts. And I got this feeling that they were being soft. It's cold in Michigan for the Tigers too. I don't care that they live there. They have the same conditions to go out there and throw and catch and hit. And the Yankees look like they were feeling sorry for themselves, all bundled up and, little things not getting done that show you're letting the cold get to you, getting picked off a third, going on contact. Ben Rice got picked off a third. Judge going on contact, him giving them an out. Little things, in the infield. Cabrera not making a play. Not knocking Goldie, but there was a play yesterday where Goldie could have turned the double play, but it was cold. So, he dropped the ball with the transfer. I'm looking at the Yankees and I'm like, these guys got to be more dialed in, more pissed off, more focused, and say, we have to overcome the weather. We'll talk about Rodon tonight. I talked about him a couple nights ago. He cannot overcome his shoelaces coming untied. He is so easily rattled and in his head, and that's not good. It's not good because the Yankees need him, not just this year. They need him for the next few years of this window with Judge and Stanton. And boy, do they miss Garrett Cole. But you know what? Today, Max Fried, the guy that we paid, that's where we needed to spend the money. Seems like there's a few guys that can hit. There are obviously some strikeout kings, but there's enough guys that can hit in this lineup. The lineup is deeper. Where the Yankees needed to spend the money was to get another ace. Whether they knew Garrett Cole potentially was going to go down or not. Today, you got to see Max Fried. He didn't have the run support he had the first two times out. And when I talk about vibes and energy, there's a bad vibe and energy around Carlos Rodon. When Carlos Rodon takes the ball, I feel like the belief level is 50-50. And depending on what he goes out there and does, that belief level, I don't think it even goes past 50. It just shrinks 40, 30, 20%. When Max Fried goes out there today to be the stopper, when Max Fried goes out there today in the cold weather, but the warmest day was 42 at first pitch or whatever, it was around 45. So Max Fried goes out there today playing against his former high school teammate in Jack Flaherty. He knows that he's got to have everything going. He's got to throw the whole kitchen sink at him, and he did. 11 strikeouts. He didn't walk anybody. This guy took the ball for the New York Yankees and the Yankee universe and said, I am going to dominate. I'm going to do my job. I'm going to do what they pay me for. And the Yankee bats were pissing me off early in the game. But like every inning that he continues to put guys away, it's another opportunity for the Yankees to bounce back. Shout out to Goldie. Goldie had a bunch of hits in this series. I remember people crying about the Yankees not signing Christian Walker. I was always on board for Paul Goldschmidt. He's a professional hitter. He's not washed. He's not done. The Yankees are in a good spot with him. But then, you know, you got this kid, Ben Rice, who played first base for you last year. He's got to be in the lineup too. He's hitting the ball hard. And boy, did they need that homer that he hit. Boy, did they need that homer that he hit just to break through, just to take the lead, just to give Max Fried a little bit of run support. And then all the Yankee fans could exhale a bit to say, okay, we're not going to just get swept, or we're not going to let this come down. Could you imagine if he doesn't hit that and, you know, Judge doesn't come through and we do get to the ninth inning and Devin Williams gives it up and the Yankees get walked off to be swept with the Tigers rallying? Like, it would be miserable. But you know what? They as much as I say that they're soft in the conditions and like they need to get their mental toughness together, you can't control the weather and it's just the beginning of the season and they change the games, whatever. They do show that they're resilient. They do show that they never say die. They should have swept the Pirates. But now what we've seen in this early on is against the Diamondbacks, against the Pirates, they rallied. They didn't get swept by the Diamondbacks. They also didn't get swept by the Tigers. They have some pride. They have some fight. And that is going to carry them a long way this year. 888-808-1019. If you're out on the Yankees, be out on the Yankees. I don't think Dodgers fans are packing it up on the Dodgers. I think if you look around Major League Baseball, you understand this is a sport with parity. This is a sport that you can't predict. This is a sport that nobody knows where it's going to go. Where we are right now has nothing to do with where we'll be in October. But for the Yankees, so far, so good. And for the Mets, so far, actually better. Pretty good. I mean, compared to last year, much better. And the Mets today go out against the Marlins, and I was laughing as I was putting together my notes, not trolling the Mets, and that's another thing I got to say. The trolling is done. Everybody back to your corners. The big brother, little stuff, like the big brother, little brother stuff is nonsense. It's to drive up the rivalry and the banter back and forth when we don't have games. We have games now. We have box scores to look at. We have hits and runs and strikeouts and walks and things that we can actually talk about on the fan. We don't have to talk about attendance. We don't have to talk about who's chanting what in their ballparks. It's nonsense. And honestly, it's childish. It's for kids. But like the Mets having a win streak, the Mets rallying in Miami behind Pete Alonso and then bringing those vibes into Queens and winning those games, fighting the elements, finding ways to win, winning games close, the rotation getting it done, the bullpen being solid. It's very good. It's a good sign. It's something that I know Mets fans have probably been waiting for, just to get out of the gates and feel like, okay, we're a good team. And I wouldn't hold today against the Mets, even though they were no hit through 5 innings. That's baseball as well. The Marlins, as much as people wanted to tell me, yo, it's the Marlins. It's the Marlins. Come on. They're supposed to beat the Marlins. Yes, they are supposed to beat the Marlins. You may not know the players on the Marlins, but they have some young, scrappy, athletic players that are trying to make a name for themselves. They have some young, scrappy, athletic guys that are going out there and competing. They don't look at it as we're the Marlins. Maybe their manager, he's a knucklehead. I don't know some of the decisions and things he was doing. Maybe he's looking at it like, yeah, we're the Marlins. But like, you can't tell me this early in the season that, oh, it doesn't matter that the Mets beat the Blue Jays and beat the Marlins. Of course it does. I listened to Francisco Lindor talk about, culture and morale and how winning brings guys together and how winning, look at him. Look at how he sets the tone leading off. Look at how he sets the tone, getting hits, right? Of course, today he's the one to break up the no-no. Of course, yesterday he's the one to hit, the second deck home run. He's leading by example. He doesn't have the captain title yet, but he's the captain. And Pete Alonso is another one. That's paid Pete. He's a different guy now. Pete Alonso knows, hey, I got the security, and now I just got to go out and do what I do. I got to hit the ball and get on base and drive runs in, and everything else will work itself out. So when you look at the Mets this early on, and okay, they get shut out today. Only 2 hits. There were no hit through 5. So what? That's going to happen. Are you packing it in on them? Or are the Marlins good now? Or the Marlins aren't good now? Tell me which one it is. We don't know. 888-808-1019. I just was joking last night about putting my futures bet on Tyler McGill to win the Cy Young. He gives up 6 hits today, 2 runs. And then even yesterday, the bullpen shows that, they're not almighty. They have a little bit of a chink in their armor that they can got with Brazoban. And then you see Edwin Diaz give up some runs today. Whatever. It is so early in the season. There are so many more positives than negatives. The records are what they are. We can't read too much into it. I was saying all last week when I was on, we're going to jump on some topics, but let's not jump to conclusions. We're going to react to some things, but let's not overreact to everything. But we can't help it. We can't help it, especially on Sports Talk Radio and on the internet. Already, Devin Williams sucks. Why'd they let him grow his beard? Why'd they change the beard policy? Boo this guy. We want Luke Weaver to be the closer. Already now, Brett Beatty, they're quitting on Brett Beatty, but Carlos Mendoza is not. And that's another thing. Guys like Brett Beatty and even Mark Vientos, they are young players. And the manager knows that. The president of baseball operations knows that. And they decided to give them this opportunity. They're not going to quit on them in April. And the Mets have been able to overcome that. The Mets pitching and other hitters in the lineup have been able to overcome the shortcomings of young players who are figuring it out still. 888-808-1019. You're figuring it out without Luis Torrens. You're figuring it out without Francisco Alvarez. Shout out to the pride of Miami, Ohio, Hayden Singer, getting an opportunity to rock. He's been good enough. I didn't even know who he was in spring training. That's when I found out about him. Shout out to Starling Marte, who in the offseason was supposed to be traded. He's getting an opportunity. He's getting an opportunity to play. Even a guy like Jesse Winker over the weekend wants to be a Met, gets traded here, has a good postseason, comes back. This guy's hitting triples to will you to win. So I just think when I look at both the Mets and the Yankees, we have more good than bad to talk about tonight. If you guys want to harp on the negative, we can harp on the negative. I'm not going that way. I just think we are seeing 2 teams that can be playoff teams. We are seeing 2 teams that are going to represent the city the right way. We're seeing 2 teams with star players that are going to be better than they are bad. And they're going to get healthy. Help is on the way. So 888-808-1019. Let's start with the Yankees. Let's start with the Mets. The Mets do take the series, but the winning streak ends. So I did see something about a seat for the Rizzler. If the Mets kept winning, they were going to immortalize the young Rizzler at Citi Field with the seat next to Grimace's seat. Well, that ended today. And the Yankees don't get swept today. But when you look at the standings and when you look at their records, we're all right. We're all right, New York. Keith McPherson on the Fan. This is KM to AM. I am on till 12. We will talk about the Jets and the Giants draft. We will talk about hockey. We'll talk about the Devils. I got to get the Rangers game on in here. Of course, we're going to talk about the New York Knicks coming off of last night. I did a little bit of the conversation. I was the first one to be on the Fan talking about the Knicks. Is it glass half empty or glass half full after you compete with the Celtics but still lose to them? There's plenty to do, plenty to talk about. Join the show. Call up 888-808-1019. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. My connection wasn't good for a second. Let me see. What up? What up? What up? Let's go Yanks. What up? What up? What up? Cowboys 5-12, 2025. Jets players miss Rodgers. They were asked about him. It's one thing when you're asked about the guy, and it's one thing when you're asked about the guy, and you got to answer the question. That's all. Get some other things together in my notes here. Want to get this Rangers game on. What channel? Trying to get MSG on in here. Oh my goodness. Come on, man. Oh, here we go. MSG Plus. Are they on? They might be on Disney Plus or TNT or some shit. Oh, they're on TNT Max. Still light outside. Gotta love it. I thought I was on late tonight for real. Let me see some. I got too many tabs open here. All right, let's lock in here. Still light outside. All right, let's get right into it. Let's get to the phones. 888-808-1019. Talking Mets, talking Yanks. I do see some Knicks fans popping up. We're talking New York sports. It's the Fan in New York. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host. I started with Devin Williams, and I also started with, the Mets end of their winning streak. And, they won the series, but they weren't able to complete the sweep. So what? It is so early in the season. You're going to forget about all this. Like the Yankees were shut out at home against the Blue Jays on opening day last year. Rhys Hoskins slid hard into Jeff McNeil, and like nobody even cared. By the end of last year, nobody cared about how the beginning of the season started. We will forget. There will be so many other things. The team will change. They'll get guys back. They'll add guys at the deadline. We will not care. But every day we got to overreact. So let's continue to do some of that overreaction. Moose is in Jamaica on the Fan. Go for it, Moose. You're.
You know what it is. So, yeah. Devin Williams. I was listening to the post-game interview with the press, the soundbite from the app or whatever. And my only concern with Devin is not so much.
Can we play Devin Williams post-game?
Per se. It's all that the press maybe get on his nerves, even though he answered the questions properly about how he needs to get in rhythm, more repetitions, more game action, more actual sharpness on his stuff so he can locate better. I just hope that, because playing in New York, it's not so much succeeding or failing, but it's dealing with the press and the noise that may the picture of the interviews, I'm pretty sure, is if he has a division, likes New York is to stay. And the other thing I want to talk about is Ben Wright and how I saw him hit his first home run in the big leagues on that July 4th game last season. Not a second home run or whatever it was. I think that was really his first and second home run last season too well. But yeah, I put it down off the bat, and that was 20 years a month ago. So, I mean, when Stanton comes back and other pieces come back, I mean, I see him as a trade piece to get an ace. So, because we don't have room for him now, and other prospects can come up with like Mr. Jones and stuff. But you're not on one of these guys.
Thanks for the call, Moose. Yeah, I don't know exactly which home run it was. I don't know if it was his first or second. He had 3 home runs in that game against the Red Sox July 4th weekend. Ben Rice has always been a hitter. When we talked about him last year, I was just so surprised at how fast he accelerated from the minors to the show. And he got his confidence last year. He put on some muscle in the offseason. When I was on with John and Susan in spring training, they asked who was I most impressed by. I said Ben Rice. He's hitting the ball hard. He's consistently hitting the ball over 100 miles an hour. And you're seeing that now. And you're also seeing how dialed in and locked in he is. If he gets a pitch to hit, he's driving it. He cranks the ball. I don't know if he's going to be a trade chip. Because, I mean, he's DHing and he can play first base and he went back to catching a little bit. I just look at him as, why can't he be a bench bat? The Yankees never have a bench bat. Now, are they too left-handed? Yes. But like we get to, point late in the season, even early in the season, we're bringing Pablo Lopez off the bench, Peraza off the bench. They never have enough bench bats. So I wouldn't, but I know you got to give to get. And I do believe that they need another starting pitcher in the postseason. I don't think they're going to get Alcantara. They might be able to get another, 1B type of ace. And you got to give to get. And maybe Ben Rice is dealt that way. And if so, it was nice to know you. They got to go all in this year to try and win it. 888-808-1019. Now, going back to what you said about Devin Williams, I got to meet at the Pinstripe Pride event. He is soft-spoken, mild-mannered. So much so that I didn't think that he even put up a fight about the beard policy. But I think when he was asked about it, he was honest and truthful and transparent. I just couldn't see the guy fighting anything, yelling or whatever. Now, he's got some of that fire off the mound. But just his delivery when he speaks, we're going to try and pull up the post-game audio if anybody hasn't heard it. I watched him talk after the Pittsburgh Pirates series ended and he wasn't able to come through there. And it doesn't matter if he's like, listen, this is what you got to get used to. This is it. This is the top of the top. This is, New York. Like, if he's not used to the media, he will get used to it. And you know how you get used to the media? Go out and perform. Because then they'll sing your praises. So, Nick, can we cue up the audio? We don't have to play the whole thing, but just so if anyone hasn't heard, Devin Williams, after, blowing it in the 9th inning and then Mark Leiter Jr. having to come in and get the last out, what did he give up? 3 runs? Like, he's saying he's still figuring things out. Just listen to the question, the line of questions and his delivery and his response.
I'm still figuring stuff out, I haven't felt like 100% myself up to this point, but yeah, I would say I'm getting closer for sure.
So like the guy said, he just told you, I haven't felt like myself. Cody Bellinger wasn't feeling like himself. He ate some bad wings. We'll talk about that tonight. I'll give you my food poisoning story straight out of New York City. These pitchers and these players are creatures of habit. That's why playing 3 straight day games in freezing temperatures, snow and wind, like it throws them off. It doesn't feel right to them. It's so early in the year. And I'm telling you, before Manfred is out in 2029, they're going to really consider starting the season probably like around May, Cinco de Mayo weekend or something, because they're going to shorten this thing. They're going to realign. They're going to keep tweaking the game. They're just off of what we've seen this week. The Pittsburgh Pirates had to give out tickets to their fans that showed up because it was 38 degrees. Tommy Pham is in the outfield with a batting glove on his throwing hand. Right? The Mets moved the game up. I heard Evan Roberts wasn't too happy about it, but it worked out. The Mets won. There was enough notice where people were out there. Like, there have been issues with the weather. And we're not even talking about the rain. We're talking about just the cold temps in some of these places. So if they ever were thinking about it, they're definitely thinking about it now. What I'm thinking about with Devin Williams is this guy had his spring training, and it's his first spring training. He had only been with the Brewers. It's his first spring training with the Yankees. It's more media. It's more attention. It's bigger than everything. And he didn't ask to be here. He got traded here. Brian Cashman said he had his eye on him. So Brian Cashman have your guys work with him and get him right. And me watching him pitch today, I got to go back to my notes and look, but I could just see, you know what? And I was actually listening to the Detroit broadcast because sometimes I watch on illegal streams and whatnot. It depends where I'm on. If I'm on the MacBook, that's for another day. But I was listening to the Detroit broadcast, and he was missing with his fastball, and he was wasting too many bullets, and he's obviously throwing the fastball to set up the changeup, and guys weren't biting on it. And you can't walk guys. The game is over. Fill up the zone. Throw a strike. So I just think Devin Williams had a break in the start to his season. And even opening day, that's a tough way to start against your former team in the Bronx. Opening day, you struggle. People start booing you right away. It's heavy. Your girl is pregnant. Your firstborn child is on the way. You step out for that, and the Yankees lose to the Diamondbacks the first 2 games in the series. They blame you for that. And then you come back, you're not in rhythm yet. You come back, and Manfred's man on second beat you. And then against the Detroit Tigers, you don't have your stuff. It's still cold. You're not landing your pitches. You're also not getting some calls. And not to throw Judge under a bus, but he did throw the ball over the cutoff. And it does not matter. We are overanalyzing all of this. Avery's in St. Louis on the Fan. What's up, man?
All I'm going to say is I told you they'd find a way to win today.
Correct.
6-6. It wasn't going to happen. And I know that Devin struggled a little bit, and I'm certainly not going to overreact to anything, whether it be a good thing or a bad thing that happened today. But I will say that I was very impressed with Max Fried, and that Devin Williams, he's going to figure it out, like you're saying. It takes a little bit of an adjustment period sometimes. And Yankee fans, we're always going to complain about every little thing. That's what makes baseball so much fun. It's just the way that it's going to shake out. And it's just the story of the season. Ebbs and flows, as you say. And you roll with the punches as they come early. He'll go take the off day, work on his stuff, see his family again, go back to New York, and then he'll have another chance to start again at the stadium to get a normal amount of time to get acclimated in New York instead of having an interruption, albeit a good interruption. He had a child, but without any unprecedented interruptions, and he'll get to settle in more properly.
Yeah, I'm not throwing the guy away. Thanks for the call, Avery. I'm strapped into the roller coaster. I'm down for the ride. I'm not throwing away a guy that could get big outs for us. We just survived Clay Holmes. We had to deal with Clay Holmes setting a blown save record. Give this guy a chance. Give this guy a chance. I'm not throwing him out. And even if he doesn't figure it out, you know you have Luke Weaver, so you can just make the swap. Jonathan Loizaga is coming back. I'm cool. I'm chilling. I am cool. Gary's in Waterbury on the Fan. What up, man?
Smash teeth after your beef, no relief.
The girls scream like I'm Keith. Bump, 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 bump.
And keep. I need a tribe intro. You need to get a tribe rejoin.
Oh, we could do that.
You need to do that. But we always overreact as fans, especially on the Fan. You know we're overreacting to everything. That's what we're about.
Yeah, and
Williams. Okay. If Williams is shaky on his next time out, I'll give him another strike. If he's shaky, I would think about pulling him. You got to earn your strike in this town.
yeah, but he's always been a closer. He was rated as MLB Network's #1 reliever going into the season.
And I understand, but what have you done for me lately? And I agree the season should be shortened and they should start in May. I am the biggest proponent of starting early May. I hate the baseball in the cold.
Yeah, it's an outdoor game. Everyone doesn't have retractable roofs. It's not meant to be played in freezing temps. Thanks for the call, Gary. 888-808-1019. You can overreact, but that's why we have hosts here that are supposed to pull you back a little bit. We have some hosts here that'll overreact with you, but you got to look at the larger picture. I'm not throwing away a guy that we gave Caleb Durbin and Nestor Cortez away for. Not saying that those guys are, so valuable, but I'm saying when that deal got done, it's like, yes, all right, we've got an actual closer. And I don't mean to disrespect Clay Holmes, because the version of Clay Holmes that we saw yesterday, 10 Ks, like I was on last night giving Clay Holmes a ton of respect. I was on last night and people were like, oh, well, 10 Ks for his career high. Who cares? He's always been a reliever. I'm like, who cares? He cares. We care. Everybody cares. Now that's the bar, right? When you go on FanDuel to bet the strike props are around 3.5, 4.5. They don't expect guys to strike out 10. Maybe if you're Max Fried, maybe if you're a Tarek Skubal type, Zach Gallen type. But for Clay Holmes to transition into a starter and for him to overcome the single walk, single whatever that, last night or, 2 nights ago, or no, last night, yesterday, the Mets go down 2-0 and then he locks in. He almost had an immaculate inning. Like, I don't know. I respect what Clay Holmes has done. I know how hard it is to pitch in Major League Baseball. I got a lot of respect for what these guys do. We sit far away from it and act like it's so easy to throw with velocity, to throw in the zone, also with the umpires and their shaky zones against the best hitters in the world. Like, I'm willing to give guys time. Jonathan is in Los Angeles, back on the Fan in New York. What's up, man?
My guy Keith, what's good, bro? Look, man, first of all, I'm not a Yankee fan that boos the player whenever they do bad or I want them out. He's part of our team for this year, and I really hope Devin Williams does the best, and I hope he gets his rhythm back. The thing is, Yankee fans, that the reason we acting like this, bro, on opening day, he loaded the bases up. He was probably a hit away of throwing that game, okay? On Sunday, it wasn't his fault. It was that running on second, but at the end of the day, he just gave up the win. But all right, forget Sunday. And today, he almost blew it. He almost literally blew it. Probably if Aaron Boone would have kept him in, that could have been 3 blown saves already. Look, I really hope he gets his stuff back. But I was worried to say, what about he just put Luke Weaver as the closer, bro, and him as the settlement? And then when he gets his stuff back, we're going to notice at the 8th inning, we shift them back to closer. But I'm not going to boo. We're not, we want him out. That's it. He sucks. No, I'm not that fan that wishes the worst for a player like that. As a matter of fact, other players, even like back Chris Carter when he was there, like, man, I really hope this guy hits a home run. Not like other fans booing. But I think that's our problem right now, man, because we're getting a little bit of Clay Holmes vibes. You feel me, bro? But one more thing, Keith. I know it's off the blue. It's a different subject. But how far you think the Lakers are going? Luka's about to play in Dallas. It's about to get crazy.
I know. I got it on right now. It's funny you say I'm looking at Luka right now.
What they say, bro? My guy was supposed to run away and run the road. Stop.
Yo, what up, Bash? Listen, I was tight last night because I had a parlay with Bron and with Luka, and they threw Luka out on some nonsense. Like these umps, not even umps, these refs, they have a God complex. Supposedly Luka was talking to a fan and the ref thought he was talking to him. You can't do that. I think Luka's coming back tonight. Look at him. He's crying right now. He's tearing up right now. He's about to be a demon. He's about to go crazy. This is going to be good. I don't know how far the Lakers could go, but they'll go as far as this man can take them. And you know what he's like in the playoffs. He's fiery right now. Look at his eyes, bro. He's possessed.
I'm on the road, so I can't see it. I'm listening to you, but I'll check out the highlights when I get home, bro. But Vanderbilt came out saying it was something personal with Luke and the referee. But, it is what it is. Keith, I'm going to let you go, bro, but I'm going to listen to the rest of the show, my guy. Peace, my guy. Great show as always.
Yo, Jonathan, Sebastian, appreciate you guys. If you guys saw opening day, Judge went to section 103 and gave a young kid a ball. That's Jonathan and his son, Sebastian. They've been calling my show for a while now. They flew from Los Angeles for opening day. His son got interviewed, and it's funny. There's a video. They ask his son to name an obscure Yankee, and he goes, Judgy. Judgy's not an obscure Yankee, but then it played well because later in the stadium, Judge gives him the ball. Okay, a couple things. I'm going to speak on what he said about Devin Williams, but right now, like Luka Doncic is overcome with emotion. This could be a flop or this could be a movie right now. If you're into the NBA, if you're into the basketball, then you already know what's about to happen. It just kind of makes me feel bad for the guy, right? As we talk about trades, and this is a great way for me to transition back into Devin Williams. Luka didn't ask to be a Laker. In the middle of the night, they traded him away. Nico was on something and just, traded away a franchise player who bought a house out there, a big crib, and wanted to be there. And now his life is literally flipped upside down. He's a Laker and he's a hooper his whole life. The kid went pro at 16. All he knows is basketball. He's overcome with emotion. I hope we get to watch him absolutely kill the Mavs tonight. I don't even know about Anthony Davis. Who cares what Anthony Davis looks like? The NBA sells these type of narratives. TNT, more drama, right? They sell these storylines. And this is worth watching tonight. Now, when I talk about being traded and Devin Williams being traded here, some of the Mets fans that troll me online were saying that Devin Williams is broken because Pete Alonso broke him. Devin Williams will never be the same after the way last season ended with Pete Alonso taking him deep and that ending the Milwaukee Brewers season and his time as a Milwaukee Brewer. Little did Devin Williams know that Brian Cashman was lurking and he would be reborn. He's still working on being reborn. He's still working on the transition. This is a free agent year. Give him some grace. Now, I won't say give him the grace that you gave Juan Soto because you didn't have to give Juan Soto grace. Like, grace, that was glaze. That was super glaze from the first time he stepped into the batting box in spring training. And did it work? It didn't work. But don't quit on Devin Williams. Now, I understand what Jonathan was saying. Keith, he hasn't been good, right? He hasn't lived up to the hype at all. To be MLB Network's #1 reliever, to have a nickname like the Airbender, to be so dominant at the position and look now so feeble, he has not lived up to the hype. But I don't think that's how the story ends. 888-808-1019. So I understand you being critical of him. I don't understand you quitting on him. I don't understand you being ready to put Luke Weaver there right away. Luke Weaver is Luke Weaver. Luke Weaver became. Luke Weaver is ready when they need to call on him. But why would you move? If Devin Williams is struggling right now, why would you move him off the closer spot? Just take that job away from him and put Luke Weaver there. And then what if he struggles as an 8-9 guy? You completely lose the guy. No, you got to build his confidence up. It's going to get warmer. He's going to get in the lab. He's going to get into a rhythm. Life is changing for him. He's got a days-old baby. He's been away from his girl and his baby. He's going to get back and this guy is a professional. This guy's in a contract year. Do I know if he's going to be a Yankee, if he's going to re-sign with the Yankees? I don't. And do I also think that he's the sole reason that the Yankees changed the beard policy? I don't. So I said, this is not about beards. I know that's just so easy. That's a low-hanging fruit. Oh, they changed the beard policy for this bum. No, they changed the beard policy because they needed to change the beard policy. It's just going to be forever remembered as Devin Williams because he's the one that sent shockwaves around the league. Everybody that watches baseball knows who he is. So when you saw him shave for the first time in 7 years with the Yankees, it's like, oh, what happened to him? They zapped his aura. 888-808-1019. Steve is in Queens on the Fan. Go for it, Steve.
Yo, James.
Hey,
What's going on?
you know, hosting, doing the thing.
Listen. I want to get involved with the Knicks and the Mets. First, I want to do the Mets. This guy, Steve Cook, the owner of the Mets, should put a dome on that stadium. And the reason why I say that is that on the winter months, there's so many events that come in there. He's going to make that money back. A retractable dome opens up, closes up, And even like in April, there'll be something like 30,000 people in there just for a day game. A day game with a post-day game.
If anybody could do it, he could do it. He's already getting the green light to build up his casino and do all that type of stuff, but it'll take some time.
That's what I'm saying. Now, as far as the other part, bring back Jose Iglesias and get rid of this guy, baby. Because
it is missing though, because when they hit home runs, they're posing for the camera, and you don't see that OMG sign. And you know what? I saw him. He's playing left field for the Padres. He's a utility guy for real for the Padres. He's playing wherever they ask him to play.
That's what I'm saying. You can get him on the trash. Drake was something. Get him back. And for the Knicks concern, I didn't like that game last night. They should have fouled that guy with 10 seconds ago. I'm sorry. If that was James Harden out there with Canelo Anthony, he told the ref, I'm fouling Canelo. And Canelo shot the ball and it went in. And you know what the referee said? No, he fouled.
who won the game. Hard than them won the game. I don't know what the assistant coaches on the Knicks are thinking. They should be all up to this.
They were frozen. They were frozen in time, paralyzed in the moment.
If you got to take this and push him on the bench, stand back.
My thing last night, I'm like, you just saw Tatum miss a free throw the last time he was at the line. I'm fouling his ass. You got to foul him. You can't let him kill you like that.
What's wrong with this team? What are they thinking? Who's in charge?
Yeah, it's just, hey, it's the Garden. Something about the Garden. The air in there is different. And in them crunch time moments. Thanks for the call, Steve. 888-808-1019. Yeah, I think the Knicks are just in an interesting situation. They've changed the team so much over the last 4 years. They've been successful, back-to-back 50-win seasons. The coach deserves a ton of credit for the success, but he's also getting a ton of blame for the shortcomings. And because Knicks fans had suffered for so long, because Knicks fans had nothing for so long, they think this is it. This is the time. It has to happen now. And I think there are some Knicks fans that lack forward vision to understand that it's Rome literally wasn't built in a day, in a season, in 4 years of Jalen Brunson or whatever. Like, not even, This started with Julius Randle. We here. But I'm looking at this Knicks season as if they are another second round out, something has to change. And I don't think it would be the right thing to do to fire the coach. But as you're looking at this NBA where the Memphis Grizzlies are a top team in the West, they fired Taylor Jenkins. Just yesterday, Mike Malone, the head coach of the Nuggets, who just won it a couple years back, he's shown the door and the GM is out. And you're hearing all these different things about the players not agreeing with him and those two not speaking. And Mike Malone is from Queens. Put 2 and 2 together. You know what I'm saying? And Law of the Garden, St. John's is done. The Rangers are done. The city is counting on the New York Knicks. And it just seems inevitable that they are going to run into the Celtics again. And the Celtics can beat you in multiple different ways. Pick your poison. I was saying last night, it's not even pick your poison. You don't get to pick. They can beat you without Porzingis. They can beat you without Al Horford. They can beat you without Drew Holiday. They can beat you with those guys. They can beat you without Jaylen Brown. Can they beat the Knicks without Tatum? I know when Tatum went down a couple weeks ago, some people were like, hold on, injury. No, the Celtics are the reigning champs, and all roads go through them. And I know the Knicks played tougher with them yesterday, but they still lost. They still found a way to lose. They failed in overtime. And you're kicking yourself about things like Josh Hart taking the last shot or Mikal Bridges not being able to catch the damn ball. You gave up 5 first-round picks for that dude. He has not been what you thought. You thought he was the last Infinity Stone. You thought he was the last piece. Maybe he was to the team that had iHeart, Dante DiVincenzo, and Julius Randle, but you weren't able to bring iHeart back. And, this is a chess game. You lose iHeart, you need a big. Mitch isn't ready to go. And shout out to Mitchell Robinson. He looked good last night. But Mitch isn't ready to go, so you need a big. You make a trade for Karl-Anthony Towns. You got to give to get. You give Julius Randle up. You give Dante DiVincenzo up. It changes the complexion of your team. Randle had to go. Randle had beef with the fact that his jersey wasn't up in the team store, and Mikal Bridges was before he even stepped foot on the floor. But losing Delaware Jordan, Dante DiVincenzo, you lost some grit, some toughness. A guy that last night came off the bench and dropped 24. That could be helping right now. I thought the whole thing was to get the Villanova Wildcats champion, those championship teams, like those guys that played for Jay Wright and won championships, get that nucleus together, right? That was your way to shortcut to chemistry. It takes about 4 or 5 years to build that chemistry with a team. Look at the Celtics. Not that long ago, I was in Brooklyn watching the Nets bust their ass in the playoffs. And look what they've become. 888-808-1019. We can talk Knicks. We can talk Yanks. We can talk Mets. Abraham in Woodmere. You got it. You're on the fan.
So Keith, I've already called twice. Love your show. So I played MLB The Show 25, and I experimented with a few lineups, and I figured what might be a good roster for the actual lineup for the actual Yankees.
Okay. Yes, lay it on me.
Jason Dominguez, Cody Bellinger, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton.
Wait. Slow down. So you're leading off,
Dominguez.
playing left field.
Yes.
Okay.
Cody Bellinger in center.
Okay.
Aaron Judge in right. Well, the show doesn't update the injuries from before the season, so Stanton's DHing. Mark Goldschmidt at first. Batting sixth at catcher Austin Wells or Alex Jackson. Seventh batting in shortstop batting is Volpe. Eighth at third is Cabrera, and batting ninth is Jazz.
Batting ninth is Jazz. He probably should bat ninth. I need Ben Rice in there. Alex Jackson is not even with the club, so that'd be JC Escara. Where'd you have Wells? You didn't have Wells. You had Alex Jackson or Wells, right? You said either or.
Alex Jackson. So Wells is my third catcher.
Yeah. See, those video games are simulations. Those are, computers putting stuff together. And I know the Yankees rely on computers, but they're relying on Aaron Boone. And so far, Aaron Boone has put together some lineups that work. I'm not leading off Dominguez. And he's been good, but he's been good in the bottom of the order. I kind of like what we have with Ben Rice, with Goldie, not even Wells. Goldie has been great. Stanton isn't back yet, but I cannot wait for Stanton to come back because he's just going to add another element, another threat, a right-handed bat that is desperately needed in this lineup. The Yankees have already put out, 4 or 5 different lineups this year, more with Bellinger being down and, righty, lefty, depending on who they're facing. I'm fine with the lineup, but thanks for sharing your MLB The Show lineup. You got anything else, Abraham, or what are you thinking about the Yankees pitching?
Pitching, well, lucky for me, Garrett Cole is still in my lineup in my starting rotation.
Thanks for the call. It's nice to live in that fantasy world. Boy, would I love to see Garrett Cole on the mound Friday night in the Bronx. How good would that feel? Cole world, Cole life, Cole world, no blanket. We're going back home. Friday night in the boogie down Bronx. Cole towing the slab. Nope. It's going to be a while. The Yankees are operating right now, and Clark Schmidt is on his way back. Bless it. Luis Gil. We've heard some rumors about Luis Gil. Bless it. But the fact that the Yankees right now, like if you would have told me after the World Series, Will Warren, who's got single-digit starts, he's in the rotation. Marcus Stroman, who was shut down last year, did not throw a pitch in October. He's in the rotation. Carlos Cookie Carrasco is giving up dingers in Detroit. Like, he's in the rotation. I didn't even know he was going to be in camp. I'd be like, how did we get here? Rodon is Rodon. Rodon to me it hasn't changed. But, man, I'm so glad that, and I'm not, and I've never said this on the fan. You sign Juan Soto. If you could sign Juan Soto was one of the best players in the game. Wanted Juan Soto. 100% thought Juan Soto wanted to be a Yankee after the year that he had. No, Juan Soto wanted the money, and he got it. But I'm very thankful that the Yankees' pivot was to go get who they thought was the best pitcher on the market that they could buy and keep that guy away from the Red Sox, keep that guy away from the Blue Jays. That guy was masterful today, Max Fried. That guy took the ball, and when I talk about vibes and energy, what you need, we're about to get swept, bro. We're trying to have a happy flight. Max Fried is a world champion. He's a winner. He said, I got it. Watch this. And I don't care how many people are actually in the ballpark to watch this. I'm going to hold it down. And he did. Good to have him. Chris is in Queens before we go to break. You got it, Chris.
Oh, how you doing, man? Thanks for having me, Keith.
No problem.
So yeah, I just want to talk about basically I would switch Mr. Adams with Goldie. But I would keep that even with righties and lefties. I think that he's raking.
Yeah, I don't mind either one. Ben Rice has been good, but I like Goldie. Goldie had how many hits in this series? He had 2 today, 3 the other day. I gotta pull up the other box score. Like, these are surprise options. We were talking about who's going to lead off. Dominguez, Jazz, Volpe, Wells was the opening day leadoff. You rather see Goldie as the leadoff, and he will lead off sometimes. But I don't mind Ben Rice there either, depending on if it's righty or lefty who we're facing.
He's a good bomb, so that's not the problem. Like he's a bomb or a miss. I think Goldie just gets people on base. He has that. It could be
Well,
better to line
against Tarek Skubal, just the other day, we wasted the singles from Goldie and from Rice, right? Like, I think Rice has the ability to hit for power, but he also has the ability to hit some singles. He just put bat to ball, rip some doubles as well. These are good problems to have. We went from not knowing who was going to be the leadoff hitter to like, okay, now Goldie, Wells, Rice. Let's see.
Very true. And then the other thing I want to say is, I know Yankees, he's doing good, but we get Hill and the other guy back. It's gonna get a lot better. Like the lineup is stacked, even without Cole in the lineup, I think.
Yeah, like Trent Grisham was going off for a couple games. Cabrera had a 2-hit game today, and played well in Pittsburgh. This team has enough bats, torpedo bats. Jazz is stinking up the place, but he'll come back around. Judge is leading the league in homers and RBI. They're going to be fine once this pitching gets together too, and the bullpen as well, right? Not relying on Adam Ottavino or Ryan Yarbrough. Like, they're going to be good. Thanks for the call, Chris. 888-808-1019. 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. When we come back, I will dip into the Mets conversation a little bit more. We just hit Yankees, Devin Williams, the lineup, a bunch of different things. Call up and join the show. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back after this. All right, yo. I was seeing somebody was throwing money in the chat. Hold up. Let me get back with y'all. Chris and Tyler, appreciate y'all. Diaper fun. The Devin Williams haters need to chill. We're 1 month into the season. Cold weather sucks for pitchers. He barely pitched in spring training. Yeah. We're not even a month into the season. We're 2 weeks. Tomorrow makes it 2 weeks. Cold weather sucks for pitchers. They're creatures of habit. They literally have to warm up. It's hard to warm up when it's snowing, when it's, 30, 40 degrees. And you make a great point. He has to be put into like save situations, high leverage situations. He didn't make as many appearances in spring training or get as many innings as other guys. And his start to the season was interrupted because he had a child. So, yeah. Oh, I'm about to watch this Luka stuff. Let me go to Tyler. What's up, man?
Oh, no.
Hey, Keith, I love your show. All the love from Westchester. Keep it up. Man, appreciate it. $20. That's big. That's big. That's big love. Let's see what else in the chat. Yeah, I'm on my live stream, so I'm checking the chat. Yeah, Josh in the Bronx says, big deal. Let's move on. We play San Francisco back at home. Exactly. We're going to talk about it tonight. I don't know what we're going to talk about tomorrow with no Yankee game. Does the Mets series start in Sacramento? No, it doesn't. They got to travel out there. And I'm going to talk about that too coming up. Because they're saying Sacramento is a bandbox. The Sacramento A's, there's a lot of home runs and runs being scored in that little ballpark. A's just won their first game yesterday, 10-4 over the Padres. A's failed to see irony in new Sacramento victory. Barry, graffiti artist, yeah. Let me go to the Oakland A's. I'm gonna always call them the Oakland A's, the Sacramento A's, the Athletics. Let me go to their games. They have had in that building, they had a 10-run game. They had a 12. The Rockies scored 12 runs. No, that was in Denver. The Cubs had 18 runs scored on last Monday. Yeah, he's back home. They're gonna let him do whatever he wants. He's got 11 points already.
Here comes 13. How old are you?
36.
Born 89,
88.
88. When's your birthday?
May, coming up, May 1st.
May 1st, 88. I'm just trying to think. What day that might have been. I'm going to have to think about that. That was my sophomore year of college. Good evening at 8:02. This is Rich Ackerman. The Yankees snapped their three-game skid, leaving Detroit with a 4-3 win, just barely holding on. The good, Max Fried, 7 scoreless inning, 11 strikeout performance, and Ben Rice homering to end a 16 scoreless inning drought. The bad, Devin Williams making it more tense than it needed to be, giving nearly blowing all of a 4-0 lead. He has now allowed 5 runs in his first 3 innings. Mark Leiter Jr. able to shut the door with a tying run on second. The Mets' 6-game winning streak ended with a 5-0 loss to the Marlins after 10 runs yesterday. They managed only 2 hits today. And Tyler McGill needed 90 pitches to get through 4 innings, suffering his first loss of the young season. At the Garden right now, the Rangers lead the Flyers 1-0 on a shorthanded goal by Vincent Trocheck. And a sad note, former Devils general manager Ray Shero has died. No cause of death was given. He was just 62 years old. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. May 1st. I know I had food poisoning like the 7th or 8th. There was a Knicks playoff game. I remember that.
Yeah, I got to tell my food poisoning story.
I want to say it was a Tuesday, but that's off the top of my head. Am I right?
You said a Tuesday?
Yeah, was it a Tuesday? That's off the top of my head.
For me?
Yeah.
No, it was a weekend. In 2014. Is this a NBA on NBC music? Sounds like that. I think they made a hip hop remix to that. No, this is not that. Anyway. Oh, it is. It sounds like. Keith McPherson on the Fan, KM and AM. Inside the 8 p.m. hour. Let's do it. 888-808-1019. I said I wanted to talk Mets a little bit. And, something I said in my open is like all the back and forth, all the trolling, all the talking about chants and whatnot is corny, man. Now we have real games to talk about. It's one thing when you're passing time, getting ready for America's pastime. It's one thing when you're doing it to drive up the rivalry and excitement. It's another thing, obviously, when there are fans in Citi Field wearing Yankees gear or Mets fans in Yankee Stadium wearing Juan Soto jerseys and trying to get that attention. But as far as like the radio goes, I feel like we don't need it. We don't, we can address it, but there's just so many other things to talk about. If you want to talk about fans, like talk about the Mets fans actually showing up like Steve Cohen asked them to, and showing up in terrible weather, showing up in, the cold and the rain, and being there to support the team as the team did rip off 5 wins to start the homestand. And the team is pitching, the team is hitting, and they're lacking some important pieces. They don't even have their full complement of guys. And guys like Juan Soto are going to have weeks where they're hitting homers every night, and that hasn't happened yet. Pete Alonso looks great, and there were a lot of people doubting Pete and what he would be. He doesn't look like the version of himself last year. You can already put away the slow start for Lindor in April. That's done. Mark Vientos may be in a little bit of a sophomore slump, but again, him and Brett Beatty, they're going to give them time. And before you know it, guys will be back. Hayden Sanger deserves a lot of credit for stepping up. The third string catcher for stepping up. The pitching staff, the rotation, the bullpen. You know, a guy like Max Kranick, who grew up a Mets fan, living an absolute dream, being able to pitch for the Mets, getting an opportunity to wear the Mets hat and go out there and get it done. You know, when I look at the Mets team, what's happening here is the rebrand. What's happening here is the end of the LOL Mets. They are not a joke. Nobody is clowning them. Nobody is laughing at them. They will go toe-to-toe with some better competition, and we'll see. And what's about to happen now is they're going to go on the road again, and they're going to face the Athletics. They'll face Luis Severino, old pal Luis Severino, former Met and Yankee. And Luis Severino might struggle a bit, and I don't think that they'll have any sympathy on him. The Yankees didn't have any sympathy for Nestor Cortez when they saw him. So I think he's going to pitch against the Mets on Sunday. Kodai Senga will get that game. And there's been a lot of talk about where the Sacramento Athletics are playing. What's it called? Is it Sutter Health? Something like that? It doesn't matter the sponsor, the name, but it is a minor league ballpark, and runs are being scored there. And when you go there, it feels very much like a minor league ballpark and not like Major League Baseball. 888-808-1019. So I expect the Mets to go in there and continue to win and beat them up. But I wouldn't sleep on the Padres. As I'm looking at their scores, right? Or I wouldn't sleep on the Athletics. As I'm looking at their scores from the Padres series, they won their first game yesterday and put up 10 on the Padres. Supposedly a lot of home runs are flying out. So if you're ready to see Juan Soto get going, maybe that happens on the road in Sacktown. 888-808-1019. Limo driver Ed is in Newark on the Fan in New York.
Hey, my brother, how you doing this evening? How you feeling?
Good. Watching this Laker game, kind of queuing up some stuff for later in the night, hour by hour, 5-hour show, you know.
Yeah, I mean, brother, doing a good job. Hey, listen, you know, I called up them, you know, not too long ago, and I was on the phone with them. And I was telling him about Soto. I said, one thing about it is that he's going to get the Mets curse. I said, mid-season, he's going to be batting 2-something, and I'm going to have about 10 home runs. It always happens. Always. Anybody we could ever get all my years. 61 years old. Every time.
I don't know. Soto is kind of above curses and things. Soto is Soto. I don't know. He's done it everywhere he's been. Like, there could be a Nationals curse or a Padres curse. I don't know. I don't.
The Mets got it too. I'm gonna tell you right now, they got it. Hey, I'm telling you. And another thing is too. Even now, look, he done woke up the bear. I mean, people like looking at him saying, "You done paid him what?" And I can't even sniff $10.
Great.
And I tell you one thing I even said too, that he's got a better slugging percentage. I mean, yeah, everybody's talking about, well, you know, so just throwing base. Well, he's walking. Right now, he looks like he's uncomfortable at the plate. His helmet don't stay on his head, and he's just swinging it wild. I don't know, but listen, you done paid this man all this money. Within a couple of weeks, they're going to be booing him. Mark my word.
No. Thanks for the call, Ed. No. Soto was boo-proof last year. Granted, he had Aaron Judge hitting behind him. It's tough, you know, as we're talking about Devin Williams making the transition to being a Yankee, and he's a new father, and you know, he didn't pitch that much in spring training, and then the start to his season was interrupted by paternity leave. Like with Juan Soto, I feel like being this money man, he's going to be fine, but it's a little bit of an adjustment. It's one thing when you were chasing the bag. It's another thing when you got the bag and you're expected every single at bat to post. And if you don't, oh, you're a waste of money, you're overpaid, you're overrated. He is getting on. He has driven in some runs. He's not a bum. Juan Soto will never be a bum. And you have 15 years of him. So I don't know if Limo Driver Ed is a Mets fan. I think he is. But I don't know how you could expect two things. One, a Juan Soto curse, or a Mets curse that affects Juan Soto, where he, only has 10 home runs after the All-Star break, or, his batting average isn't there. I just don't see that. I think he's kind of curse proof. And then also boos. I don't think they're going there to boo. The fans at Citi Field are chanting the pitch clock. All you hear is "Let's go Mets." They're excited. They're fired up. They're chanting Pete Alonso's name. They're chanting Juan Soto's name. They're not booing. We did see some stuff, and I wanted to speak on this only because I didn't like the way that a certain someone phrased it. After the walk-off Saturday, or was it Sunday? I got to go back to my notes. There was some trash thrown onto the field in Queens, in Citi Field. And that shouldn't happen at any professional sports game. I don't care if it's an NBA court where we've seen popcorn and bottles thrown. We've seen it obviously happen in the Bronx. If you remember, I was actually at the series. It was the Guardians versus the Yankees in 2022, I believe. And, Miles Straw was trying to climb up the fence in left field. They were calling him Spider-Man. The fans were kind of going at it with them. And then when Glaber had that hit and they walked it off, people that were sitting in like 103, 102 threw beer cans onto the field. It's a terrible look. I was mad about it because they tried to say the bleacher creatures did it. And I'm like, from the bleacher creatures I know, none of them would do that because none of them would want to be banned from the stadium and not be able to go to the games. The people that do that are people that are like, it's my one game. I'm drunk. If something happens, if I get kicked out, if I get banned and can't come back, so what? I don't care about the team. I don't care about the ballpark. If you care about your team and you care about your ballpark, never throw anything on the field. Never run on the field. We saw that at Citi Field. This is New York. There is all kinds of everything. But I did get an article sent to me from one of the creatures that was on the 7 line where Darren Meenan wrote, this isn't the Bronx. Don't do this, Mets fans. And then a whole article about, the trash being thrown onto the field. Queens is no better than the Bronx. Mets fans are no better than Yankee fans. And you can't lump everybody in. Just be better. Everybody just be better. The behavior's got to be better in the ballparks. We are blessed to have superstar talent. We are blessed to have high payrolls and good teams and good ballparks. Like, we have 2 teams in Major League Baseball. The Tampa Bay Rays are playing in George M. Steinbrenner Field. The Oakland A's fans, I don't know if they're driving all the way to Sacramento to see their team play in a minor league ballpark. We have great stadiums and ballparks. There are people that have to clean those things up. There are people that have to go on the field and pick up that garbage. Like, just be better. I don't care how many beers you had. To throw a beer on the field is despicable. It's just like, if you see somebody doing that, check them. If you see somebody even raising their hand to throw something on the field, stop it. So what I'm saying is it looks bad no matter where it is in the country. But what happened in Citi Field over the weekend has nothing to do with the Yankees and nothing to do with the Bronx. Again, we got to go back to our corners. Just stop the nonsense with big brother, little brother, this rivalry. It'll be back on when we get to the Subway Series in May. But that definitely rubbed me the wrong way to see an article written by the 7 line. And I'm sure this will get back to Darren. Darren, text me. Check your text. I text you to come on the fan not too long ago. I'm sure you don't want to be on the fan with me. But, I just thought it was whack to try and say this isn't the Bronx. You're no better than the Bronx. Clearly, we haven't done that in the Bronx in years, but they're throwing stuff on the field in Queens. Everybody in New York, be better fans, because you know what? They will say we have trash fans in New York, whether it's Queens, whether it's the Bronx, whether it's a fan spitting on Trae Young in the Garden. Like, we gotta do better as fans and police other fans. 888-808-1019. Let's go to George in Manasquan. You're in there, George.
Hello. This is my second time calling. First of all, we miss Soto as Yankee fans, but my second favorite team is the Mets. And he will hit your 30 home runs. He will drive in 100 runs. He will be good for year after year And Yankee fans like myself miss him terribly. And your previous program had on about relievers, about Mariano Rivera. When he blew the World Series, we did not boo him. You know, he blew a ninth inning save in the World Series. And we knew he was great, so we did not boo him or throw anything. And believe me, Met fans, hang in there with Juan Soto. Hang in there. He will hit his 30 home runs. He will drive in 100. He will bat at least 280, 290. The guy is fabulous. Absolutely.
Thanks for the call, George. You can't boo. I mean, maybe if you're on the road in Arizona, you could have booed Mariano. That game wasn't in Yankee Stadium, so you wouldn't have been able to hear the fans boo. And you guys speak for yourself. I don't know too many Yankee fans that are missing Juan Soto right now, missing him dearly, or missing him, like however you phrased it. What is there to miss? Look at his numbers right now. They were putting his numbers side by side with Trent Grisham a couple days ago. Speak for yourself. Wait, you missed the shuffle? You miss his base running? You miss, like, I don't know what like you miss. It wasn't like Soto was power. Like, you have Aaron Judge. I was saying when they start chanting F1 Soto, I'm going to say, we have Judge, F1 Soto. We have Judge. What is there to miss? It's 1 year. The memory of Juan Soto is evaporating. You know what? My Time Hop app, I don't know if you guys have Time Hop. It's a good app, especially if you do content creation, social media like I do. You know, you can add your Instagram, your Twitter, you can add your camera roll. And every day, it'll take you back years. So every day, I'm getting the videos that I was taking in Yankee Stadium last year of the generational Juan Soto. And I'm deleting them. I'm clearing them from my phone. I don't need those anymore. Like, it never happened. I'm not missing Juan Soto, watching Ben Rice, Paul Goldschmidt, watching Trent Grisham, Volpe. Didn't even say Judge yet. They've got plenty of guys that can hit. And their defense is better. Juan Soto is a great player. Juan Soto is one of the best players in baseball. Would I have liked Juan Soto to sign? Yeah. But if you sign Juan Soto, you don't have Max Fried today. You sign Juan Soto, you do not have Max Fried today. What would this rotation look like? Who would be pitching? You're swept today. Rich is in West Milford on the Fan. What's up, Rich?
How you doing today, Nick T?
I'm good. Watching this Lakers game and, looking at some different things.
Very cool. I just want to give you a little background. I'm an original bleacher preacher from back in the 80s when Mattingly played. And when there was a guy called Ali who was the original cowbell guy.
Right. Ali Ramirez. Rest in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. We used to work for Otis Elevator when Big Bob was there and Tino was a neophyte at that point. We used to, Jesse Barfield was the victim at that point back in the day. We used to get pizzas delivered from the local pizza place in the back of the cop $5, and used to get pizzas delivered.
No, yeah. I've heard the stories of the times. It's way before my time. I don't even know if I was, I wasn't potty trained. I wasn't reading yet.
Yeah, well, that's all right. That's good. But at least you know the history. I'm glad to hear that. And what city you say? 4-9, right? That's the first week, maybe the second week of April, correct?
Yeah, tomorrow will be 2 weeks since opening day.
And you got to give this guy Devin Williams.
I am.
Come on now. He just had a baby. He went to Detroit with 30-degree weather. And I don't care about, the weather is not a big thing. Everybody does that. But, give him a break. The guy's unbelievable. And these guys are going off left and right on him. Wait till, in another week or two when the weather breaks, you watch.
Yeah.
That have this thing go off. And I believe that. And if you don't, then people aren't seeing what they should see. That's what I got to tell you, Keith, really. Oh, yeah, also, Graham Rappers, after Melly Mel used to be in the bleachers, too. He used to do Stevie Wonder, 7th-inning stretch.
Wow. I wish there were cameras. I wish there were 4K cameras back then. Thanks for the call, Rich. 888-808-1019. We still got to get that Tribe Call Quest on the rejoin for Gary and Waterbury. But, yeah, we're in the second week of the season. We're going to quit on a potential closer that could, nah, I'm not. That's an overreaction. It's a complete overreaction. And This is what we do, though. He hasn't been good yet. Adam Ottavino, and shout out to Adam Ottavino. Adam Ottavino is a great baseball person. This guy said he could strike out Babe Ruth. This guy has bounced around. He's a New Yorker, grew up a Yankee fan, has pitched for the Yankees, pitched for the Mets. The Yankees pick him up, drop him, pick him up, drop him. The Yankees drop him. He's on foul territory today. I didn't get to watch the episode, but I laughed when my guys over there, Scott Braun, I've been on that podcast like 4 or 5 times, when they promoted it, that Adam Ottavino's jumping on the pod. And, he is such a – I've seen him on SNY. I've seen him on so many things. I just saw him. Shouts to June Lee, who used to work for ESPN, and now he's doing YouTube stuff. And he just had a great video on his YouTube channel talking about getting let go from ESPN and what that did. But, he did some interviews with Adam Ottavino, and Adam Ottavino talked about how, playing for the Mets or the Rockies or the Red Sox or whatever other teams he was with, it's like, we're Major League Baseball players. We have the privilege to go out there and play baseball tonight and play a child's game. Playing for the Yankees is, you better go out there and play and win. And there's just an extra level of pressure, and like the fans and the media. And it's like, no, you have to win. You have to succeed. You have to deliver or else. Andrew's in Shirley on the Fan. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on, Keith?
Hanging out till 12.
Yeah, just wanted to make one overall Mets point and then defend Juan Soto. Speed, I love him. The Mets, listen, I love the start. It's incredible, and like you said, it's with a lot of pieces maybe that aren't going to be, really carrying this team. Juan Soto being one of them. Mark Mantos looks pretty clueless at the plate right now, and a couple other things going wrong, and a staff hurt. Obviously, there's things going to get better. Pete Alonso's on fire. I hope that stays all season, because it would be great for him and the team overall. But it's been fun so far. I'm happy with it, and the weather's been trash, so that's going to get better. The thing on Juan Soto, I can't believe there's even anything negative to say about him at all. And any Yankee fan that would say doesn't miss him, I guess you have to say that. But he's right now, we could all squarely say, hey, kind of a slow start for Juan Soto. I mean, we could all say that. And even with that, he has the second highest OPS on the team, already has a few go-aheads and game winners, under his belt, so he's clutched up in a bit, even while he's been kind of slow. And then at a 10-game on base streak, again, mixed into this very.
I think he got it to 11. I think it stopped today.
Yeah, 11. Sorry, yeah. So 11 games.
It didn't get to 12, and it didn't get to 12 in the 12th game. Go on.
No, it did not. I can't wait for the weather to turn, just for my own living sake, but let alone baseball's sake. So I can't wait to see those guys come alive. I can't believe I'm in a situation where I can't wait for Jeff McNeil to return. I should never feel that way in 2025. But the second base has been pretty much, we've gotten absolutely nothing, zero from any of the guys who have stepped up to the plate in that position. So I can't wait for that return, and it should be a lot of fun. But I'm definitely not scared or have anything negative to say about our new guy Juan Soto.
Thanks for the call, Andrew. You can't. He's your guy for the next 15 years. Give it time. It's a huge adjustment being the money man. It's a huge amount of pressure being the highest paid athlete in sports. When it gets warmer, he's going to deliver. It's funny, right? Slow start for him. It's the same way we judge Judge, right? Judge is terrible in the postseason. Well, he's just not Judge-like in the postseason because he sets the bar so high. Juan Soto has amazed us so many times. When he's not an amazing Met right out of the gate, right? When he's grounding out or popping up, it's like, what are we paying this guy for? This guy makes $500 every 30 seconds. Just chill. And with the Mets, though, it's funny that Andrew mentions Jeff McNeil. Well, what if you get happy, Jeff? What if in this lineup, lower in the lineup, you get a version of Jeff McNeil that is clutch, that hits? I'm not saying he's going to win the batting title. I know that ship has kind of sailed. He's going to have a better batting average than Brett Beatty. You know what I'm saying? Like, even like guys like Deadneil Nunez, Francisco Alvarez, them coming back, it helps. Luis Torrens, how good has Luis Torrens been for what the Cashman considerations? I know he got hurt, but like in the early part of the season, I think I was listening to Howie talk about $100,000 for this guy. Yeah. And you will eventually see some more of the young guys later in the season. I don't know, Brandon Sproat or Ronnie Mauricio or Jet Williams. I don't know, later in the season. You will make moves at the deadline. But so far, so good. The Mets have enough talent where everybody was screaming about they need this, they need that. They didn't spend on pitching. Their pitching lab works. I was talking about Jeremy Hefner. I don't know if you guys watch Dexter's Lab. I was always a Dexter's Lab guy. Love Mandark. Ha ha ha. You know that, right, Nick? Nick at Night? Of course, you watch Nickelodeon. It was Cartoon Network, though. Jeremy Hefner's laboratory. Like, it's a real thing. This pitching lab is a real thing. Anybody that goes into it comes out better. 888-808-1019. Philip is in Astoria, Queens, next up on the Fan. What's up, Phil?
How's it going? Listen, I'm a Yanks fan growing up, but I was at the Mets game today, and it's pretty slow, but beautiful ballpark, beautiful game. I got to say, you know, it's funny growing up. It's funny. I grew up in Queens, but I grew up a Yanks fan. I think that happened because my grandpa was a Brooklyn Dodgers, and then there was a few years where it was kind of up in the air which way it would go. But I'll tell you what, and I wonder if the other New Yorkers in this position, you kind of got a mind for the Yankees maybe, and a little bit of a heart for the Mets. You know what I'm saying? But it was a slow game, and then it kind of went the other way. But I'm pulling for the Yankees, but I gotta admit, I'm always rooting for the Mets at the same time. When it's a Subway Series, my heart is singing. So let's hope for that this year, huh?
I don't need it, but thanks for the call, Philip. 888-808-1019. I know there's maybe 10% of New York baseball fans that are, rooting for New York. We get calls into WFAN like that every week. I don't hate the Mets, and that's my line. I don't hate the Mets. These are my Mets. I'm starting to see people use that on Twitter. And when I say that, we'll go back to what he was just talking about. But when I say I don't hate the Mets, I don't hate the team. I like a lot of players on the team. I like a guy. I like what Ryan Stanek looks like coming out of the bullpen. I like what I've seen out of Max Kranick. I think Brandon Nimmo is a baller. I've never said a bad word about Pete Alonso. You can go back and check the tapes. Juan Soto, I don't know how many times I got to say, we wanted Juan Soto on the Yankees. Juan Soto is one of the best players in baseball. Lindor should have won MVP over Ohtani. I don't hate the Mets. And growing up a Yankee fan, I used to skip past SNY. Growing up a Yankee fan, I wasn't reading the Mets box score. Growing up a Yankee fan, I wasn't checking for the Mets. 4 seasons on the Fan, I have watched more Mets games in 4 years than I did in 30. So truly, these are my Mets. I know more about them than I know about David Wright's Mets. I know more about them than I know about like Carlos Beltran or Franco, or I don't even know, R.A. Dickey's Mets, Lucas Duda's Mets. What gets me going sometimes, and what I lean into with the rivalry, is the anonymous Mets fans who have still have a Noah Syndergaard as their profile picture on Twitter. And it's fun. It's back and forth. I like to play into it. But as far as now, with 12 games into the season, there is enough to talk about where we don't have to go back and forth. Now, what Phil was just talking about, I live in Queens. I grew up in Queens, but probably in the era that he grew up in, watching the Yankees run in the 90s, he became a Yankees fan. But he went to the Mets game today, and I don't know, are you the type of Yankees fan that showed up with Yankees apparel on? I would not show up to Citi Field if the Yankees are not playing with the Yankee hat on. I'm not looking for that kind of attention. But again, when I break it down, let's say out of 100% of fans, let's say 10% of those baseball fans in New York care for both teams, just want to see New York win. And we are thirsty. It's been almost 40 years since the Mets won a World Series. And hell, it might as well be almost half as long. It might as well be 20 years since the Yankees won one. 888-808-1019. I know the Yankees got there. It's been a year, not even. It's been like 5-6 months since the Yankees, were in the World Series. And, it's been a decade since the Mets were in the World Series. But who cares about being in it? I'm wearing my World Series hat right now. And as I look at it more and more, I'm like, I used to think I wouldn't want to see the World Series logo, but I don't mind looking at the World Series logo because I got to go and it was recent. It's fresh. This is a fresh hat still. But man, we're starving for a parade. And so I know there's 10% of fans. And then let's say the 90% is 45 Mets fans that are, no, I'm a Met fan. I hate the Yankees. Right? Not even. Let's say there's 40% of those fans are, I'm a Mets fan. I hate the Yankees. And 5% that are like, I'm a Mets fan. I don't even think about the Yankees. And then the same thing on the other side. But who knows? It changes week to week. You know, it changes. If as the Yankees are struggling, there's a Met fan that's like, look at them striking out. Where are the torpedo bats now? Oh, they need Juan Soto. They shouldn't have shaved their beards. But as the Yankees are winning, there's a Met fan that's like, oh man, here we go. We're gonna be second fiddle to the Yankees again. They've got Judge, they've got a deeper lineup. They're getting by with Will Warren and Carlos Carrasco. And I don't know. Call me up and tell me which one you are. 888-808-1019. I can sneak in another call right here, Nick, before we break. Yes. My guy, Alex in Lakewood, back on the fan. What you got, kid?
What's up, Keith? So about just what you were talking about, I'm only like when I'm anti-Mets, when a Mets fan is just talking garbage to me. When I'm not, when I'm rooting for the Mets, when the Mets fan knows the Yankees are better, like last year, so I don't care to root for them.
Understood. It does, like, and you're a young guy, right? Like, yeah. I'm not a young guy anymore, but I do see some of these young Mets fans and the way that they approach me on the internet, and I'm just like, these guys live in la la land. They haven't seen anything, haven't won anything. At least I can go back in time. I have pictures, I have memories to be like, nah, yeah, I remember us winning this year.
What's up with no one talking about the NFL draft? It's already an hour and a half.
No, I will. That's what we're gonna do. At least, I mean, I know. I've got it lined up for after 10. I just figured the first 3 hours here we would hit Yanks, Mets, and some Knicks. But yeah, there I see a call. Nick in Middlesex County. He's on the same vibe you're on, Alex. And I've got some thoughts and takes on what the Giants and Jets should do.
It's not even hot, like.
But this is New York, buddy. This is New York. This is the capital of baseball. These people care.
Full of hype in football that never comes through.
Yeah, the teams aren't good. We have 2 good baseball teams, in my humble opinion.
And 0 good basketball teams.
One, come on, they're a third-ranked team in the East. They're one of the top teams. They're going to run into a wall, and we know that.
They're not going anywhere. You know, they have so much flaws on the team. And if you're not playing Mitchell Robinson, who's your defender? If you play one solid big man.
OG.
What? You can't play 7 foot.
You're only saying that because you're a Bucks Giannis fan. So you're looking ahead to that potential matchup and like, how are the Knicks going to defend Giannis? No one really can stop Giannis. LeBron said if he played in the 60s, 70s, he dropped 250 a game. I'm like, 250? That's ridiculous.
The Bucks have like 4 6'10" and up guys. The Knicks have 2.
I know. Someone called me last night saying that they should trade for Desmond Bane, and I'm like, Desmond Bane, like, you don't need another shooter, another scorer. You need some defenders.
And then when he came over to the Bucks before he got injured, he was already playing where he did.
Yeah, well, they didn't need Jericho Sims. It was time to move on from him.
Well, even Giannis, let's just put it that way. Who's guarding Brook Lopez? If you're guarding Giannis, you're doubling him. Who's guarding Damian Lillard? Who's going to be back for the playoffs? There's way too much options. The Knicks have 5 options.
Yeah, who's stopping Bobby Portis and Kevin Porter Jr.?
Kyle Kuzma stops.
Kyle Kuzma. I almost forget that he's on that team.
Well, last night he didn't play the whole last part of the game, and that's when they went on the run. So.
Forgettable, yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks for the call, Alex. 888-808-1019. Let's take a break here. When we come back, I will sprinkle in some of the NFL stuff a little ahead of my own schedule, but who cares? We're talking Mets, we're talking Yankees, and we do got to talk about the Giants and Jets draft and just where both franchises are with 2 weeks to go before they make picks that have to impact winning this year. Both teams have to pick a player that is on the field helping them win in 2025. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back. Oh. What's up, man? Something in here was smelling. I'm like, what the fuck did they have? They had like some type of candy or something.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Yo, I'm gonna email you a rejoin. All right, bro. I'll see you. All right. Just working on some different things here, man. Chat, what up? KM to AM going till 12. Knicks seem like they can't beat the Celtics. Correct. We can't really beat any top 3 teams, but we should have last night. Just too many mental errors. I love Trent Grisham with a passion. Word. What time? Okay. Oh, yeah. Right back at it on the Fan in New York as we proceed to give you what you need. 888-808-1019. I said I was going to sprinkle in some conversation around the Jets and the Giants, kind of tease that going into the break. And, you know, what I feel is you got to take the best player available, but you also have to fill a need. Here we are again with these teams both picking in the top 10. You don't want to be picking in the top 10 next year. 888-808-1019. The Giants are literally picking for their lives. The Giants are not taking Shedeur Sanders. And it's funny because there was a lot of time that we spent saying they got to get a quarterback, they got to get a quarterback, they got to get a quarterback. But it could be a mistake just to take a quarterback because you haven't taken a quarterback. Could have taken one last year. Bo Nix was there. Michael Penix Jr. was there. They didn't. now they're in a position where they need to win, and they need a player that can impact winning. They are not a quarterback away, and they signed 2 veteran quarterbacks. I was reading an article in SI today. It said adding veteran quarterbacks into the fold doesn't entirely take the Giants out of taking a quarterback at number 3, but certainly makes it more likely that the franchise will use the pick elsewhere. And there's some things about the way the contracts are structured for Jameis Winston and Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, where it's like, these are your quarterbacks, and then Tommy DeVito as a third. And maybe if there is a quarterback that drops that they want to take a flyer on, like I was seeing Dan Orlovsky suggest Jalen Milroe be picked, but I don't think Jalen Milroe is going to really fall. Like, the Giants have so many picks in the top, I think 100 picks, where like those can be players that impact winning. Those have to be players that impact winning. And last year you hit on the rookies that you chose. You have to hit again. 888-808-1019. We'll get the conversation started on the draft a little bit. Still talking Yankees, still talking Devin Williams, still talking Mets, and I don't know, Brett Beatty and overcoming Brett Beatty and not really, needing to move on from Brett Beatty early on in the season because the Mets are winning. But here's this little blurb that came from SI. Wilson has a $10.5 million incentive package, and $8 million of it requires him to play more than half of the team's snaps next season. The other $2.5 million is based on his stats accumulated through his play. Jameis Winston, meanwhile, has $4 million in incentives in his contract that begin to kick in once he reaches 43% of playing time. There's $250,000 in incentives for Winston at 43%, 50%, 60%, 70% of playing time, 15 plus touchdowns and an 88 passer rating, 2,200 yards and an 88 passer rating, and $500,000 for 50% of the snaps and reaching the playoffs, 70% and reaching the playoffs, 55% playing time in a playoff win, yada, yada, yada. Basically what it's saying is Russell Wilson is your number one. That's your QB1. He's going to get the first crack at it. And if he stays healthy and does not give up the job to Jameis because of getting benched poor performance, he can make $8 million in incentives. But Jameis's whole contract is waiting in the wings. Jameis's whole contract is in the event that Russell Wilson goes down or he sucks, and then Jameis gets the reins and can make the rest of the money or make the money the rest of the way. 888-808-1019. Nick is in Middlesex County on the Fan. What's up, Nick?
Hey, my thing is, I think the Giants went the whole completely wrong way. They signed Russell Wilson. I do like the Jameis Winston signing, but a big guy that was out there was Milton from New England. They seemed like they did not want him at all. They gave him nothing. But why are you going to sign a veteran quarterback who's been declining ever since he left the Seahawks? You rely on this young kid who's got a cannon for an arm. As the Giants fan, I haven't seen a quarterback throw over 20 touchdowns since Eli Manning. Daniel Jones, he hasn't done nothing.
Yeah, you're getting 2 guys that can throw the ball downfield and throw touchdowns. They did it last year. As far as Joe Milton, I don't think anybody knew that the Dallas Cowboys were working on that the way that they were. And I mean, that is the one move in recent time that the Dallas Cowboys have made where I said, wow, a smart move. You don't have a backup quarterback, and now you get one of the, guys that could potentially be like a good quarterback in this league, a successor to Dak Prescott. I don't think that Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen have time for a Joe Milton project. That's why I stress the urgency of winning right now, competing right now. They were ahead of schedule a couple years back because they were able to compete in those tight games and steal those tight games. And that's how they got to the playoffs and won a game. Like, it was defense, it was running the ball and making enough throws. Now you have Malik Neighbors. Now you have guys like Tyrone Tracy, Theo Johnson, Slayton is back. Who knows who they add here in the draft, but like, they got to play defense and actually have an offense that scores points. And nobody can predict the NFL. They have the toughest strength of schedule. Yes. They have the longest odds to the Super Bowl. Yes. But that doesn't mean anything once you strap the helmets up and they blow that whistle. Like, I think what they did was say, okay, we cannot hitch our wagon to a rookie quarterback. That is not going to give us longevity. That is not going to buy us time. Winning is what's going to buy us time. And we might not be wild about Shedeur Sanders after looking at him all year and hearing all about how, he's not graded as a top guy. So let's pass on this. Let's go get 2 proven starters in this league that will literally change the culture of the locker room, the quarterback room, the film room, practices. And they'll look like actual, like you had to watch Tim Boyle last year, Drew Lock last year. Jameis and Russell Wilson are much better than the quarterbacks that you've had in the last few years.
No, I agree. But also, I think Milton has a lot more experience. Dable is known to be the quarterback.
You said Milton has a lot more experience?
I'd like to see him work with Milton, Dable, and Bolden.
Thanks for the call, Nick. I'll go backwards. The whole reason that, or at least from what I read, the whole reason that they got rid of Milton was because he just came in last year as a rookie with Drake May. They got him in the 6th round. They drafted Drake May 3rd overall. And Milton, Bazooka Joe Milton, for the Dallas Cowboys now, said his mom's a Dallas Cowboys fan, his family are Dallas Cowboys fan. They even traded him to a destination, right? So you can't even put it on the Giants. We don't know if the Giants checked on it and he didn't want to be a Giant. They traded him to a destination that he wanted to go to. They basically did him a solid because they saw his talent in that last game of the season. And they heard him say, I'm going to give this guy a run for my money. Basically what Milton was saying was like, he's going to challenge Drake May. And they don't want that. That's their franchise quarterback. They brought in Josh Dobbs and they traded this kid away. And this new regime is going to take the pick they got. I'm trying to find in my notes. I forget what day that was. I think it happened over a weekend and we came back in. I don't remember I'll find it, the compensation. I know I was happy about it that they didn't give up a 4th round pick for him like they gave up for Trey Lance. But just get Joe Milton out of your head. If you're a Giants fan, get Joe Milton out of your head. Because not for nothing, like you might be seeing him sooner rather than later. Dak Prescott is hurt every year. you might be facing off against Joe Milton when the schedule comes out. You might have to see Joe Milton on Thanksgiving or week 1 if Dak doesn't make it through camp. John is in Wayne, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Good to talk to you again. I still got a little anxiety from that Yankee game this afternoon, but let's talk about the Giants for a second. Looking at the top of the draft, think what you want about Sanders, think what you want about Ward. I think everyone's probably in agreement that Ward won't be there at 3. But you think about the position Shane's in, you think about the position Dable's in, and to your point, both their coaching and their GMing for their lives, and they knew they had the number 3 pick. They know Cleveland's got $200 million guaranteed wrapped up in the worst quarterback in football. There's a reason they went down and got Winston, and there's a reason they went out and got Russell Wilson. And for me as a Giants fan, that tells me a lot about what they think about the quarterbacks at the top of the draft, at least the ones that'll be attainable. Football's a team sport. I know you play football, and you probably agree that football's a team sport. They got so many holes to address. Me personally, I think the move is to probably trade down, stockpile a couple picks, and who knows, maybe even trade down again in the 1st round and continue to stockpile those picks. Because when you look at it and you think about some of the quarterbacks that are taken that have had some success, you look at Russell Wilson, you look at a guy like Jalen Hurts. And I know anyone can call the phone and be like, hey, I had these guys on my radar. But I would tell you that, I do watch college football. Russell Wilson, 4-year starter, 2 different big programs, winning pedigree. Jalen Hurts, same exact thing. And when I look at a guy like Jalen Milroe, and I know there's holes in this game, and I know there's, they're coming off Alabama's worst season of probably 15 years. I see a lot of Russell Wilson in a guy like Jalen Milroe. I see a lot of Jalen Hurts in a guy like Milroe. So long story short, Keith, and tell me what you agree or disagree. I don't think Sanders is the guy at 3. I think there's more holes to be addressed before they go and get a guy like Sanders. Kind of like how the Chiefs had Mahomes all set up for everything that they needed and then were able to inject that quarterback. I think the move is to trade back. I don't know that Carter's the guy, but I also don't think Sanders is the guy. And I think the Giants, like I said, the guys that are basically playing for their lives in Shane and Dable have probably looked themselves in the mirror and said, yeah, Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, that tandem gives us a better chance to win now, which is good. And I think the Giants fans deserve to see a little bit of winning. I think it's unrealistic to think we're going to go from 3 wins to 13 wins overnight, and there's a process to it. I got the Knicks fan. The first thing that Tom Thibodeau needed to do was establish profitability for the team, and they're going to make the playoffs 3 years in a row. So let's not think about the Super Bowl let's think about getting the foundation underneath us and then maybe attacking that quarterback position at the end. But I appreciate the time, Keith, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thanks for the call, John. When I heard that Brian Daboll was at Penn State in Happy Valley having breakfast with Abdul Carter, I'm like, okay, now they're getting Abdul Carter with the 3rd overall pick. Or is this a typical smokescreen that happens 2-3 weeks before the draft where anybody that really wants Abdul Carter will trade up for him? You don't necessarily need Abdul Carter after you just went and paid Brian Burns all that money and you drafted Kayvon Thibodeau 3 years ago. I think this would be his 4th season. Do you need to draft Abdul Carter? Oh, Keith, you remember what they did? They had Justin Tuck and they had Michael Strahan. And they added O.C. Umenyiora, and then they got JPP. Yeah, I get that. You got to rush the passer. But you also, make these appearances and things that help you have leverage. I think trading back is smart. You're out of the quarterback thing now. You had a 6 overall pick. You got Malik Neighbors. And there was just an article about how the Arizona Cardinals regret not drafting Malik Neighbors. Of course, when you see what he is versus Marvin Harrison Jr., Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like he's in quicksand. He's a good player, but you want to talk about an explosive playmaker, game changer? People in the NFL are looking at Malik Neighbors like the next Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase just won the Triple Crown. He might be better than him. That was his comp. 888-808-1019. So if you're the Giants, maybe you make it look like you're going to take Abdul Carter. And then we heard about Brian Daboll not going to pro day at Colorado, where there are 2 players that you could take at 3, Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter. Maybe they're not interested in either one. Travis Hunter seems hell-bent on playing both positions in the NFL. He said that when Roger Goodell calls his name, he should announce him as wide receiver cornerback, Travis Hunter, University of Colorado. Colorado University. I think the Giants are probably listen, kid, we're not going to try that right away. We need to win. We can't be doing experiments. We need to put you in one place and maximize you. Get the most. I listened to Daboll talk about how impressive it is that he does that with no rest. But Daboll's been around the NFL for a long time. He's seen freak athletes, speed, strength, stamina. It is hard to play corner and then flip around and play receiver. I'm not saying that Travis Hunter can't do it, but I'm saying that the Giants might not be interested in being the place that he attempts to do it. Let's go to Teddy in Yonkers on the Fan. Teddy, what you thinking about?
How you doing, Keith? You're great. I love listening to you because you're very calm, but you make your points very clear. I'm concerned, and maybe I shouldn't be, Keith. That's why I'm asking you to calm my nerves. I don't want to be paranoid about the Yankee situation with Williams. Relief appearance, I believe. I'm not sure. I know the first one, we survived that shaky night that he had, in which we got the win. But today, a 4-0 lead, bottom of the ninth, 3 pitch masterful. And, maybe close. He had to take him out, bring in Ryder. Are you concerned, or is it the cold weather? He has to get acclimated, and he will be okay. And I'd like to get your opinion.
Thanks for the call and the compliments, Teddy. Of course I'm concerned. That's your closer. He's not looking like a closer right now. But my concern level is a 4 out of 10. My concern level is a 4 out of 10 because, like I said, it's not like this guy wasn't just gone. He was on paternity leave. His life just changed drastically. He had a kid. And as someone who's, preparing to celebrate my son's 2nd birthday on Sunday, I know how different my life is in 2 years. The time has flown by. I know how different a person I am, how life completely changed in that first week, month, year, 2 years. He's adjusting to that. His girl is now the mother of his child. She's still recovering from that. And I'm not trying to get all in his business, and we don't need to know his business. People need to mind their business more with these athletes and their paternity leaves. But I'm saying I have some grace. I have some empathy for that situation where I'm like, okay, the guy wasn't lights out. And I got to meet the guy. And I played the little clip of him talking. He's soft-spoken. He's mild-mannered. And he said himself, yeah, I just got to get into a rhythm. It's hard to get into a rhythm when you rejoin the team in Pittsburgh. They don't need you in those first couple games. And then when they do need you, you have to fight Manfred's man on second. Tommy Pham hits the ball to a warning track. Runner scoring. Okay, it's tough. And like even the start before that, not start, the appearance before that, the save before that, it started off on a bad foot. What do you throw? 36 pitches in Yankee Stadium on opening day? He was being booed. I got on here. I said there was like an 8-9-year-old kid in front of me booing him. I'm like, come on, bro, chill. We need this guy. Don't boo him. But we eat our own. We're so ready to throw guys out after we had to deal with Clay Holmes, after we had to deal with Aroldis Chapman. And I guess it's easier to throw out a Devin Williams because of the existence of Luke Weaver. But nah, leave Luke Weaver in the eighth. We need them both. We need them both. And if I go back to, and can we give Boone some credit? I know we never do that. Give Boone some credit for saying, hey, we can't blow this game. We cannot be swept in a walk-off. He's wasting too many bullets. Get him out. Mark Leiter Jr., come get this last out. But what I'm saying, when I was watching the game, and I got to go back to my notes and even the box score, he was trying to set that changeup up. He was missing. He was pulling the ball. It was so far. The batters were just sitting there. We'll talk more about it. And when we come back, I'll give you my my food poisoning story. Since Cody Bellinger, that's another thing. Shout out to Boone. I wouldn't have Belly in the lineup. I know you're facing a righty, and you might want to, Belly's one of the better hitters, but like Belly had the food poisoning. I would say, hey man, don't worry about it. We're gonna get you home, and you'll be ready for Friday. Okay, we got a break. 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. What's up, Marco?
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Yankees able to avoid the sweep in Detroit began a dominant effort from Max Fried. He fanned 11 over 7 scoreless. Devin Williams continues to struggle. Nearly gave back the 4-0 advantage. Mark Leiter Jr. needed to bail him out in the ninth to preserve a 4-3 victory. Now, Bombers hopes though. Williams pitching to a 12 ERA in the early going. Ben Rice snapped a scoreless tie with a 2-run shot in the 7th. Aaron Judge added a big 2-run single in the 9th. Marlins put to bed the Mets 6-game win streak 5-0 as the Met offense mustered just 2 hits. None for Brett Beatty, 0 for 3, couple of Ks, now hitting a $111. To mention a costly error, but for Carlos Mendoza, refusing to give up on him. Meanwhile, Justin Fields met the media as the new Jets quarterback. He's quick to say no gripes with the previous 2 stops with the Bears and Steelers. The Rangers and Flyers even at 1, 3 minutes left in the second period. Vincent Trocheck with a blue shirt tally. 41 degrees, clear sky at Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Yeah. BX. I'll be back in the Bronx Friday night. Friday night is my favorite night to go to the Yankee game, so I'll see y'all there. Keith McPherson on the Fan inside the 9 o'clock hour. 3 more hours to go. You got me till 12. 888-808-1019. We're talking everything. We talked a little bit about the Giants in the last hour, sprinkling in some draft conversation. We're always talking about the Yankees. This is the Yankees radio network. And before we went to break, I said I did want to go back to my notes and go back to, how the game ended. I think people make so much about, the blown save. And it wasn't even a blown save. It was just like, it wasn't even a save opportunity. They didn't even have to go to Devin Williams. They wanted to get him the work. They wanted to give him the opportunity. So the way that Devin Williams got in trouble, he was wasting too many bullets. Spencer Torkelson is up, and he gets the first called strike. He gets the second call. He's up in the count, 0-2. And then there's a ball, close but not there, foul, whatever. That ends up being a 9-pitch at bat where Spencer Torkelson walks. You can't walk, guys. I don't care who you are coming out of the bullpen at any time in the game. The first batter you face, you can't walk him on. But then he strikes out the next guy swinging. And then he strikes out the next guy swinging. Okay. So now we have 2 outs with a guy on. You may have forgot the defensive indifference. Spencer Torkelson advances to second. Then Javi Baez comes up swinging the 3rd pitch, which now Devin Williams after that, I don't think the defensive indifference did anything to him, but he's facing Javi Baez. Throw strikes at him. Or, I don't know, make him chase because Javi Baez is known to chase. He's been better. But the first pitch he throws to Javi Baez is the changeup, and it's not close. The second pitch he throws to Javi Baez is the fastball. It's outside. And then he has to throw a strike. Javi Baez swings. It's a single. So then they pinch hit Trey Sweeney, former Yankee, and Trey Sweeney works a walk. And in that count, he's up 0-2 again. Call strike, swinging strike. We're not acting like let's not act like he just walked the ballpark. He just gave it away. And let's not act like he gave away home runs or hard hit contact. He has to get in his rhythm. And what damned him, here we go, wild pitch. Devin Williams throws a wild pitch. Torkelson scores. Javi Baez to 3rd. Trey Sweeney to 2nd. Now you're in trouble. Now you're in a little bit of trouble there, where small ball can kill you. And it does. You got to throw strikes. A single there with 2 outs scores 2 runs. It's 4-3 now. We can't afford to lose this game. Mark Leiter Jr., you come in. 888-808-1019. I'll tell my food poisoning story after the next call. Nobody really wants to hear about it, but of course you do. I know Boomer told his story, and I think a lot of people that can relate to, eating some bad poultry, some bad chicken, some bad pork, some bad wings like Cody Bellinger. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Josh is in Far Rockaway on the Fan. You got it, Josh. Hosting the show, taking calls. How you feeling? Yeah, I said I'm hosting the show, taking calls. How are you feeling? Josh, come on, bro. You all right? You with me? Yeah. Am I not coming through clear? Can you hear me, Nick? Nick is giving me the thumbs up. Okay.
How long do you think they take the long to just start?
I'm gonna put Josh on hold. How long do I think it's gonna take for Juan Soto? I don't know. I don't think there's a Juan Soto problem. Like, I just think maybe it's the weather, maybe it's the pressure. Juan Soto's Juan Soto. He's 26 years old. He's gonna post. There's gonna be a week where I'm on the fan and I'm like, remember I told you this week that he's in a home run every day? It's Thursday. He's got 3 homers already. This is Juan Soto. This is what he does. He'll have a 3-homer game. He'll have a 2-homer game. He'll win you some games. Not every game. Not every game. I don't know if Josh is still there, but I'll tell my story now. So Cody Bellinger today came out and said he's not going to eat wings for 5 years. I was on last night, and some Yankees fans were running with the post that he put out, where on his Instagram, he put out round 2, and it was a fresh batch of wings. And if you heard me late last night, I'm like, I don't know if he was trolling. I think he was trolling. He was. It's confirmed. Because I'm like, I wouldn't go back for some other wings. And also in the picture, I didn't see his hand. I didn't see his face. It was just a picture of some wings. He could have got it from Google Images to try and be funny. Supposedly, the wings were room service. Oh, I'm sure the Yankees investigated that and checked on that, right? Because, like, these guys should be able to get room service. One, they're Yankees. They're famous. They're not going to just walk out into the street of Detroit when they get hungry and try and find something to eat on the street. So you get room service feeling like, and you know the Yankees stay at nice hotels. I've never been to Detroit. I have no idea where they stay out there. But that's tough that the room service wings got you. In 2014, I was staying in New York, 90 Thompson Street, working in the MLB fan cave at 692 Broadway. And the first week of the season, we were here before the season started, before the season kicked off. Shout out to my boy DJ DC. I forget where he either knew the DJ or whatever club it was. I go to the club, we get some drinks, we party. And then after the club, we're on the street and we go to a random halal truck. I don't know what street it was. I don't know where it was. I don't know why I thought it was cool to go get some chicken over rice with some white sauce at like 3 a.m. Crushed that, went to bed. Then Nick is nodding his head like, I've done the same thing. Like, that street meat, you're drunk. It's 3 a.m. Them damn things, those things damn near glow in the street for a while, bro. It was like that thing was glowing in the street. So that was, let's say, 3 a.m. The next day, we had a photo shoot at the cave. It was for the TV show Off the Bat that shot there, and it was like Fat Joe, Melanie Iglesias, Chris DiStefano, and Sway. They were the hosts. They came to take pictures, promo pictures with the fan cave dwellers, they called us. I made it through the photo shoot, and I remember, shout out to Ann Osi. She saw my face. She's like, you look like you're turning green. Like the feeling within 12 hours that came over me, I ended up calling Ralph downstairs. Ralph. And I had to, luckily there were no games on because the whole premise of the fan cave was like, these fans watch all the games here. They can't leave. I left. And I remember that night, the whole gang went out to party. It was one of our last nights to party before the season kicked off. And I was like stuck in my apartment, going back and forth between the bathroom and the bed. And I don't have to get into any further details than that. Like, couldn't lay down without being like, oh, gotta get up. Could not, like, it was a struggle. It was the worst. I would not wish it on my worst enemy. It went on through the night, I think, until 24 hours. And I was like, wow, I can't imagine what Montezuma's revenge is like. I can't imagine what it's just, and you don't know when it's coming, but when it's under you, you try to flush it out. I remember some of the homies bringing me Gatorade and like Pepto. I'm like, this is not going to do it, fellas. It's got to run its course. But nope. Bellinger said it's been 5 years since it's going to be 5 years before he has some wings again. It's been 11 years since I've gone to one of those food carts. I've hit halal guys in Yankee Stadium, and I've gone to the like actual like restaurants that they have. But as far as going to a random truck in New York City that's just camped out on one of the corners, never again.
Type of guy, you can't just go to any random place that you see. You have to know the guy, have been there a few times. Another thing to watch for is make sure that they have their grade up there, the rating. That they have like.
No, I don't gotta watch for any. I'm not. It's not an option anymore. Yeah, I used to have when I worked at Rock Nation, which was at like 1411 Broadway. I used to take my lunch break at Bryant Park, and there was this like $7 Chinese truck where you could get chicken teriyaki over white rice for $7. I used to hit that all the time. That's all I could really afford. It was good. And I made like friends with the guy there. $10, yeah.
Yeah, it's a deal. You get the free soda, and you're like, all right, that's a good deal.
It's not a good deal when you're if you don't pay for it, then you'll pay for it later. 888-808-1019. Avi is in Jackson on the fan. What's up, man?
Hey, Will, peace. Great show as always. I want Yankees with torpedo bats. I think that they've been hitting the ball a lot, and it's very good. But let's say, how do you think about that become illegal?
You're breaking up a little bit, but I could hear you enough. The bats aren't illegal. I think people just ran with the narrative because it's the Yankees and they want to say the Yankees are cheating. What were they saying these last couple games in Detroit? The torpedo bats don't work in freezing temps. Like, the bats are legal. And you know what? Manfred came out and backed it. And the first thing I said was, this is good for baseball. The first thing I said is, people are talking about baseball. National sports shows on TV and elsewhere that never talk about baseball, they have something to talk about, with the Yankees. And yeah, Manfred came out, and the first thing he said was the torpedo bats are absolutely good for baseball. And he said the bats comply with the rules. Players have actually been moving the sweet spot around in the bat for years. It's just because it's the Yankees, because they hit 9 home runs, they scored 20 runs, and you got flashy guys like Jazz using them, and Volpe, who you have Dave Portnoy from Barstool saying he's a terrible hitter. Now he's a good hitter. They made a bat for this kid. Like, he gassed the whole situation.
Yeah, he's about the pitching. I think today Max Fried was insane. Guys, very good that Luis Steele's out and Garrett Cole. I think that was good. He stepped up a lot and he showed a good performance. Then Devin Williams, I'm fine with it because I know he's going to get the rhythm. He is a good pitcher, and everybody thinks that, he makes one bad mistake and there goes, he sucks. No, everybody's going to have that bad game. It's fine. He's got to get into the rhythm.
Thank you, Avi. Thank you for the call. Yeah. Pitchers have to warm up. If it's cold, you don't get properly warmed up. Pitchers have to fight the umpire strike zone. There are borderline calls that sometimes don't go your way. He has to get in the rhythm of throwing his fastball and throwing the changeup where they look the same. And he's got to throw them in the zone and let the defense do what they got to do behind him and not be worried about giving up home runs, not be worried about trying to, nibble or like paint no, throw it in the zone, man. You've got stuff that these guys can't do anything with. So I'm not so worried about Devin Williams. It's going to get warmer, and he's going to get into more of a flow and more of a rhythm. The Yankees hopefully are in more games where it's not 5-0, so you can't use them, or they're not blowing a team out where you don't use them. Like, when he is consistently throwing, like, I want to get to the point where he's consistently throwing where he's not available and we do use Luke Weaver, or somebody else, whoever it might be, Mark Leiter Jr., or I don't know, Ian Hamilton, or Jonathan Loaisiga when Loaisiga gets back. Like, this is much about nothing. All it is two things. This is why it's compounded. The beard thing, which that's one of the first things I said on the radio tonight before I even opened my MacBook notes, and I'm like, the beard has nothing to do with it. The Yankees needed to remove that policy. It's removed, and it has nothing to do with his performance. He is not up there thinking, oh, man, I've got the weight of the beard policy on me. I've got to pitch. The beard has nothing to do with it, but it's compounded. And then also, it's a rhythm, like he said. This guy did not pitch in every spring training game because he is a closer. He's got to be put in high leverage situations to get a feel. And then his regular season got started. He got booed. It's not a great start, but he did get out of it. They did win. And then he went on paternity leave the second series. So his regular season got interrupted. His next outing, he's got to pop out with Manfred's man on second, which, like I've been saying from the jump, it's fake baseball. It sucks. It's stupid. You know it's stupid. I know it's stupid because they don't do it in the postseason. It's anti-baseball. If you're a baseball fan, I always used to say, until they kick us out, I'm going to the game. I'm not in a rush. I don't care if this is a 19-inning game. Good for me. I'll be able to say I saw a 19-inning game. We'll never see one. These games go 11, 12 innings max because Manfred and company decided, listen, let's cheat the game a little bit. How about a ghost runner? How about we give him one? Like, this is baseball. Where the hell did that guy come from? And like, the whole strategy is different. Who are you going to put there? A fast guy? Who are you going to take out of the lineup to put there? Or who are you going to take out of the bench to put there as you keep going? It's so stupid. It's new baseball. It's fake baseball. And I wish they would do away with it, but they're not, because they like the fact that like the pitch clock and the ghost runner have made it so that these games, they never go 4 hours. They never go deep into extra innings. You'll never hear the complaint about, oh, baseball is long and boring. So Devin Williams had to deal with that. And then he comes out there today. The team is fighting the sweep. He's got a 4-run lead. But like I said, he was up in the counts. He had 2 outs. People were acting like he didn't get an out. People were acting like he just gave it away. Like he gave up a 3-run bomb or something. No, it's baseball. And shout out to the Tigers. They're scrappy. I knew they would be scrappy. I knew that they were going to fight. And they took the series from the Yankees like they did last year when we didn't see them coming in August. And then they went on to do what? Actually go on a run to make the postseason and knock off the Astros, something the Yankees haven't been able to do. So, like, talk about that too. Your opponent, your competitors, give them some credit too. 888-808-1019. Dave is on the fan in New Haven.
What's up, man? How you doing, my brother?
Good. How are you? Thank you.
Good. Thoughts on Shador in New York, and what's the acrimony about him coming here?
And he's dropping. They're talking about him visiting with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're picking 21. The Saints potentially. There's just been so much about him in the negative, and this is what happens. I still think he's going to be a solid quarterback. Even with his pro day, they made so much about him patting the ball. I haven't spoken on that. That's a rhythm thing. I wasn't a ball patter, but like I've seen a lot of guys that just it's a rhythm thing. It's just if you have a strong enough arm and you read a defense and you can put the ball there, patting the ball isn't something that. And I think it was the guy Cisco from the Jets that started all of that. And I remember Andre Cisco getting cooked by the Jets when he was with the Jaguars, but that's that was for another time.
I agree with you. The negative press and everything is killing his job.
It's Deion's kid. They as much negative press as they try to hit Deion with, you knew they were going to do that to his kid. But I think there's going to be a silver lining for him. He's going to fall to a team that really wants him. He's going to fall to a team that he's going to get a shot. He's not going to get a shot with the Giants. He's not beating out Russell Wilson. He's not beating out Jameis Winston. He'd be glued to the bench, and that'd be a waste of a 3rd overall pick when you need to win now.
Well, that's why I disagree.
Okay.
Right? Because whatever quarterback comes that we draft needs to sit on the bench for a year. It's proven. And I'll give you an example. The Green Bay Packers have had how many quarterbacks in the last 30 years?
2, not 3. I'm going to give you Favre, Rodgers, Love now.
Exactly. And all those guys turn out to be good quarterbacks because they sit, they watch, they learn, and they develop. And Shador is standing to sit and develop and learn from Russell and
Shador wants to play. I think he wants a chance to play. And you're right, though. These guys do need to, get some seasoning and not be rushed out there. But this Giants regime, they don't like. Why would you draft Shador Sanders and then you win 4 games and then you're gone anyway? And it's a new regime coming in with Shador Sanders.
I think it's going to be a shame that they don't draft him. But whoever they draft at 3, if it's Hunter, if it's the kid from Penn State, fine. But I think they're missing out on the generational talent that can be productive over the years. And when I say over the years, in 54, I watched Steve Young sit behind Montana. I watched Eddie White sit behind Staubach. I watched Patrick Mahomes sit behind Alex Smith. And the list can go on and on and on and on and on. You can build a quarterback by sitting him and letting him run. That's my whole point.
Thanks for the call, Dave. You can do that when you are winning. You can do that when you have a proven quarterback in front of him. You have 2 quarterbacks coming into the building for the first time, and we don't know what they're going to be. You know, like we love to use the example of Green Bay, but who else has effectively done it? I guess you can look at the Eagles with Jalen Hurts, them drafting Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz, and he didn't have to play immediately. Worked out pretty good. Obviously, Jalen Hurts fell. I'm trying to think. I mean, and the Mahomes thing, I don't even like the Mahomes thing. Yes, he sat a year behind Alex Smith, and then he became Patrick Mahomes. But like he's Patrick Mahomes, it's just different. Like just watch how he plays. He's not your regular quarterback. Like we're watching CJ Stroud come into the league and be able to play right away. We're watching Jaden Daniels come in and get to the NFC Championship, be able to play Rookie of the Year right away. It's so much about situation as well. Head coach, having an offensive line, having some weapons. The Giants have far too many holes, and like they just need competent quarterback play. They need quarterbacks that can read defenses and aren't afraid to throw the ball downfield. Hello, that's why you got Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. One, I think, is past his prime completely in Russell Wilson. And the other one, these are the last years he's got left himself. And if Brian Daboll can coach the turnovers out of him, like I think, where's the scenario that famous Jameis is just so compelling, and also comes here and taps in with Fox Sports. Maybe Craig Carton gets him on Breakfast Ball. Because, you know, Fox Sports, they're the ones that handed him the microphone down there in New Orleans. So you know he's going to tap back in with them in the big city. What's the scenario that, like, him at age 30, 31 versus Russ at 36, 37? What if the team likes Jameis and his personality better? What if Malik Neighbors likes the way the football comes out of his hand better? What if Russ is too much of a dad and too washed, and some of his corny stuff and gimmicks or whatever does not connect? What if Jameis is the guy? I don't know. But I don't think you go wrong having both of those guys in their experience in the building. Super Bowl winner, former number 1 overall pick, a guy that threw 30 touchdowns as well as 30 picks. You know, guys that have been in different cities and divisions. Like now you're looking at Jameis. He's been in the NFC South. He's been in the AFC North. He beat Russell Wilson in the AFC North. Russell Wilson now has been in the AFC North, the West, the NFC West. Like they bring a ton of knowledge and experience in the game. I think it's only going to be good. It's going to be way different than Daniel Jones from Duke that came in and was just Daniel Jones from Duke for years with multiple different coordinators and head coaches and systems. And really, once he didn't have Saquon with him, mistake, like you paid a guy and then in theory you told the world that you're not, you know, paying a $40 million quarterback to hand off to a $13 million running back. Well, you should have. A good running back is a quarterback's best friend. That quarterback is not as confident and not as good with Devin Singletary. 888-808-1019. Michael in New Fairfield on the Fan next. What's up, man?
Hey, Keith, good to talk to you. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm, hanging out, taking some calls on the Giants and the Yankees and the Mets and maybe the Knicks.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the Yankees for a minute. I mean, I breathed a sigh of relief after that game. I mean, after the 4-0 lead, that was good. And then it became 4-3, and then the Yankees won. But I agree with you. I think Williams has had a bit of an up and down couple weeks, with being on a new team and having to go with paternity. So I'm just hoping that's the case. I just hope he can, right his ship and just be as dumb as he was in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and if he sucks, they'll move him off of the closer spot like they moved Clay Holmes off the closer spot. But if they gave Clay Holmes the opportunity to blow 14 saves, they're going to give Devin Williams the opportunity. He hasn't blown a save. Like they're going to give him the opportunity to keep figuring it out.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, I'm just glad that we were through the close game, so that's why I'm not really. And also the debate, I'm not freaking out yet, but I'm just glad
Right.
Weaver has proven he can close the game. So I'm not gonna freak out yet. But.
Yep, no reason to freak out. It's just slightly disappointing, and that's why I say it's compounded. You traded for this guy; he's the number one reliever in baseball that they ranked or whatever, and he hasn't lived up to the hype. And then also the beard stuff just adds another layer of like, well, they changed the beard policy for this bum. It's like, please, like, leave that out.
That's a non-factor. It's just that's crazy, but I mean, people are gonna harp on what they harp. Thanks, you.
Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. People are going to, of course, point to that. This is the guy. Oh, this guy made a big fuss about his beard. No, he didn't make a big fuss about his beard. When asked about it, he was honest about it. And he's not thinking about his beard when he's on the mound trying to get guys out. He wasn't able to get guys out. He got 2 guys out. He wasn't able to get the last out. He struck a guy out, but then he missed and a couple singles. And, next thing you know, defensive indifference. And, yeah. I don't know. I don't care. All I cared about was they won. All I cared about was multiple hits from Goldie, from Rice, from Cabrera. They found a way. Never say die. Also, never easy Yankees. But all in all, they come back 3-3 from the first road trip. They have the day off. It's a happy flight. And, they'll be tested against the San Francisco Giants in the Bronx, but they'll get back to their own beds, families, significant others. They'll get back to the ballpark. Let's take a look at the weather here before we go to the next break, too. Because I want to go to the game, but it's going to rain. It's supposed to rain all weekend. We got a 90% chance of rain on Friday. So that game, who knows? That game might get pushed. And then I don't know how much of a doubleheader is going to be in play. We got 95% chance of rain in the Bronx on Saturday. 60% chance on Sunday. Again, that's why I say you're making a big fuss about an April 9th game. In the future, we're not even going to be playing baseball on April 9th. 888-808-1019. They're going to shorten the season, and they're going to forego all of this rainouts and moving game times because it's too cold in places like Michigan and New York. They're just going to say, all right, we'll start in May, and spring training will start later. I'm fine with it. I've gotten over it. After the lockout in 2021, 2022, where we were all saying, no, 162 games. They got to play 162 games. I just kind of gotten around. They've changed the game so much. Like we act like baseball is just like so sacred that it can't be. It has to change. It has to evolve. And it's every day. They play more games than anybody else. If they shorten the season to, 132 games, whatever. If they shorten the season to 138 games, whatever, yo. History will change, sure. But like history changed in the NFL. And people just try and overlook it. Oh, look at how many receptions or this record was broken. I was like, yeah, well, they get an extra week. Yeah, whatever. Never mind that. Never mind that. I mean, I had a caller say that Steve Cohen should build the dome. When? By the time Steve Cohen builds the dome, they're going to shorten the season when you're not going to necessarily need the dome. Now, I understand the angle about in the winter, bringing concerts there and some other stuff. But if Steve Cohen was to try to fight to get a dome over Citi Field, it would take so long. We're already in 2025. Let's say it takes 5 years. 2030. They might realign and they might shorten the season by 2029. They're like, oh, well, we don't really need this. But it's still going to rain, so I guess it could help with the rain. Having a retractable roof. It's funny. The Mets started the season going on a tour of, 2 retractable roof stadiums where I'm like, Steve's got to be thinking, right? You go to Minute Maid Park, which I see now they're auctioning off the sign, the Minute Maid Park sign. Now it's Dakin Park. I don't know. And then Lone Depot Park, formerly Marlins Park, retractable roof down there in Miami. You got to see that place. Where else do they have a retractable? Miller Park or American Family Field at Miller Park. I don't know what they call it out there in Milwaukee now. I've been there. The names have changed. Now I'm putting myself through trivia. There's one more place that has a retractable roof, right? I don't know. I'll think about it, but we got to take another call. Bob is in Jackson. Bob, you're on the fan.
Yeah, what's up? I want to talk about the Mets.
The Rogers Center in Toronto, Canada. That's a retractable roof. Go on.
Yellow?
Yeah, sorry. It came to me, the other ballpark that has a retractable roof.
I gotcha. I want to talk about the Mets offense, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is Brett Brady and Tyler Taylor still in this New York lineup? These guys stink.
Well, he's gotten to the age where they gotta make a decision on him. They gotta figure it out. And I think what they're gonna do here is give him at least a month or two. McNeil's gonna come back, and then they might cut his at bats, but they've overcome it. They've been able to win 8 games despite him being quadruple A and not beating the allegations of being a quadruple A player. He's struggling, but Carlos Mendoza is in the post game backing him, saying he's got to fight through it. They're testing him right now. They want to see if he comes through. Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
Well, listen, Keith, these 8 wins are from pitching. The bottom half of the order stinks.
Yeah, well, like you have Hayden Sanger going right now. That's your 3rd string catcher. Any night it's Tyrone Taylor or Jose Siri. Those guys, like you needed Jose Siri's speed. He's helped you win some games here. Brett Beatty, Vientos, they're young guys. They're struggling. Beatty is what, 24 going on 25? He's 25. And then Vientos is another young guy, 23, 24, about to be 25. They're finding out what they have. He's 25. So these are 2 25-year-old kids that they want to find out. Are these guys big leaguers? They're not minor leaguers. They shouldn't be at age 25, right? They're trying to find out what they have in these guys. That's why they didn't bring back Iglesias. That's why, they did sign Nick Madrigal, but he got hurt. You kind of want to see Acuna get a more of an opportunity. I just think he's more athletic and exciting than Brett Beatty. But they're gonna keep running these guys out there for at least the first month of the season to see if they come through, if they pass the test.
Right. And do you think Brandon Nimmo should keep on playing the cleanup spot?
I would just wouldn't mess around with where Alonso's hitting right now. If you want to drop Nimmo, maybe, but I wouldn't move Alonso to the cleanup spot. I'd leave him right there behind Soto in the 3rd spot. He's come up fine, and I think Nimmo is gonna. Well, we got to just get to warm weather. They say you're not even supposed to really judge these teams till Memorial Day. Thanks for the call, Bob. 888-808-1019. I know the sight of Brett Beatty pains y'all. I know just watching the Brett Beatty at bat is like, get this guy off my screen, get this guy off my team. But they're not going to treat him like that. Juan Soto bought him a black Chevy Tahoe. Maybe he needs his number. Maybe that zapped his aura. Maybe he needs the deuce. Juan Soto, you got to give him the 22 back. 7's not doing it, bro. Brett Beatty needs the 22. He needs the 22 that he homered with his first at bat in 2022. That's it right there. I just figured it out. I gotta follow up and get that message to Juan Soto and Brett Beatty. It's all in the number. It's all in the swag. Look at this. With 9 minutes to go, Dallas storms back. Clay Holmes makes a shot. It's 87-85. Mavericks over Lakers. Luka, I guess, cooled off from the quick 11 points that he had. I got to check that box score. I had it up, but I've got 20 tabs open. I was trying to figure out the other retractable roofs, and I've been to these places. T-Mobile Park in Seattle, been there. Chase Field in Arizona, been there. I forgot that Globe Life, the new spot in Texas, they have a retractable roof as well. They exist across Major League Baseball. I just don't think they're going to exist here in New York. And by the time they were able to potentially put one up in New York, the Yankees ain't doing it. And if Steve Cohen tried to push for it, they're going to start the season around May 1st, Cinco de Mayo, in the next 5 years or whatever, just to kind of skip through all of this. Rain delays, postponements, first pitch time changes. It'd be pointless. All right, we got a break here. Let's break here. I see a call coming in to talk G-Men. So we'll continue. We'll do the G-Men. We'll do a little bit more Jets conversation. How about that? I'll sprinkle in some Jets conversation. Yeah. When we come back, we'll do Tell Me Something Cool. If you haven't caught my Tell Me Something Cool segment that I used to do with John and Susan, I've brought it back to my own show. I'll tell you a couple cool things when we come back from this quick break. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB. All right, so can you check in the system if the Tell Me Something Cool drop is in there? I tried to have Riscona do it yesterday. I'll check it out. Chad, I'm working, yo. Rice, baby. That ball is cooked. Ben Rice. Let him cook. Ben, what up, yo? Speaking of Ben, what up, Ben? They never got food poisoning when George Costanza was. You might be on to something. What up, Hector? It should be Lindor, Vientos, Soto, Pete. Why would you put Vientos? Why would you give Vientos that many more at bats? Hell no. Hell no. All right, let me see if I can send my producer something. All right, I'll be right back. Yep. Hey, John. Love it when you say that. Tell me something cool. Tonight on Tell Me Something Cool, I got to tell you something cool about the Jets and maybe who they're going to draft first overall. Tyler Warren. Yeah, the best tight end in the country coming out of Penn State. Something cool about him, he wears number 44 because his dad showed him highlights of John Riggins wearing number 44 and said, that's who you need to run like when you get the ball in your hands. Well, universe never unconnects. John Riggins was drafted by the New York Jets in the first round with the 6th overall pick in 1971. The Jets now have the 7th overall pick and could do something really cool by drafting Tyler Warren and putting that number 44 on him. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Just some other things with the Jets. Like I was just in the weeds of like draft coverage and stuff. And I've been using a lot of AI. Like everything now has AI on it. Google, Twitter, obviously, Chat GPT. And there was something I was reading. The New York Jets are reportedly infatuated with Tyler Warren at tight end, the tight end from Penn State, and they're considering taking him. And I was talking last night about how last year, all the rumors were Brock Bowers, even the day of. And then they went with Olu Fashanu, and I think that was the right move because obviously Tyron Smith, and you know what happened last year. And, Fashanu, I think, is going to be around for a long time. Another kid out of Penn State. So why not follow up this year, Jets? If anybody from the Jets, Jets can hear me, why not follow up this year after you saw how dominant Brock Bowers was last year? Follow up with another kid out of Penn State. They definitely know each other. And get your tight end of the future in Tyler Warren. 888-808-1019. The universe never unconnects. The writing is on the wall. It's all there from the John Riggins pick in 1971. The kid's dad telling him wear number 44. It's his destiny. It's his destiny. Now let's talk about the X's and O's of it. You have Justin Fields coming in. Now this guy's going to be way better than Cole Kmet was or Pat Freiermuth. But like he is a safety blanket for Justin Fields. He's a big target. He's also going to be able to stay in and block sometimes, right? So instead of drafting Armand Membu, to block, draft this big tight end. This dude is like 6'5", 260. Draft this big tight end that can help you block and also catch the rock bars. I just think that's the move. I think if the Jets don't take him at 7, Carolina definitely could take him at 8. And I know they have other needs, but like in the mock draft, a lot of mock drafts had the Jets taking Teteroa McMillan out of Arizona. I don't necessarily think that they're going to go that way because you have your number 1 and it's going to be Garrett Wilson. And I don't know how much you're going to be throwing the ball with Justin Fields right out of the gate. I think there's going to be a heavy emphasis on the run. You've already heard Aaron Glenn talk about the 3-headed monster. There's even some rumors that they might trade Breece Hall. But, Aaron Glenn has talked about the 3-headed monster in the backfield. And you have 3 young backs in Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, and Isaiah Davis. Use them all. They're all different. And then when you add Justin Fields' legs, you have 4 running backs potentially. And not to take away from Justin Fields throwing the ball. I hated as soon as he was signed, all you heard on WFA was, he can't throw. He can't throw the ball. He can't throw. Yeah, he can throw. You're gonna find out pretty soon that he can throw the football. He can make every throw. He's got to make every read and be accurate and on time. You know what helps you be accurate and on time? A big-ass target like Tyler Warren, 6'5.5", 256, running up the seam where you can just loft the ball to him. No, I see something there. Teteroa McMillan, I understand not going to get him because he might be somebody's number 1 or, he might be someone's number 2 in a pass-happy offense, and maybe this isn't a pass-happy offense. But to me, Tyler Warren makes a ton of sense for all the reasons I just laid out. You passed on Brock Bowers last year. Brock Bowers was balling with Gardner Minshew, Aiden O'Connell, and Desmond Ridder. Broke records, set records. And he was balling harder than Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors also had to do that with Drew Lock and Tim Boyle. But you pass on Brock Bowers. Tyler Conklin leaves. He's with the Chargers. And I wouldn't even, that's irrelevant. It's just a tight end. He's not like Tyler Warren's going to be. If you saw Tyler Warren in the bowl game, the catches he made, man, like in the end zone, he's just a huge target. I just think it's right there for the taking. You add him, and I think he's the type of guy that Glenn is looking for. He's like a, blue collar, lunch pail type of guy that's going to come in and work and be a beast in the weight room, a beast on the field, set the tone. He's going to hit and he's going to block. And I think that's the type of, like, you got to draft somebody that's going to make an impact right away. Okay, maybe this kid out of Missouri at tackle will make an impact, but I feel like you can plug somebody else in there. And you drafted tackle last year. The Jets fans don't want to go back-to-back years drafting a tackle. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to speak for the Jets fans. Jets fans, call me up. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the phone. Bobby is in Belmore on the Fan. Bobby, you got it. Hey, they drafted Sam Laporta, and Sam Laporta has been one of the better tight ends in the league. They didn't draft him in the first round, but like him coming out of the Big Ten, he's been super solid and a weapon. They should get a tight end. It's important, especially in that offense.
They really need it. And just one quick, before I get to the baseball quickly, you Ovechkin, I apologize for it on hockey. I know you don't want to do that. But Gretzky mentioned that, Ovechkin and Gretzky played the same amount of games, which was incredible when he broke the record. He probably
Oh, wow. No, I did not catch that. That's crazy.
amount of games than when he broke the record, yeah. And it was like 1457, something like that. And also Gretzky, did you see Gretzky's speech? After he broke it?
Yeah.
That he was put in a National Coliseum because he went down and used to do that. And before the 84 Cup Game 1, the Islanders beat them 10 straight times. And that Game 1, 84 finals, they won 1-0. They beat the Islanders in their own game in the Coliseum, and Grant Field stood on his head. And, and that probably was the turning point of our whole series and turned, started the Edmonton dynasty in that Game 184 final. But the Islanders won Game 2, and if it was 2-0, who knows what would have happened. I'm not saying, the Islanders were broken down, but that was a big game. Anyway, I want to get to the baseball. I spoke to you when they got Williams. And everyone said, it's Mario Rivera, he did the same thing in 97, gave the home run. But you don't know how that's going to play out. And Holmes, he's starting right off pitching terrible Williams. And eventually, Holmes didn't start pitching barely till the second, towards the end of the second half. And they might have to put this guy, this could be, they might have to put this guy from Weaver back in.
But he's not pitching terrible. He got 2 outs. Yeah, but there's nuance in that. We can't leave out certain things. Some pitches missed. There were some walks. There were some singles. It's not like he's loading the bases up and giving up a 3-run bomb. And not getting anybody out. He had 2 outs. He was up in the counts. He's gonna get there. He's gonna get there. I think we're just making a lot out of it because of all of the hype. Network makes him the #1 reliever in the offseason. He's got a nickname like the Airbender, and then he is now the poster child for the Yankees beard policy removal. So you expect this guy to be Mariano Rivera. Newsflash to everyone listening: there will never be another one.
I was saying that because he gave, Mariano did it in 97. Why can't he, he did the same. But you don't know how a pitch like that affects a player the following year. Remember Moore from the Angels? He was never the same. You don't know how.
He's in a contract year. He's going to ball out. He just needs some time. Thanks for the call, Bobby. Like we make what is the phrase? Mountain hill out of them. I don't even know the term because I don't be doing that. Make a mountain hill out of a mole, something like that. Mole hill out of a mountain hill, anthill. It's like this is snowballing into. He's pitching terrible. He's not pitching terrible. I just broke down his 3 outings, and it's 3 outings. We're 2 weeks into the season. The guy left to have a kid. I'm not throwing the guy away because you know what? I will be in the stadium like PC Richardson. Let's go. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Start spreading the news. Like I'm not throwing away a reliever like that. I cannot. And I don't care about the beard policy, and I don't care about all the other stuff. Like, all I care is that he gets right. I've seen him pitch. This guy was an all-star. This guy wasn't he rookie of the year? Like, I can't throw him away. I can't discard him because he's making an adjustment to being in New York, being a Yankee. This kid was born in Missouri. He played for the Milwaukee Brewers. It's so much different. You guys are wondering why Mikal Bridges can't adjust just taking the train from Flatbush and Atlantic up to the 33rd. He gets up at 34th. He's a different player. It is an adjustment. It is an adjustment. Let him adjust. Let him work on it. Let it get warm. Let him get some time. I'm not throwing away a guy that, like, okay, there's no Mariano, but like this guy's been nails. He's been lights out. That's why he didn't name the pitch the airbender. It became that. Let him work on it. Let him get his fastball command down. And when the fastball is coming out of the hand like the changeup and guys aren't hitting it, like that's going to be closing the door for the Yankees. And if he can't get it done, then make him the setup guy. You know you have Luke Weaver. But I can't go off of 2 weeks of baseball where he's made 3 appearances. And I just broke down to you what happened today. A runner advances on defensive indifference. Like now we're getting too deep in the weeds on things. They won the game. He didn't blow the save. He took the loss in extra innings with Manfred's man on second in Pittsburgh. He got booed off the mound in Yankee Stadium, but he won. He threw 36 pitches. He got it done. Fought through the boos. Let him go through this. Let him experience this. He's going to come out on the other side. 888-808-1019. SY in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, man?
Yeah, hello, Keith. Really enjoyed the show.
Thanks. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, just thank you for calling in. You said you enjoyed the show and you took it a step further to call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so about the Mets rotation, I'm really getting trolled on the MLB chats that I'm on. But do you think the Mets really need another piece in the rotation?
Absolutely. They have help on the way, and they need to add at the deadline if they think that they're going to actually contend in the National League. Absolutely. With these lineups in the National League, like I'm not trying to minimize the Marlins and the Blue Jays. They absolutely need somebody else, because I don't know. Like you saw Tyler McGill start off great. He had like a 0.79 ERA, and then he got a little bit today. Like I don't know how long it's going to last for Senga. How long is he going to stay healthy? I don't know how long it's going to last for Griffin Canning. I don't know how long it's going to last for David Peterson. Even though I do have a lot of faith in David Peterson being David Peterson that we saw last year. Montas is coming back, but like when? Manaea is coming back, but he already had a setback. Like yes, yeah, I think you need another guy. Clay Holmes. Let me not leave out Clay Holmes. I think Clay Holmes with the 10 strikeouts, like that is going to be a big boost of confidence for Clay Holmes to get back to what we were seeing in the spring. It's going to warm up. These guys are going to be fine, but I don't think that they have enough of a rotation to go toe-to-toe in the postseason. And this won't be the rotation in the postseason. We're 2 weeks in.
You think it might be better to go for a bullpen piece by the deadline, like the top bullpen and like a regular starter?
It depends who's available, and it depends. David Stearns knows. David Stearns is all-knowing when it comes to building a bullpen and knowing what you're going to need. But right now, I feel like you got all you need. AJ Minter has been good. Ryan Stanek has been good. You've been getting use out of Danny Young, Jose Buto, Edwin Diaz, whatever. Like, and not going to be perfect, but like you Huascar Brazoban in the beginning of the first couple outings, great. He got rocked 2 days ago, but so what? These guys they're winning games. Their bullpen, I think, is better than it's been in years. They've got more than enough guys. Did I not mention Max Kranick? Living the dream. Reed Garrett. I didn't even mention Reed Garrett. They've got a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're looking to add an arm at the deadline, but you add what you can add. You add what's available and what's going to help the team. Maybe one of these guys tapers off a bit. We saw Reed Garrett taper off a bit last year. Maybe he doesn't hold. But as far as the starting rotation goes, with Clay Holmes, with Senga, Peterson, Griffin Canning, McGill, yeah, I think Sean Manaea is a welcome addition whenever he's ready. And I also think that if they're serious about contending and making a push for the World Series, because that's the bar now. It's National League Championship Series, World Series. then they'll be calling the Marlins about Sandy Alcantara. Thanks for the call, SY. 888-808-1019. It's 10 o'clock. We have to break. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the out-of-town scores. Actually, I'll save that for later because we got to make sure, these games. It's Thursday. Is it Thursday today? No, it's Wednesday. Some of these games are still in progress. There's still 3 games in progress. So I'll wait till we get a little later in the night, maybe closer to 11 o'clock hour. But I still have to do the big shot of the night at 11. So more of your calls, more conversation on the Knicks, on the Jets, on the Giants, and, of course, the Mets and the Yankees. Keith McPherson on The Fan. We'll be right back. The Rangers lose? Rangers just went down 5-4. Devils about to clinch. What's up, man?
So who's the guy for Yankee tickets this year? Is it Greg?
No.
Yeah. Or was it not?
Kid's name is Aiden.
Aiden?
Yeah, let me look because I actually got to check with him. I checked with him on Monday. This is his name. Janusis?
A-I-D-E-N? A-N? Or E-N?
A-I-D-A-N. Jan.
Okay.
Usis. Yeah.
Cool. Last year was like Greg or something, right? Towards the end of the year. Greg Nichols? I remember that.
Right. Yeah, it was Greg.
You told me about him because you said they always change him up, right?
Yeah, because they don't want people knowing. But, you guys should have access to the tickets. All right. Let's get back to where we are with everything. I got to close out some of these tabs. 1. And I got to get back to the chat 2. Scores. Standings. Update coming. In the chat, what we talking about? A couple of Brett Beatty's in the chat. Struggling with the Mets, yes. Brett Beatty and Danny Young just suck. Everybody's not going to be an all-star. Luka got that 45 on the Mavs. He's clowning Nico. Did he drop 45 on them? Sheesh. That's tough. 45 points. That's tough. That is tough. But that's the script, right? The Lakers are about to win, and he's the leading scorer, and he's the star of the game, and that's what was supposed to happen. Like LeBron James' son is in the game. It's over. I still see JJ Redick as their coach, and I forget he's their coach. I'm like, what the hell is JJ Redick doing? He's in street clothes.
You think he's Udonis Haslem?
He's at the end of the bench. I'm like, well, why is he with the Lakers?
Moral support. Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, Max Fried, a glimpse as to why the Yankees gave him $218 million this offseason, struck out 11 over 7 scoreless, helped the Yankees snap a 3-game skid with a 4-3 win over the Tigers. Ben Rice, 2-run shot. Aaron Judge, 2-run single, but it wasn't all great. Devin Williams continues to struggle. 3 runs, got just 2 outs, needed Mark Leiter Jr. to clean up his mess in the 9th. Marlins, they blanked the Mets 5-0, snaps their 6-game win streak. Tyler McGill gave up 2 runs, just 4 innings, though, with 3 walks. And the Flyers, a 6-4 lead on the Rangers, still under 4 minutes left in the 3rd period. 42 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
What is a scuttlebutt? Like, I hear that and I cringe. What is a scuttlebutt, yo? Is it? I wouldn't know. I'm always asleep during the morning show. I've never heard him say that. That's a geo-branded term then, scuttlebutt. It's like a tidbit. I don't know. When I hear scuttlebutt, I'm like, ugh, chill, y'all. Relax with that. Don't say that. Yeah, I don't have any scuttlebutts for y'all, though. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 2 hours to go. Let's get back to the show. What a movie. This is the script that the NBA had in mind. The Lakers win. And, of course, Luka Doncic in his return home gets the last laugh. And you see AD and Luka embracing right now. Where is Nico Harrison? Where's he at? When are they going to have him and Luka embrace? You know, earlier I said the NBA thrives off of these storylines, these narratives. All eyes on Luka in there. This is amazing to see. Of course, he goes back. He drops 45. Let's get the actual box score up here. Because we all knew this. Even I took the call from Jonathan in Los Angeles, who's a Lakers fan. I mean, if you were betting, it probably was, Patrick Mahomes is there. Of course he is. Accompanied by Brittany Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes cut off the signature of, like, Mahomes Frohawk. He moving different after the Eagles humbled his ass. No three-peat. Anyway, Luka Doncic is 16-28 for 45 points. How many 3 balls did he knock down? 7 out of 10 from deep. 6 of 9 free throws. He adds 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals. I thought he was fat. I thought he wasn't in good shape. I thought he was Luka Doncic. He was a plus 26 tonight. Movie. You love to see it. Now, let's take a look at the NBA playoff picture as I transition to talking about the New York Knicks. You know, the Nuggets are not the Nuggets. The Nuggets are on my brain. We'll get there. The Lakers are the 3 seed. Someone called me the other night and they're like, if you had to guess or like you had to put out a NBA Finals prediction, who you got? I'm like, Nuggets, Celtics. I'm going off of who's won it, who's gotten there recently. Just like having the experience and the know-how to get through the tournament. But after they fired Mike Malone and now they have some trouble in paradise, I'm not taking on Nuggets. I was really just leaning on Nikola Jokic. But now, like, why can't the Lakers get it done this year? Why can't the Lakers come out of the West? The Thunder obviously are number 1. They're ridiculous. They have the MVP. But they're young. And the lights might get too bright for them. Stage might get too big for them. Definitely in a series. The Lakers would have to face the Warriors if it all ended today. That would be a hell of a first round. Steph, Draymond, playoff Jimmy. That would be sick. Buddy Hield. And Look at Luka's dad. This is awesome. Like, this is why, like, this is on ESPN, nationally televised, and they could not wait for this. This is ratings. This is the NBA script, the get your popcorn ready cinema type stuff. Luka's return to Dallas. And look at all of these fans. Not that long ago, they were throwing out fans that were coming back saying, sell the team, wearing Luka jerseys in there, being critical of Nico Harrison. Now, all these fans are still in the arena watching their guy walk out in purple and gold shorts. Gotta love the NBA. What's the storyline for the Knicks? The Lakers are the 3 seed in the West. The Knicks are the 3 seed in the East. I just told you I think that the Lakers could get there. Why not? How do the Knicks, if the season ended today, it'd be Knicks versus Pistons. And like, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the Pistons. They got some young guys. Asor Thompson. Let me start with Cade Cunningham, #1 pick. Malik Beasley is like that. Former Brooklyn Net Dennis Schroeder is over there, right? Beef Stew, Isaiah Stewart wants to fight everybody. I think that they would beat the Pistons. Just based off of youth and inexperience. Who wants to go to Detroit? That's where the Yankees just were. It sucked. I think they would beat them. I think they could get by them. Tobias Harris. I forgot Tobias Harris was over there. Former Sixer. Jaden Ivey, another top pick. I think that they could survive the Detroit Pistons. But what is the story for these Knicks? The story is when the Mikal Bridges trade happened, and I've told this story 100 times, somebody on Reddit is going to be like, oh my God, he's telling the story again. I went to the Subway Series. I left to come here and do the show. I heard that Mets fans and Yankees fans together were chanting, let's go Knicks, after the Mikal Bridges trade happened. Me, being a Nets fan, I said, oh, Sean Marks was actually able to trade him for that return to the Knicks. Oh, this is going to set up a great future. Oh, this is going to set up a great narrative down the road. Mikal Bridges is not like that. But in theory, he was like that, reuniting with his Villanova Wildcat buddies. Nice little March Madness commercial they had where they leave Dante DiVincenzo out and they throw him the hat or whatever. But Mikal Bridges, the whole thing is like, Mikal Bridges is not going to be the star that you thought he was. And then you had to go get Karl Anthony Towns. And it's too quick for all of these pieces to come together. You've seen so many different iterations of this Knicks team. There was a point in time where it was Brunson is dropping 40. There was a point in time where this team is all Karl Anthony Towns. You know, those guys get hurt. Those guys are out. Then it's OG Anunoby is an offensive force. Once in a while, you'll get an offensive game out of Mikal Bridges. But I don't think it's going to be enough because inevitably they're going to run into the Celtics. And the Celtics can beat you any type of way. Maybe I'll bet the Knicks if that actually happens. Because that's the type of thing. It's like, well, you can't just say it's guaranteed. But I think the story for the Knicks this year is it's going to be a disappointing year if they're another second-round exit. There's no progress. And you trade all these picks. You got these talented players on the team. You changed the team from the team that so many Knicks fans loved last year for what? Where did it get you? It didn't get you further. It's just another year of developing. 888-808-1019. Taking calls on the Knicks, taking calls on the head coach, taking calls on Mikal Bridges, Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby. We get it. They should have fouled, but they didn't. They lose in overtime to the Celtics. But how do you feel? Is it glass half full? Because now you feel like we can hang with the Celtics in a series where maybe we could not get swept by them. Maybe we can go 5 or 6. Or is it glass half empty where you're like, yo, no matter what we do, if it's Kristaps Porzingis, if it's Jaylen Brown, Al Horford, Drew Holiday, or ultimately Jason Tatum, we're not beating those guys. Those guys are the defending champs for a reason. 888-808-1019. Everything is on the table now. I gave you my takes on Tyler Warren and the Jets and what I think they should be doing in the draft. I gave you my takes on the Giants. And at number 3, I think they should trade back. I think somebody's going to want that top pass rusher, edge rusher, outside linebacker, Abdul Carter, and they don't necessarily need him, but they need to stockpile picks and add as much talent to this team so that this team can take a step forward to competing this year. But it doesn't hurt to have Abdul Carter. I don't think they're going to take Travis Hunter. I think Travis Hunter is stuck on wanting to play both sides of the ball, and the Giants don't have time for that experiment. I told you about Devin Williams. Actually, let's take a call, and we'll talk about Devin Williams again. Connor is in Huntington on the Fan. Hello, Connor. Talking sports and stuff.
team or so, there's always a guy on the team that the fan base kind of collectively hates.
Yeah, that's what I call the whipping boy. You're correct.
Yeah, like it was Glaber, and before that was Gal, before that was Donald, and
Aaron Hicks,
but yeah, fact, Aaron Hicks, the big one.
Chris Carter.
We don't really have a whipping boy. That people are kind of jumping the gun on hating Devin Williams, but every logical baseball fan knows Devin Williams is Devin Williams. Like, so what are your thoughts on that? You think people obviously jumping the gun? But
Yeah, people are jumping the gun. People were ready to quit on Jason Dominguez. He was starting to be the whipping boy, and I'm like, please do not quit on this guy. Embrace the Martian. Yes, Devin Williams has been the whipping boy because he went on paternity leave. He's had a ton of hype. He hasn't lived up to the hype. But like you said, anybody that has watched baseball and seen this guy pitch over the years knows that he's got nasty stuff, that when he does get going, he's got unhittable stuff. He's going to strike guys out. He's got to get the last 3 outs of the game. It's going to happen more than not.
I totally agree, man. It's just that I think it's in the DNA at this point. Like, it's been so long with the whipping boy. They need a new one, and we have to have someone actually underperform for an extended period of time before we can jump on someone like that.
Yeah, I said for a little while Juan Soto was the whipping boy. He's not even on the team, but there, Yankee fans were actively booing him and chanting F Juan Soto and rooting for him to fail. Hate watching Juan Soto. I'm like, get over it. He's not on the team anymore. But I understand. Thanks for the call, Connor. It's part of the culture. You need somebody to take the brunt of the abuse. You need somebody to point at and be like, this guy sucks. The Yankees won today, and the conversation is Devin Williams sucks. Only in New York, man. Let's go to Jersey City and talk to John on the Fan. What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, Keith?
Holding it down.
Hey, man, I just wanted to talk about Membu going to the Jets. I think that would be the best move for us.
Yeah, you want to shore up the offensive line for sure. You want to have 2 bookends. You want to have Fashanu and Membu for the next 10 years. I understand it. I just don't think it's sexy. I understand it. I just think that there's a weapon that can block and catch, that can help your new quarterback, that's going to get the fans energized,
Yeah. Now, what do you think about them talking about trading Brees Hall and possibly getting Jency? What do you think about that? And
No.
Radio,
Thanks for the call, John. No. Now I understand Brees Hall, they didn't draft, but you got him in a kind of a steal of a position. Man, this time last year, we were talking about Brees Hall being Christian McCaffrey levels. They had Brees Hall ranked higher than Saquon Barkley. What do you think about that? Saquon Barkley goes for 2,000 yards, wins the damn Super Bowl. People were ranking Brees Hall as a better fantasy running back, as a better overall running back than Saquon Barkley last year. Oh, the Aaron Rodgers hype. That ayahuasca pipe. We had people actually thinking Brees Hall was going to be a better running back. And I was McCaffrey, Brees Hall, and I don't even know if they had Saquon right after. They might have had, who knows, Derrick Henry. I'm trying to think of who the top backs were in fantasy football. Joe Mixon. But no, I wouldn't trade Brees Hall. I think you want to keep that draft class together of Brees Hall, Garrett Wilson, Sauce Gardner, Jermaine Johnson. Like, that's something that the regime before this regime actually hit on, actually did right. And, Ashton Jeanty, I think he's going to be a good back, but he needs the right situation. He needs an offensive line. He needs some receivers. He needs a good quarterback. He's not plug and play. I saw him get humbled. He's not going to be going up against who'd they play out there in Boise State? I'm blanking on what teams they play. They're out there playing against like Eastern Washington or like Air Force. Let's see. App State, New Mexico, UNLV, Fresno State, San Diego State, Colorado State, Utah State. Like, if you saw Jeanty in the bowl game against Penn State, it's a different level of competition. The big boy's going to be at that line of scrimmage, getting off blocks. And if there's not a wide open hole and lane for you to run through, I think he's going to be a good player. But in this modern day, like, why are we taking backs high? Haven't we learned as we talk about Saquon Barkley, which I still think was the right pick? I mean, he is on his way to the gold jacket like they thought. They just never got an offensive line in front of him. They just never had the team around him. He gets with a team that has a good quarterback, good wide receivers, great offensive line. He's in year 7. Like, look what he becomes. But yeah, I wouldn't draft Ashton Jeanty at 7 with the Jets. And I wouldn't I don't know, what was the trade? No. Because like the trade and trade Breece Hall away and then draft him at 7. No. Glenn isn't lying to you when he says that they have 3 young talented backs that they plan on utilizing. They didn't use Braylon Allen enough in short yardage last year. Now you got the threat of him and Justin Fields. Just run zone read with those two. Kind of like you saw Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson run. Jarvis is up in Harlem on the fan. What's up, Jarvis?
What's up, Keith? How are you?
Hanging in there.
Yeah, I was just watching my Nuggets, and so yesterday news that they fired Mike Malone, which is shocking, but so I mean, it's a point in 3 games left, and they got the Kings, they got a final home game against the Grizzlies, which is important, and they got a final games on the road against the Rockets, but the Rockets got another to play for because they locked in number 2 seed, so so it's a big point game for my Nuggets, so I want to talk about the Jets and, hear Woody Johnson say I'd be a better owner and, try to, change the culture and try to take this team is going to get better. So, and which he always screw it up, so that's what it always does as an owner. So, you think the Jet fans going to have faith in them, which they don't believe them. So, yeah, so.
Thanks for the call, Jarvis. 888-808-1019. I'm going to give Woody a pass. I just think that Woody has done some right things, and we won't know until a couple years from now. I'm going to give Woody a little bit of a pass. I feel like he gets bullied a lot. I feel like he gets blamed a lot. Rightfully so, I get it. But it's like, the guy got an F rating. He's the lone owner that like it's just no one has his back. They bring his kids into it. He's got the longest drought in sports. Like I'm just gonna give Woody a little bit of a pass here. Nick, I'm about to send you some audio to play. We'll take another call here and then I'll queue up this audio. But I'll tease the audio with the fact that they said Woody was the decision maker on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is in here because of Woody, and I didn't believe that either. My whole thing was like Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji told you they're going to watch the film. They're going to watch every single play. And I think if they actually went back and combed through that film and watched every single play, they knew that it was time to move on with Aaron Rodgers and not start their regime with Aaron Rodgers. But the same way I'm giving Woody a pass and some grace, we'll give some grace to Aaron Rodgers after this next call. Let's go to Kareem in Manhattan on the fan. What's up, man? So check your email.
Man, I'm gonna give you 5 hot takes that are big, fearless predictions that you will end up agreeing with. Number 1, Warren is a beast, but you guys aren't smart enough for the Jets or the Giants to get your Bavaro and your Gastineau. That's why you guys suck. And I hate the fact you suck because you're old school franchises.
Wait, who sucks? Wait, hold on. Back that up. What you're talking about the Jets?
Come on, man. Come on. Let's be honest. You can't fit the
Go on.
Come on. And I love you guys, but you guys gotta fix that shit. These are tone sets. What's gonna happen is you're gonna let Ben Johnson slip in there, get his big tight end for Big 12.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Big 10 for Big 12 alignment with 2 tight ends, and we're gonna run everybody over in Chicago. We get Cam Scatterboot.
Oh yeah, shout out to Cam Scatterboot. Somebody's gonna get a steal in the draft. I think you dropped an S bomb and a D bomb, so I had to let you go, Kareem from Manhattan. Thanks for the fan. I knew you were coming in hot. That's why I had to jump in. I usually let people get run, but like you both suck. I'm like, wait, who are we talking about? One. That didn't go anywhere, but I know somebody on hold heard that. Anyway, let's play the audio that I was queuing up. So, as I was talking about Woody and people blaming the departure of Aaron Rodgers on him, well, Aaron Rodgers' name popped up again. They were asking about him. So Jamie in Sherwood is asked what it's like not having Aaron Rodgers around anymore. Can we play that?
Aaron Rodgers around anymore? Aaron Rodgers was a great person, a great player, obviously. He taught everybody in this building a lot just in the 2 years he was here. He taught me a lot just from being a younger backer, seeing how he saw the defense plays. And, obviously when we practiced against each other, he did great things with his eyes to help put me in a position. So I can say, he helped create a standard for myself and those other guys on offense. So he really basically left a mark on all of us. Again, he just taught us all so much in a short span of time that we can all carry the rest of our lives, the rest of our football careers. So he meant a lot to us.
Aaron Rodgers is the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friend. Some Jets fans started singing it, not knowing what it was. And they will keep on singing it forever just because. Shout out to Aaron Rodgers, though. As much as we talk about Aaron Rodgers still and what he is and what he isn't, is he a Steeler? Is he not a Steeler? Is he going to be in the NFL? Is he going to wait for the Vikings? Is he going to retire? I honestly think, and especially watching the way that the season ended and how those players embraced Aaron Rodgers, and then even hearing the reaction from some of the players when they moved on from Aaron Rodgers is a football savant. Aaron Rodgers is a guy that you can't help but learn from being around him in a football setting. So he definitely left an imprint on the Jets, but it was time to move on. He's 41. It was time to move on. The guy is completely self-centered and about himself. You need a 1 of 53 guy. And I say that to say this. We won't play the audio. I'll just read it. Justin Fields was asked, right? Justin Fields is what, 25? Justin Fields just got here. He's 26. He just turned 26 last month. But Justin Fields was asked today about the possibility of the Jets drafting a quarterback this year. And he said, I don't really like to answer rhetorical questions. I'm willing to teach, but I'm not really interested in rhetorical questions. Like the thing about that too, he shouldn't have to even worry about that because they said he's the guy in the contract. The contract says he's the guy. And also, I think that's a hypothetical question more than a rhetorical question. But there is rhetoric around, if Shedeur Sanders drops to 7, would the Jets take him? No. They don't need to do that. The Jets need to end their playoff drought. They have 2 quarterbacks, potentially 3. They don't need that guy. But I did like the fact that Justin Fields said, "I'm willing to teach." He's even saying he'll deal with the situations. He didn't say a bad word about the Steelers. He didn't say a bad word about the Jets. I got a feeling some bad words are coming through. Let me go to NHL.com. What the hell happened? The Flyers, it was 5-4 last time I checked the score. Flyers beat the Rangers 8-5. What the hell happened? Robbie is in Lennox on the Fan. Go for it, Robbie.
Hey, Keith, how are you? Thanks for taking my call. Well, at least your team's going to make the playoffs.
And the Devils clinch with that Flyers win.
Right. Let me tell you something, Keith. Exactly. Let me tell you something. I've been a Ranger fan since 1973-74. I had to watch Dale Rolfe get the crap beat out of him. No such a crap. That's the word on that. I don't think you're supposed to do it anyway. This team is the biggest abomination I've ever seen in my life. I knew when it was 4-3. I'm just waiting for that Flyers to tie the game. Bam. A minute and a half later, they scored. Jonathan Quick looked 39 tonight. So I know Jonathan Quick has had a pretty good year, but tonight he looked his age. He was horrendous in this game. I have never seen a power play that's more disorganized than this power play. Keith, I don't understand. This general manager has done such an atrocious job. This coach has done such an atrocious job this season. This is the second time that the team has missed the playoffs after they have won the President's Trophy. It hasn't happened that much. This is the second time the Rangers have done it. But if you look at the history of hockey, this is one of the only times the team has missed the playoffs after they've won the President's Trophy. I am so disgusted watching this game. They're gutless, block shots. And Chris Berry went out and got to see defensemen this year. That's what he did. He said, okay, I'm going to get rid of Truba, right? I'm getting rid of our captain. I'm going to get rid of Barkley Goodrow in the offseason. The guy who blocks up. I don't give a block. That rear end, how many points he gets? He's a guy with
Stanley Cup experience. You guys have won 8 bucks. And then they get rid of Ryan Lindgren, another guy I got. It's just, I can't imagine what these guys should all walk up to Sam Rosen tonight, right? And personally apologize to him for the last season that Sam's doing, right?
Yeah.
And they should have worn some kind of patch for Al Troutwood. I mean, where's the guts and the heart of this team? Where's the leadership on this team? They went out and they got 32. Now they would have built a team around 32-year-old JT Miller next year. Great Chris Drury. Did we get rid of Chris Drury? Obviously, the guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing, Keith. Anyway, thanks for letting me play. Good luck to the Devils. At least Ty Fitzgerald, knows what he's doing well, that they're drafting well, they're signing good free agents, they're building a team. Look, the Devils signed good defense. Look, Dougie Hamilton's been hurt. You got Pesci is terrific.
Mhm.
And they got good defensemen. Who in the Raiders line get a bunch of speed defensemen? Will Borgen, and then they go and re-sign him. Then they go and get this guy Nekalainen who stinks for Truba. Then they go on the worst trades, Connor Stussy, who looks like he's running around like Forsby Hanley.
Thanks for the call, Robbie. You have now entered into Robbie and Ross Rangers pod. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. Tell us what you feel about those no-quitting New York Rangers.
Oh, they quit in December. But now he's supposed to quit. Who is it, Jersey or somebody with that meme of the dancing on the grave? Because this is the nail in the coffin. Robbie brought up, I don't got the resume Robbie has. He's talking about 70s or something. I've been a fan since 2013, give or take. So you're getting it from a much different perspective. But one thing we got in common, both of our lives, this is the most sorry, most disgusting, gutless is the word he brought up. I heard Morash bring the word up. And this is the most latest one. And probably the worst because he brought up not only Sam, and I've talked to you, I think I talked to Patty Boyle, I think Lafresky, numerous people, and I always bring up the Ava Beningo, the Sam rhetoric. I mean, the fact that not only you give this year post-President's Trophy year, I mean, how many times did I call you up saying there was flaws with the team, me not really being an analytic geek, but I mean, I didn't need to pull up, the per 60s and all that to tell you that this was a team that was so reliant on having the best goalie in the league. Tell you heard Mike Ruff today. I don't know if you know Mike Ruff, longtime Rangers Devils, but now he's with the network. And he was saying he was on those teams with Marty Brodeur. He said, kind of the whole notion that Marty Brodeur is the best goalie of all time because the team around him. No, it's actually, the fact that he was as good as people say he was, just the team around him helped him. And that's the difference with this team, that we have the best goalie in the league. Now, I don't think we should have paid him the money he got, but he's still one of the best, if not the best goalie in the league, and nobody around him helps him. That doesn't exempt him from blame this year. I think he has a big part of the way this season went down. Just kind of going back to my original point this year. Obviously, Sam, but they bring back John Davidson for tonight, too. And I don't know if you remember the falling out from the Tom Wilson incident in 2020, but they gave John Davidson the door, is now an executive with Columbus. Also gave Jeff Gorton the door, who is now in the front office with the Montreal Canadiens, which is a team heavily revolving around young talent that was developed properly. They just called us Ivan Demidov. They drafted this freaking year. You watch, we'll be on that top 6. Meanwhile, I don't know if you saw tonight, but Gabe Burrow, we drafted him 20th overall, not this past year, the year before. Basically fell into our lap. He was making a name for himself in college. Going to college on that top line. Will Smith and Ryan Leonard, who was on the best team in the conference, playing meaningful. This team hasn't played meaningful games in 2 weeks. We can't play the 20-year-olds over the old stiffs like Mika Kreider. They don't even want to play hockey. Mika wants to be a freaking DJ. He wants to be playing music that freaking Blue Tower is going to be playing open and close his show. Kreider probably scored his first goal in 2 weeks. Boxes is a joke. I mean, you go through the line, man, and just to sum it all up, this was Sam and JD's first game since I was alive. To sum up talking about Robbie's resume in my lifetime. I finally got to watch Sam and JD call a game, with Sam scored the last game of his 40-year career. And they watched 8 goals get scored on them against the Flyers, who's probably like one of 5 teams whose season ended before the Rangers. You got Tyson Forrester's first career hat trick. I mean, just like kind of the notion that everybody gets their first career goal, first hat trick. Everybody gets a first career win for goalies. Everybody gets their milestones against us on Garden Ice because of the stage they're on. And it seems like the only people who care about the Garden stage are the people on the white jerseys, not the ones in the red, white, blue ones. Now, when Sam said this will last a lifetime in '94, he wasn't kidding. And I thought he was talking about his, not mine. But he might be right either way. Because I don't think I've seen a cup in my lifetime.
Top.
I appreciate the time, Steve.
You got it, Ross. 888-808-1019. I'll let y'all vent because as a Devils fan, I'm over here like, stop, man. So Vincent Trocheck broke his stick on the net. People are saying fire Drury, fire Lavi, fire them all right now. Damn. There's still 4 games left. I mean, I know the playoffs are completely out. And that's what sucks about it, too. They play with you. They toy with you. You had a shot. The Devils ended it on Saturday. But, like, to go out this way, no quit in New York, like, they have absolutely quit. They have absolutely folded. They have absolutely packed it up. That's tough. It's not what you want. It's not what you want. I do feel bad for Sam Rosen, an all-time legend, a great at what he's done, going out like this, you know. Which one would you prefer? To go out like this or to get all the way to the World Series and then have the team melt in the 5th inning and go out the way that, you know, the Yankees sent John Sterling out? I think you'd rather get to the World Series. I think you'd at least go on the ride to get to the postseason. Go on the ride to get, you know, to the Fall Classic. There is no ride. This ride is over for the Rangers. 888-808-1019. Let's take a break right here. We'll breathe for a second. I see Devils fans calling. We got a Knicks Celtics call. Yanks call. Hey, we're talking sports on the Fan in New York. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Oh, they was tweaking, huh? All right, let's see here. Oh, they throwing money. Keith, in the 15 years we've been in Brooklyn, we've never drafted a lottery pick. History happens this June for our Nets. Yo, from your fingers to God's ears, let's get it. We got a bunch of picks. It's our time. Let's get it. The future starts now. Man, my Rangers need to clean house. Drury is a bum. Also need to dump guys like Kreider, Mika, Miller, Lafreniere, also a total bust. I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what to tell y'all, to be honest. The Rangers stunk up the place. Absolutely stunk up the joint. And their fans are mad and embarrassed, and I don't know what to say. I'm just laughing. It's just funny. It's just funny, man. Scores are almost final in Major League Baseball. Got the standings up here. All right, coming back here. Brandon Steven talks about joining the Jets. All right, cool. Yeah, we talked about it right as it happened live. This is how we do it. It's Wednesday night, KM to AM on the Fan. You're supposed to only play that on Fridays. It's all good, Nick. You got it. It's okay. Let's get back to the phones. We got a ton of people on the line now. We're talking everything. I mean, it's a 5-hour show. I've hit on the Yankees, the Knicks, the Jets, the Giants. And if you just tuned in before the break, you heard Robbie and Lennox, lifelong Rangers fan, twice as long as Ross in Bergen County, lifelong Rangers fan, maybe even 3 times. It's tough. The Rangers absolutely have melted and blown it, and their fans are disgusted with how this team has gone completely south. So we'll get back to the phones. We're talking everything now, and I see some Devils fans that want to chime in and dance on the graves. We'll get there. Liam is in Wall Township. Thank you for holding. You're live.
Hey, how's it going, Keith? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
So first things first, Max Fried threw an absolute gem today. I was getting chills down my, spine, reminiscent of prime Garrett Cole, like stuff all over the place, composure, missing calls, and unlike Rodon, bouncing back and getting that strike-free call after, just huge.
Yeah. Yes.
I do have one big question about the Yankees. What happens when Stanton comes back? Because I see Ben Wright smashing the ball from the left side. Obviously, you don't want to pull Goldschmidt out if he's hitting 400. So if I'm Aaron Boone, I don't know what the hell I'm doing when Big G comes back.
Yeah, I would say I'm not worried about that. We'll worry about that when we got to worry about that. Big G could be back Cinco de Mayo. He could be back 4th of July, and when he comes back, it's a good problem to have, but they're going to slow play him. You need him for October. There's going to be pain and a pain tolerance to manage with the elbows. I think they're going to play the matchups, and you might see, Big G DH, once or twice a series, but I wouldn't worry about it. These are good problems to have. They're going to find a way to play everybody.
I just think that he's too good of an asset to keep on, the bench for a long time.
Yeah, he makes too much money. You got to play him as soon as he's ready to go, but you play matchups. They were talking about him platooning last year, so, he's not going to be in there every day at DH.
Right. It's a good problem to have, like you said, and I'm just so excited to see Max Fried for the next few years, and obviously when Cole gets back, that 1-2 punch is going to be elite.
Yes. Thanks for the call, Liam. Yeah. They're different kind of pitchers, Cole and Fried, but they're both masters of their craft. So watching today, it was so refreshing as I was talking about the vibes and the energy. You don't expect Carlos Carrasco to beat Tarek Skubal. I don't. However the game shakes out, I don't expect that to be a win. You don't expect Carlos Rodon to overcome anything. The joke I've been using is if his shoelaces come untied, he's got a puss on his face about that. He doesn't overcome that. But when the team is facing being swept, when the team is facing being 6-6, 500 coming home, the guy that you paid and gave an 8-year contract to went probably a year or two too far to land him. A guy that talked about, being a Yankee and wanting to be a Yankee and preparing and competing and winning and all of this stuff that the Yankees stood for. Man, was it nice to see him come out there. It's second inning where he strikes out the side. Like, that is where I was like, okay, folks, look, we got a guy. This is the vibe. This is the energy. Even if these guys are freezing their asses off, even if these guys are going to strike out today and not really figure it out, like, this guy on the mound is in control. Four-seam fastball, changeup, curveball, slider, sweeper, whatever you want. Max Fried cooks it up. I was pumped about that. Big week for like the food puns and stuff. Fried, Ben Rice. You got Michael K doing chicken tender reviews. You've got Austin Wells doing burrito reviews. You've got Cody Bellinger eating bad wings. 888-808-1019. Moses is in Lakewood on the Fan. You're next up. You got it.
Yo, Keith, how's it going?
It's going, bro. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, so that was playing Yankees point. So here, when I'm playing MLB The Show 25, Garrett Cole's pitching a perfect game. I just won the World Series. Now, when Big G comes back, where are you going to put him? You can take up Ben Rice. He's hitting solid, and he could run, and he's a utility player in a sense for catcher.
What I'll say is these things tend to work themselves out. By the time that G comes back, we might not be as healthy. By the time that G comes back, we've already seen Goldschmidt get rest. By the time that G comes back, Ben Rice is a young guy. He's going to sit on the bench and be a pinch hitter and come into the game. Right now, he's just a DH because we have Goldie at first, which is where he would be playing. He's not going to play catcher. He's not going to be the backup catcher. I don't know. I can't worry about that, right? They haven't given us a definitive date, time, week, series for Stanton. Right now, I'm just worried about them getting back to the Bronx and being able to compete against the Giants, who have started off their season pretty solid.
For Alcantara, the Marlins could use Stanton. The Yankees could use Alcantara.
The Marlins trade Giancarlo Stanton back to the Marlins for Sandy Alcantara. I'll do it in a second. Yup. Sign me up. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm down for it. Yup. If they'll do it, I'm doing it. I'll do it. And twice on Sunday. Yup. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
And by Devil's point, Robbie, the Rangers fan that called in for, maybe you'll be sitting on the couch watching some Devils hockey, if you may, and you can always join the clan of the Devils. You're always welcome. The Rangers will always buckle in the biggest moments, and they have no hope. And Keith, I hope to see you by the Rock, by the Pirates. Have a good night.
Woo! 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 Man, these young Devils fans are calling into the Fan talking crazy. Anthony is in Kings Bay. You got it, Ant.
Well, back to the young Devil fan here. I'm only 20, so I mean, I've been a fan of this team my whole life. Huge Devil fan. I mean, it's great to watch that regular season championship team, the Rangers, there.
Hang the banner, President's Trophy.
I mean, it didn't really work out well for him this year, but I mean, as a Devils fan, I am kind of worried for the playoffs and what's to come. I mean, injuries to our defense, not having Jack Hughes, whatever happened on Tuesday night at the Rock against the Bruins, that was
Forget about it.
pretty brutal. But I mean, I'm just hoping for the playoffs he can come back strong. Markstrom, as long as he keeps playing how he's been playing, in the beginning of the season, that was amazing. As long as he keeps having some stellar, great saves from him, great play from the offense. Timo Meyer, as long as he keeps it up in the playoffs.
Yep.
I mean, I've got a good feeling.
Jesper Bratt and the Brat Pack. Shout out to the Brat Pack repping.
Yeah, shout out to the Brat Pack. I actually have one of his shirts. Great shirt.
That's my guy. Shout out to Nico Heischer. And, Jack Hughes isn't there, but Luke Hughes is. And
yeah, Luke's there. He's been playing good.
I had this messed up thought, and I'm going to speak on it, but I love Jack. And I think he's a great young player, and he has more greatness ahead of him. But in the Four Nations Classic, he came up kind of small, right? There's a lot of people saying, so not for nothing, the Devils aren't going to have him, maybe there is some type of blessing in disguise, some silver lining. Like, what if he came up small in this run this year with the Devils? That would be tough. So I had that thought where I'm like, maybe there's just like you never know in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You never know if Markstrom stands on his head, as they say, and these guys play tougher defense, which was the whole thing in the offseason to make this defense better with Kovacevic and Brendan Dillon, and you know what I'm talking about. Like these guys aren't going to lay down. They're going to get out there, and it's going to be a heightened sense of urgency, and they're going to play tough. And man, 2 years ago when the Devils knocked off the Rangers in the playoffs, I wasn't on the fan. I was in my paternity leave, and I was watching at home, and it was lit. And I'm like, I'm listening to the fan at night, and we had Salicata, and we had some of the other Ranger fans on the station, and it was all Rangers. And I'm like, can we get somebody to speak from a Devils fan perspective? And no Devils fans were calling in. So maybe if we make a run this year, I'll be able to hold it down, and Devils fans like yourself will be able to call in.
Yeah, playoff hockey is different, way different world than regular season hockey. I'm excited to get back into it. I'm happy we're back in the playoffs, and I'm excited to get to the Rockford game.
Yeah, I got to get back. Thanks for the call, Anthony. 888-808-1019. I need to actually look at the Devils schedule. I mean, I'm not going to assume that I can get into the playoff games, or maybe I can. I've never been to a playoff hockey game. That would be legitness. But the Devils play the Penguins Friday. I'm going to the Yankee game. Then they play the Islanders Sunday. That's my son's birthday. I can't go to that game. Maybe I can go next Wednesday. Got to get back in there and feel that energy of the Prudential Center, the Rock. It's turned up. The Islanders are not making the playoffs. The Rangers are not making the playoffs. The New Jersey Devils have to hold it down for the entire tri-state. David is in Virginia on the Fan in New York. What's up, David?
Steve, thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for making it.
I want to talk potential mixed Celtics matchup, but before that, can I get a couple points in regarding the Yankees? It'll be really quick.
Yeah, you got it.
It's ridiculous. And you can't, as a Yankee fan, give up on him or even have negative thoughts regarding him. Because if he struggles this year, guess what? You'll lose.
You can't expect a ton out of your starting pitching. You need every arm possible in that bullpen. And you max this guy out essentially with a contract, he'll be fine. The guy just had a baby. He's just getting acclimated to New York. Nobody knows that he hasn't been on his game more than him with these first 3 outings. Just let's give the guy a little bit of a break, and he'll be fine because he has to be fine. And if he's not fine, we'll lose. And also, if I'm not mistaken regarding the Yankees, they did have Ben Rice catching in spring training.
Yeah, they did.
So when Big G gets back, like you mentioned before, there'll be plenty of at-bats for him. And he can even potentially spell Austin Wells 1 or 2 days a week. I know that they're both left-handed catchers.
So is JC Escara, the backup catcher, who's only made.
He's also a lefty.
Yeah. I don't know if they're confident in Ben Rice behind the plate, but if they can get confident in him behind the plate and have his bat in the lineup on a day that Austin Wells is off, that'd be great. I think they have options. I think they're going to figure something out. And like I said, these things figure themselves out. And great point about the starting rotation. If the starting rotation is shaky right now and the bullpen we look at as a strength, and Devin Williams is a part of that strength, we need to pick this man up. Do not boo him. Enough of the talk about the beard policy, enough rants about he sucks. Like, we literally need this guy.
Yeah, and he has a track record, and we know one thing about sport. Everything regresses to the mean. He'll be absolutely fine because he's been wonderful for the entirety of his short career.
Right.
Regarding Knicks versus Celtics, and I know, obviously, the Knicks still will likely need to get by the Pistons, even though the 3 seed isn't locked up yet. They'll probably end up there. Boston's team just shooting the lights out against the Knicks, and I really think that Tibbs needs to evaluate his ball screen coverage because everything in the NBA comes down to ball screen defense in the half court. Boston's been able to move the basketball like crazy and get anything that they want from 3-point range. The truth of the matter is Boston is going to live and die by the three. I would love to see Tibbs go to an old school push ball screen coverage where whoever defending the basketball is going underneath everything. Whoever the screener defender is pushing up on that screener defender, and we're going to take away ball movement from the Celtics. And if you're going to kill us from the three-point line, you're going to kill us from the three-point line with the ball sticking. We're not going to let you move the basketball and get open threes. So if Jaylen Brown or even Jason Tatum's handling the ball at the top of the key, and Horford or Zinger is setting that high ball screen, I want to push right up into that screener, fan out on all my other shooters, and just flip that, and slide that screen, go under it, and make Boston shoot three-point shots without moving the basketball. Guys are getting too many touches for the Celtics. The ball's popping too much. If they're going to beat us from the three-point line, let them beat us without guys getting in an offensive rhythm. I want to see 0 passes per possession in the half court for the Celtics. I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it sounds good until you can't execute on it. It sounds good until Brunson can't get it done, or Karl Anthony Towns can't get it done, or Mikal Bridges can't get it done. I won't say OG. You know what I'm saying? It sounds good until it's not executed. They haven't been able to defend the three all year. I think they've had plenty of conversations about how, and they haven't been able to.
But that is starting to interrupt. I'm saying concede the three to the man with the basketball. And as long as we're going underneath that initial ball screen and pushing into the screener defender, I don't see how we can botch that. Let's prevent the Celtics from popping the basketball around.
Then they're gonna drive. They're just gonna change their approach. They could go into the paint with Porzingis. They have guys that can shoot and also dribble the basketball. They can beat you in multiple different ways. It's not just the three. They could take advantage of the three against the Knicks because it's always there. But you think Joe Mazzulla is not going to adjust to that? He will, and they have the dogs to do it.
I think he will, but I mean, I just remember how TJ Ford used to be defended, and how in the NBA Jason Kidd used to be defended when teams were using the ball when they were ball screening, and they would be dared to shoot 3-point shots. I just want to prevent as much ball movement from possible.
Understood. Yeah, Tibbs is going to have to come up with something in the second round. His job is potentially on the line. He's got to figure out some kind of way to stop them.
Right, and we don't want to see same old on the defensive end of the floor. And unfortunately, that's what we've seen every time they play the Celtics. So let's just go to some sort of radical ideal. And I really appreciate you taking the call, Keith.
No problem. Thanks for the call, David. 888-808-1019. I can get another call in before we get to the break. Dave is in Rockland. You're live, Dave. Go for it.
Yeah, Keith, I really love the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big House fan, and I just want to give a shout out to all those Rangers fans at the beginning of the season. They're all, God, your house is not going anywhere. You're not going to the playoffs. Yeah, we're playoff bound. We're young. We're excited, and your Rangers are the verge of a collapse. So just wanted to say that.
Word. Shout out to Capo Caco. Shout out to Jacob Trouba.
Yeah. I just want to ask you, the Giants come through, Shedeur Sanders sitting there. You taking him, or you taking either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, whoever's there?
Yeah, I think the Shedeur Sanders ship has sailed. I don't think that they're going to draft a quarterback at 3. That's why they signed 2 NFL quarterbacks that got starts last year, where it's like if one is hurt, we got another one. If one sucks, we got another one. They have to draft an impact player that can impact winning week 1. That could be Travis Hunter, but I don't know what position they're going to try and make him play. I would assume they'd make him a receiver, and he's going to want to play both, but whatever, he's going to do what he's told. And then Abdul Carter as well, rushing the passer. It's something that you have to do in this league every year. Like we just watched Patrick Mahomes get chased down and thrown off his game because the Philadelphia Eagles were all over him rushing the passer. They could not stop those guys. So that's a recipe that I think other teams are going to try and imitate. Maybe you get Abdul Carter, or you trade back because somebody's going to want Travis Hunter or somebody's going to want Abdul Carter, and you get them on the phone and they're willing to give you their first-round pick later and maybe a second-round pick, and then you're able to get more talent and more depth at different positions.
Right, but what about about the future. When are we going to get a quarterback if we don't take one now?
The fans are thinking about the future. The future for Shane and Dable is right now. There is no tomorrow for them. They're living day by day. They got to figure out how to put the best team on the field to win now. They're not worried about who's going to be the quarterback in 2028.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call. Thank you. I love your show. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call, Dave. 888-808-1019. We're going to take a break here. This is my last hour, another 5-hour KM to AM about to be in the books. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night. And historically, the last hour of my show is open mic time. Whatever you want to talk about, even though we've been pretty open, whatever you want to talk about in the wide world of sports, we can do. This is Keith McPherson again on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right, yo. I'm tired and hungry.
Universe never unconnects, bro.
You know it. No, I'm straight. Good seeing you.
God's candy.
I don't have candy ever.
Yeah, well, that's why you look like you and I look like me.
Let's see, one at bat to win a game, Soto or Judge? Soto. Word. Listen on the rewind. I don't know what time it was when we hit that conversation around Luka, but it was a movie, man. There's a movie script playing out in front of us, man, how that went down. Luka dropping 45, getting the win, and all eyes on him. It was great.
Joe. Okay, he goes to work, he comes home, he eats. What is
Doing a big shot here.
Yeah, so Kendrick Lamar, big shot, instrumental,
Yes, sir.
and we should be good from there. You receive your first click on your referral link. The ball is rolling. Keep sharing to get your first sign up. I didn't send no referral. $6:30 to 10. Let me add that in now. Saturday show. $6:30-ish to 10. Probably like 7 to 10. All right. Oh man. Yeah, the Yankees need a right-handed bat. They're all right. They need to just hit and stop striking out. They got enough guys that can hit. They need to manufacture runs. Stanton will be back. You guys don't want him back, but they're gonna try and bring DJ back. It's not so much lefty or righty that's the issue right now. I think the issue is the weather. They're soft. Their performance is directly tied to the weather. If you like, just go look at what the first pitch temperature was. If it's been above 50 degrees, they are fine. If it's cold, they're soft. And like I get it, it's baseball, right? These guys don't want to play. They want to play in the cold. Nobody wants to play in the cold.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Yankees snapped a 3-game skid, holding off the Tigers 4-3. Max Fried, brilliant, 7 scoreless. Fanned 11. Ben Wright's a 2-run shot. Aaron Judge a 2-run single. Devin Williams continues to falter. 3 runs in 2/3 of an inning, nearly squandering a 4-0 advantage with Mark Leiter Jr. needing to clean up his mess in the ninth. But Aaron Boone Still not concerned. Mets offense held down in the cold, just 2 hits as the Marlins shut them down 5-0, snapping their 6-game win streak. Brett Beatty another rough day, a costly error, not to mention 2 more Ks in an 0-for-3 effort, now hitting a $111. So as Beatty's confidence starting to wane a little bit. And the Rangers' tough season coming to a miserable close. They were outscored by the Flyers 8-5. 42 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city, bunch of big shots. But tonight's big shot of the night goes to our ace, Max Fried. Them boys got fried. Max Fried goes out there. This guy puts the team on his back. He's the stopper. The Yankees are about to be swept. The Yankees are coming back home. They're about to have an unhappy flight. And he says, no, hold on. This is what they pay me for. This is what I came here for. I'm about to earn my pinstripes and my road grays. I don't need the run support. 97 pitches, striking out 11. He goes 7 innings, a 5-hit ball. No earned runs, no walks. Filling up the zone with every pitch that he could throw. Whatever you want, you can get it. But you can't hit it. Max Fried. Good to have a guy like Max Fried right now. What a great performance in the cold in Michigan. And like when you look at how he started off this season, man, like I said, that's where the Yankees had to spend the money. Little did we know. They pivoted, plan B, go to Max Fried, and the Yankees win. Don't worry about the 9th inning. Shout out to Judge, driving in runs. Shout out to Ben Rice. Let him cook. And Goldie. He's been golden so far as a New York Yankee. All right, let's get back to the phones. 888-808-1019. Talking Yanks, talking Mets, talking Giants, talking Jets, talking Knicks on the Fan in New York. Josh is in Stony Point. You got it, Josh. Not everybody has a torpedo bat, but the thing I've been saying since that first Saturday game that I was at where the Yankees broke the record and had 9 home runs and 20 runs scored, it's not the wand, it's the wizard. It's not the arrow, it's the archer. I watched the Yankees strike out 30 times in back-to-back games. I watched the Yankees get shut out just a day ago. The bat don't work if you can't put the bat to the ball. So, like, my opinion on it is just a bat, and it's only as good as the guy swinging the bat is. So, some of these guys, Judge don't need a torpedo bat. Judge is Judge. But I certainly think it helps Volpe. It ain't been helping Jazz. Jazz is striking out more than anybody in the league. Jazz has been terrible since he came out and told everybody that they're idiots and they need to calm down on Twitter, whatever. Like, I think it was much about nothing. I think that it was a narrative online that got ran with, and now it's just like it's kind of like the Yankees like, hey, let's come back down to earth a little bit so that people realize like it's not the bats. Yeah, but he's bounced back a little bit. Like he's gotten some hits, and I think now Jazz has more strikeouts than Devers. Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it, especially after he came out and told the whole world that he he was a third baseman, and he just, there's an adjustment. Same way I'm telling folks, thanks for the call, Josh. Same way I'm telling folks to back off of Devin Williams. Red Sox fans had to back off of their guy Devers. Devers makes way more money than Devin Williams, and he plays every day. But it was an adjustment going from playing third base every day and hitting to being just straight up a DH. 888-808-1019. So when I'm looking at the strikeout totals here, let's see if I can find this. My eyes are no good. Well, they're good, but not in this. Like, I need to zoom in. Yeah, Jazz Chisholm has 21 strikeouts, bro. Jazz Chisholm is leading the American League in strikeouts. After like that one game where Jazz had the 2 home runs, where like they're intentionally walking, the Brewers are intentionally walking Judge, I guess the last game of the series, where I'm like, well, damn, if this is what Jazz is going to be, yeah, don't write home too soon about it. Jazz wants to do his home run trot so bad, he's swinging out of his shoes. He'll get right. He'll get back. But like as we're talking about Rafael Devers, who had 19 strikeouts, Jazz caught him pretty quickly with 21. 888-808-1019. Nate is in Brooklyn on the Fan. Go for it, Nate. Thanks, man. It's going. This will be over very soon. Another one. Yankee fans will complain about anything. If you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile as far as the complaints go. Like it's always going to be something. It's never good enough. Like we won today. You would think that the Yankees lost today and Devin Williams actually blew the save. It wasn't even a save situation. You would think that he blew the game. You would think that the Yankees were walked off today to be swept 5-4, all in the back of Devin Williams, the way that the conversation online and on air has been. Thanks for making the call. 888-808-1019. I will say the number because my time is running out and it's the last call for calls. And if there's something you want to say to me, right, say it. Don't go write it on Reddit or Twitter or Facebook. Just call the show. We can have at it. But, I find that most of the calls are nice. People call with compliments and love. The haters got to hide online behind a fake name, and you know how it goes, man. You know how it goes. But I appreciate y'all. I let a hater hate, and I acknowledge you haters because I need you to hate. Because every time you hate on me, somebody that doesn't know me sees you writing about me, and then they go do the research and do their own work, and they're like, all right, this guy's not half bad. Josh is in Passaic on the Fan. That's my guy right there. What's up, Josh? I'm good. I had a good time tonight. Just bringing it home, trying to entertain, talk all the sports, talk to all the fans. I know there were some nights where I was up with my son Jackson and I wasn't going back to sleep because he would go, he'd go to sleep for 90 minutes, wake up, and I'm like, let me listen to the Fan for a little bit. And it was just on and on about how the Rangers should have swept the Devils and how the Rangers collapsed and how I can't believe it. And yeah, I faintly remember some of that, but it won't be any of that this year. Let's see what the Devils do, man. We know that the Devils are without two of their best players, but we're in, and it feels good. Whoa. What? Judge is hitting homers in the playoffs. Judge is taking Class A deep. Judge is taking Flaherty deep in the World Series. We can't compare that to Brett Beatty and his spring training versus regular season. No, I know. He was homering. He was down there in Port St. Lucie. Mets fans were getting fired up. Like, we got Juan Soto in this version of Brett Beatty. We really missed the days of Bridges. And I mean, I hear the rumblings of the KD trade. KD is getting old, but KD is KD. You're trying to send Bridges back to the Suns and get KD. It wouldn't just be them two. It wouldn't be a swap. There definitely need to be. And the picks, like the Knicks don't have any picks left to trade. That's just like, of course they would. Like they. But he's KD, a healthy Kevin Durant, and like the way Kevin Durant plays and the way he takes care of his body, he's 36. He'll be 37 at the end of this year. When the next season is starting, he'll be 37. KD is not done either. If we're seeing Bron at 40, KD's got another 3 years. I don't know. Mikal Bridges would love to go back to Phoenix. I remember, Mikal Bridges coming to Brooklyn talking about how much he missed Phoenix and his crib out there, and maybe he needs to go back.
Much into it. And I might have to. It's only if the Lakers Warriors had a first round. Otherwise, no, I'll just give a little honesty here. I've not watched more than 5 minutes out of any game this entire year. And whatever.
Any NBA game you haven't watched more than 5 minutes?
Probably not. Maybe sometimes.
See, that's what the Nets will do to you. That's what the Brooklyn Nets. That's what the Brooklyn being a Brooklyn, New Jersey Nets fan will do to you.
Kyrie Irving, James Harden. These guys sucked all the love and all like they had for basketball. 3-4 years ago, watching every single Nets game, the entire game. Out of the Nets, I don't think I've seen an actual second live this year. Okay, thanks for taking my call. Good night.
Thanks for the call, Josh. I've watched a lot of NBA games this year. Not that many Nets games because I always end up watching these Nets games. Like, what's the use? And then even when I bet against the Nets, they win. When I bet the Nets to win, they lose. When the Nets are supposed to be tanking, they win. When the Nets are supposed to be winning to try and get into the play-in, they tank. You can't put a finger on those guys. You don't know. They don't know what they're doing themselves. The ball can bounce any kind of way. They just roll with it. But yeah, I think Brett Beatty is just not good. He might need a change of scenery. He might be in a trade deal package somewhere else. I just think it's crazy that there's all of this talent on the team. Like Brett Beatty, there's no pressure on you, dude. Unless you're putting pressure on yourself, but like everybody else is doing all the heavy lifting, bro. All you got to do is contribute a little bit. The group project is done. You just got to stand up there and present with the group. They're not even asking you to do anything really. And yeah, with the Devils, I just feel like any season, there's no such thing as like playing with house money. But when you don't have two of your best players, if the Devils are able to make a run here, so be it. Great. And that's all we have hockey-wise, right? And I'm telling you that I know the Devils get disrespected. I've heard it on the station. I've heard it in New York as far as like, oh, there's not that many Devils fans. There are a ton of Devils fans. And that place will be packed for the Devils home games. And let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. Let's see how it all shakes out. So the Devils clinch, and we await the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs. Val is in Jersey City on the fan. What's up, Val?
Yo, what's going on, Keith? Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
I was curious when you guys think about, thinking about the NBA, the Nuggets firing Mike Malone 3 games before the season ends. The Grizzlies did 3 similar moves. I'm just curious what your opinion is on that.
Yeah, it's a players-driven league, and I'm sure Nikola Jokic was asked about it, and so was Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Let me go to my notes. Last night I had a good little I had some scuttlebutt. I had some scuttlebutt from Yahoo Sports on the whole situation. I think it's a players-driven league, and any of these guys, from Taylor Jenkins to Mike Malone to Kenny Atkinson to Doc Rivers to whoever it is, and Darvin Ham, they can all get fired if the players are not feeling them. And one man's trash is another man's treasure. We've seen it a lot. Somebody else will hire Mike Malone. When this season ends, somebody else is going to be interviewing him. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I appreciate you taking the call. Yeah, I think you're one of the best hosts of fans. Have a good night, man.
I think you're correct. Thanks for the call, Val. 888-808-1019. Let's see. Yahoo Sports. So there were reports that said the tension have reached a boiling point in Denver, leading to the firing of Mike Malone and the GM Calvin Booth. The Nuggets players did not like the preferential treatment of Jokic and Murray, but I was talking about it last night. Why wouldn't they get preferential treatment? They're drafted by the organization, developed by the organization, became stars in the organization, won a championship for the organization. They are the guys. They are the cornerstones. Those are the guys you need. The Nuggets ownership was against trading another guy that they drafted, developed, and won a championship with in MPJ, Michael Porter Jr. The Nuggets GM wanted Westbrook benched. Well, I wouldn't have wanted Russell Westbrook on the team at all. So Booth and Malone never liked each other. So how are you running an NBA franchise where the GM and the head coach never liked each other, rarely spoke, and talked behind each other's backs? The team started struggling, and Nuggets ownership decided to fire them both. So there you have it. 888-808. Dial the number if you'd like to talk on the fan. Richard is in Howe. What's up, Richard? You got it.
Hey, how's it going, Keith? I got two things for you tonight as a Mets fan here.
Okay.
So, first, at what point as a Mets fan do you start to worry about Mark Vientos? Because, prior to last year, he just really wasn't that good. So he had his breakout moment and had a great season for us.
I'm giving these guys till Cinco de Mayo. I'm giving these guys another month. I think Mark Vientos showed us that he's got ice in his veins. When his at-bats in the postseason last year, what he was able to do, hitting homers, driving in RB, I'm like, that is not a fluke. That's not a one-time thing. That's a guy with a slow heartbeat. Now, Lindor said something about Luis Angel Acuna as far as in spring training, he's bored. Like, these games don't mean anything. Like, some of these guys need it to be heightened. And even though it is the regular season and it counts, it's cold. It's the beginning of the season. It's not the same. Like, let it warm up a bit. Yeah, let it warm up a bit before we start saying what these guys aren't. Vientos showed us a lot last year. I can't say the same thing for Brett Beatty.
Yeah, Brett Beatty's that's a different story. My second one, it's kind of a fun topic for you. So, obviously, I love Francisco Lindor. He's done everything right for the Mets, and everyone wants to be captain. I still don't know if I can get over the whole thumbs down thing with Javi Baez. What's the take on that?
It's so far in the rear view. It's so far in the past. He's not the only one. Julius Randle did the thumbs down. We saw Carlos Rodon blow a kiss to a fan. And these guys, it's so hard to do what they do. That's why they get paid so much. It is so, I can imagine. I just was talking about how I get hated on the internet, which I don't care. That's why I talk about it. It's funny. It's hilarious. When I was broke and unemployed, nobody was hating on me. I'd much rather have this. But these players have to deal with so much scrutiny and criticism from bums, guys that couldn't stand next to him on the field. And you know what? Yeah. They really just want love and adulation. Lindor has become the way that fans are singing that I've got sunshine. That this guy is the king. He is the king of Queens. That thumbs down thing is so far in the past. It doesn't represent who he is. I think he erased that with, some of his home runs, breaking up a no-hitter last year, grand slam. I mean, broke up a no-hitter today. Hit that. I just think, yeah, it's just like that. That doesn't count. I can give you I can erase that one from you. I can wash that from your record.
And lastly, before we hang up and go to the next caller, keep trolling us Met fans. Not all of us hate it. We love it.
Yeah, it's part of the game. It's fun. Thanks for the call, Richard. It's come on, especially on Twitter. I was talking about this last night. And somebody was like, I posted my Twitter interactions for the first 2 weeks, and everything is green. Everything is in the green, over 100%. I've been doing this for a little while. I used to be a social media manager before I became a radio host. I was behind the scenes doing this, and someone on Reddit is gonna be like, oh, here this guy goes again, telling us his resume. You need to know my resume so you understand who you're speaking with. But I used to be on the back end doing social media in the city. And then I got to a point where I felt like I learned enough where I'm like, I should apply this to my own name, image, and likeness and build my own brand. And I have. So now when I'm online, I see what type of stuff tracks, trends, gets retweets, gets the attention. Me posting positive stuff about the Mets doesn't. Me trolling the Mets? Absolutely. Me trolling Mets fans, me coming up with jokes and little quick funny things, yeah, that gets under some people's skin, and it's all in good fun. It's like most of these people on Twitter, I don't know these people. And the people that I do know in real life, when I see them in real life, they know that I'm trolling on there. It's like a video game to me, right? People call up, hey, I've had 2 kids call up tonight and reference MLB The Show. And when people ask me if I play video games, I said, no, I stopped playing video games when I was 12. My mom basically told me, do you want to have nice clothes or you want to have video games? The video games don't leave the house. The nice clothes do. So I literally hung up my controller. I stopped playing video games in the 6th grade. My video game is social media. I go on there and I figure out how to win, how to, gain followers and get traction there and be seen. And I literally did that when I quit my social media manager job in 2018 and said, all right, I'm going to use the internet to put videos and vlogs and podcasts and content out and get noticed and get seen. And I played the game so well that I thought it would take a decade. It honestly took like 2 or 3 years. Within 3 years, I got a job on the Fan. So I don't know, man. What games are you guys playing? What are you guys doing with your spare time? I'm not on Xbox. I'm not on PlayStation. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to win. Bill is in New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Bill?
Hey, what's up, Steve? How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Happy to talk to you, man. You're my favorite WR fan host now.
Thank you.
I was a big Mike guy, but now you're my guy.
I know, such a contrast from Mike, but high praise. Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, Yankee comment. The torpedo bat, I don't care one way or the other. I think we're just smashing. I think they're doing a great job. Yeah, they're going to have high strikeout rate, but they're going to have high power. So I think they're doing great.
Yeah, and I think it's just a cool topic for people to talk about baseball that don't usually talk about baseball in the beginning of the season.
Nothing about them torpedo bats. I really have no idea what they are.
I had no idea. I went down to spring training. I didn't see one. And then next thing you know, I'm there on Saturday and I go home. I'm checking my phone. It's torpedo bat, torpedo bat.
Yeah. They're fantastic. Whatever they're doing. I don't know. They're working and they're legal. So can't complain. But then you did say you're willing to talk about any other topic. My other random topic. So a George Steinbrenner video on Instagram today. And they asked him what he thought about losing. He said, that's the worst thing in the world. I'm a sport loser. I hate losing. I think George is a little bit different than his kid. Yeah. Than Hal. George hated losing. He was willing to do whatever he had to do to make the Yankees a winner. And I think they're missing a little bit of that edge from ownership. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a great point to bring up, and I'll talk through it, Bill. Thank you for the call. Great, open mic conversation topic to bring up about George. I think we see those videos, and I know the video, and I know how George was saying that he hated losing more than he loved winning. But that can also drive you to do things that get you in trouble and also make some mistakes and make you maybe treat players the wrong way, trade some players away. Like, we never talk about George being suspended. We never talk about the success that the Yankees had when Gene Stick Michael was taking the helms and running with some things. And I know you always hear about, potentially trading Derek Jeter or Mariano or Bernie Williams or whatever. Like, we never talk about the negative side of that. I think it's, the what would George have done, or I think it's just something that they use against Hal because Hal hasn't been able to win at the pace that George did. But nobody has won at the pace that George did. It's a different time in baseball. You can point to the Dodgers if you want to point to the Dodgers. You can even point to Steve Cohen and say Steve Cohen's the new George Steinbrenner. He's not. And the Dodgers are not the new Yankees. They're not the evil empire. Let's see if they can go back-to-back this year. Like, as I have all of these tabs open, I'm like, I did want to go to the scoreboard and see where we're at in Major League Baseball because I know the Dodgers had lost 3 in a row. And I'm like, the Dodgers, who they even play today? Were they off today? No, they beat the Nationals today. They didn't get swept by the Nationals. What if they got swept by the Nationals? Would they be packing it up? Would their fans be quitting on them? They say Tanner Scott sucks. I don't know. But yeah, when we talk about George Steinbrenner, too much of it is highlighting only the good, which may he rest in peace and may we all be as fortunate to pass on and people only highlight the good from our time. But I just hate when it's weaponized against Hal. Hal has spent a ton of money. Hal wants to win. Like, as Yankee fans in this era, we go to the postseason a lot, almost damn near all the time, right? They rebound from an 82 and 80 season with a trip to the World Series. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. We can't even enjoy Aaron Judge's greatness because he dropped the pop-up in the World Series. You know what I'm saying? And like the Yankees are constantly doing that. Like Hal removed the beard policy and should be celebrated for that. You know what I celebrated more than the beard policy? Man, when they lose, now they play. Oh, that's live. Great. You know how many times I was in there like, it is stupid for us to play the same song when we win and when we lose. I celebrated the whole stop playing New York, New York after losses thing. I'm sure he signed off on that. This team has talent, and they're going to add again, and they're going to be good again, with torpedo bats or not. Hal Steinbrenner needs a championship that's really his own. Hal Steinbrenner, Brian Cashman. You think Brian Cashman wants to retire without getting another chip, another ring, being on a float in a parade? Hell no. You think they extended Aaron Boone to just go through the motions? They want Boone to win one too. So, yeah, I like the point about winning and that we need some more of that. But I would say that like that it starts with the players. I think the players had some fear of George that they could be traded or, Hal doesn't interact with the players the way that George did. And I think that's a good thing. If you remember, Hal even said during the Juan Soto negotiations that when they went out to California, that was the most time that they had face-to-face during the whole season. Hal left Juan Soto alone. I don't know. I think it's just a different time and they're different people. But I just don't like when we weaponize what George was against what Hal isn't. Hal is still a good owner, a very successful owner. The richest owner as far as what his team is worth in the sport at $8.2 billion. They made $411 million on ticket sales last year, 109 through the October run, right? He did go and make sure Judge stayed a Yankee. Like I don't know, we can't do that. We can do that, but I'd rather not. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I've got about 34 minutes left or so, less, 24 minutes. So let's take a break here. I see your calls coming in. I promise to get to you. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. And I got to get to this chat. My bad, yo. Sometimes I get rolling and I'm not looking at the chat and the stuff here. Let's see. You think we should get a right-handed bat if Stanton doesn't come back? Yeah, at the trade deadline, perhaps. I don't know who that is, though, and I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Friday night when the Giants come to town, the Yankees winning that game at home. One at bat a game. I think you're one at bat to win a game. I think I answered that one. Zion to the Nets. Your thoughts? Hell no. Zion's attached to some weird hoes. Don't bring that energy to New York. Yes. Driving from Jersey to JFK. I'll have you on the radio, big guy. Appreciate it. For the next 3 hours. Yeah, I was on at 7. So if you want to go back in the app, start it there. If you need the podcast, it's there too. Brady, what up? Keith, talk about how important it is to consume media from deeply passionate sources. You, Kay, John Boy, the people that live by the pinstripes die by their opinions. Yeah, I think it's important to consume media from people that like love it and care about it because you're getting like blood, sweat, and tears type of commentary. There's too many media members that helicopter in and they're like, oh yeah, I didn't grow up rooting for the Yankees. I just cover them now. Then you didn't put in the pain with us. You don't understand what it means. Like, it's important to talk to people that have been to the stadium, that have been with the fans, that have been in the culture. Like it runs deeper for us. There are a lot of people covering sports and sports teams that are just doing it for the check. If I never made it to WFAN, if I never got followers, I would still be at Yankee Stadium. I'd still be watching all of these games. There are pictures of me as a child with the Yankee hat on. There are pictures with me doing this when I was a wee little lad. Damn, you're off soon. Well, yeah, but like this stream will end. But again, everything goes to podcast. Let me hit y'all with the podcast, bruh. Let me hit y'all with that real quick. Matter of fact, I think I could just go McPhersonBrand.com. And McPhersonBrand.com should have the link at the bottom. It doesn't have the podcast link. It's got my Instagram, my email, my Twitter, my LinkedIn, my YouTube. So let me go to Keith McPherson Podcast. Keith McPherson Podcast. And it ain't really even my podcast. It's my radio show via podcast. And let me ask my producer if he's punching this stuff in. Yo, do you do the podcast all at once at the end?
No, actually, I don't have a login.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for somebody to give me one.
I'm just asking. Somebody on the chat is like, "What's up with the your podcast?"
I'm going to see if Zoo has it.
Oh, is Zoo here? He's coming in at 12.
He comes in at 12.
All right, cool.
So I pulled the hours for them.
All right, thanks. Is this show ending soon? Boring. Yeah, but you be here every time. You could do anything. You could watch TV. You could be watching the Nuggets. You could be asleep. But you at 11:11, you in my chat to say boring. That's cap. That's big cap. Carlos, what up? Do you think the Nets are boring? Nah, I just think when you don't have direction, wins can be boring. When you don't have a purpose, like what are we watching? Meaningless wins. The season's over. If so, you can become a New York Knicks fan. Hell no, I'm straight. Thank you for entertaining me. Almost there. Yeah. So McPhersonBrand.com for all your merch and all your Keith McPherson essentials. And then also the podcast. My producer said he'll load it up at 12 once the other producer comes in. I have like a fill-in producer here who's not usually here, so he doesn't have the login for it. Let me see if there's anything else I missed. I always like to go to like my notes, USA Today Sports. Sometimes I'll go back and look at what the other guys talked about during the day. The Knicks, Shedeur Sanders, Devin Williams, Aaron Boone. Yeah, I think I've hit everything. Calls, I got Knicks, Rangers, Devin Williams. Yo, so when you play the rejoin beat, just let it run. Because what I'm gonna do when we rejoin, I'm gonna read the out of town scoreboard and the standings, and just like keep the beat underneath me, but just not louder than me. And just give me the countdown if the beat is like the last 10 seconds, so I know to wrap up. That's something I want to do for like out of town scoreboard.
How long is good?
Yeah, and I mean check the rejoin folder. Yeah, a minute is fine. Got to push through. Too many tabs. Okay. New York. We're back. Okay, quickly here. Let's look at the out-of-town scoreboard and let's look at the standings. I haven't hit that yet, but it's always good once, the games are over. Usually I'm on later and we do this, but in Major League Baseball, you know that your Mets lost to the Marlins. The Marlins avoid the sweep. They win 5-0. The Yankees avoid the sweep. They win 4-3. Don't even worry about those 3 runs and how that happened. The Phillies beat the Braves 4-3. The Twins beat the Royals 4-0. And the Angels beat the Rays 4-5. We can bring the music down. In 11 innings, the Blue Jays defeat the Red Sox 2-1. The Guardians defeat the White Sox 3-2. The Mariners defeat the Astros 7-6. A lot of close games. The Nationals barely. The Dodgers barely survive and beat the Nationals 6-5. The Rangers beat the Cubs 6-2. The Padres beat the Athletics 2-1. Another one-run game. The Diamondbacks smoked the Orioles. The Orioles have some injuries. 9-0. The Giants beat the Reds. The Giants beat the Reds 8-6, and they're about to come to Yankee Stadium. They're 9-3. The Cardinals lose to the Pirates. Another one-run game, 2-1. The Brewers, don't look now, but the Brewers, they're looking pretty good. Top of the 9th here. They're up 15-2. I think they're going to bring that one home against the Rockies. 888-808-1019. In the AL East, the Blue Jays are in first. They're 8-5. The Yankees are right behind them at 7-5. In the AL Central, the Detroit Tigers, who just took the series from the Yankees, they're in first place. They're 7-5. The Texas Rangers are in first place in the AL West at 9-4. The Philadelphia Phillies are at the top of the NL East, but they're right there. Mets are right there with them. The Mets are in second place at 8-4. They're 8-3. The NL Central, go Cubs, go. They've been impressive. The Cubs are 9-6 in the top of the NL Central. The NL West, very competitive. The Padres are 10-3. The San Francisco Giants are in second place at 9-3. The Dodgers at 10-4 are in third place. That division might have 3 postseason teams if they keep it up. All right. Let's clear the rest of my calls in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Dan is in Garfield, New Jersey. Dan, you're first up. Running through it. I'm always off topic. You're good. Don't mention it.
Yeah. I'm talking about the Knicks. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. The one thing I got a problem with is Josh Hart. I love the guy, but I'm tired of seeing him in the starting lineup. I want to see the 2 big guys get in there. I want to get Mitch and OG going on defense. I like Josh coming off the bench, just like throwing a hand grenade in the middle of the game. But I don't like him coming in as a starter. He's like bouncing off the walls.
Thanks for the call, Dan. It's just rough behind you. I don't know what was going on. Traffic, work. I don't know. But I hear you. Josh Hart should be coming off the bench, but he's an Iron Man and he plays every game and he plays the whole game. And he should be coming off the bench though. And there should never be plays or just even a chance that he's taking the last shot. He's not like that. I think he was 0 for 4 shooting from deep last night. I know you need him to shoot, but at the same time, like, he's not the guy that should be shooting with the game on the line. Maybe they make an adjustment. Maybe they're waiting to show their hand when they get to the playoffs, and that's a move that they try. I don't know. I can't call it. Mario in Long Beach back on the Fan. What's up, man?
What's going on? Good show as always, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you know what's interesting? I really like what I'm seeing about the Knicks. I've spoken to them before.
tired of you trolling all the time, because he's bringing up the Knicks game, and all he said, when they played Boston, I saw that as a very positive game, because they really played very well against them. They very well could have won. And if Boston said they weren't trying, that's bull, because they had all their starters until the end. They wanted to win that game, And what happened was, he kept on saying that Mikal Bridges dropped that pass. But the real reason why it was is that this 8 free throws, and to me, the worst thing in the world, if you remember this, did you watch the game?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so here's the thing. When it was going to the end of regulation, there was like 11 seconds to go, right? The Knicks were up by 3. Boston was taking the ball out, and I was saying, Tatum is great at the step back 3. Do not let him take it. Foul him. Play the foul game. Let them take 2 free throws. You're always up 1, and we're going to win it in the line. They didn't do that. He hit the 3. Bad coaching. They should have. I don't know how you feel about it, but they should.
Yeah, I was on last night, and I said you had fouled Tatum before, and the last time he was at the free throw line, you watched him miss a shot. So that should have been in your head. Force him to the foul line. Do not let him take an open shot. He'd been killing him all night, him and Porzingis. But I think, again, I said they got caught in the moment, paralyzed in the moment, stuck in the moment, deer in headlights, lights too bright, whatever you want to call it. It's almost like they were, not thinking. And they said so much after the game, Josh Hart and OG Anunoby. Like, they were not thinking about the situation and what should have been done. They allowed him to hit the 3 to take it to overtime, and then they finish in overtime. I don't think that anyone can say the Celtics weren't trying, but they can point to the fact that they didn't have Al Horford, and Jaylen Brown only played 22 minutes, and they didn't need him down the stretch. Thanks for the call, Mario. 888-808-1019. That's the conversation we were having last night about the 4 times that the Knicks have lost to the Celtics. I mean, the other times felt like blowouts, and there were blowouts without Kristaps Porzingis or without Drew Holiday. Like, the Celtics have not had their full complement of guys either, and it doesn't matter who they have. They're still going to beat the Knicks. They're going to find a way to beat the Knicks, and that shouldn't make you feel great. Like, that's what I opened the show up with last night. I said, is it glass half empty or glass half full? If it's glass half full because you hung tough with the Knicks and this time was competitive, even though you got swept through the regular season and you might run into them in a few weeks. Like, if you're going to take the glass half full approach and say, we can hang with them. Okay, what is that going to get you in the playoffs? A gentleman's sweep? Maybe 6 games? But if it's glass half empty and you're like, well, damn, there's nothing we could do with these guys. They didn't even have their full complement of guys. They didn't need their full complement of guys. We're back healthy, and like, it's inevitable that we're going to see them in the playoffs, and I don't want to see them in the playoffs because they might sweep us. So 888-808-1019. Mark is in California. Welcome back, Mark.
What's going on? Yeah, also sorry about last night.
It's all good. The producers switch at 12, and I kind of led you down the wrong path because I was referring to something that Rami and I had talked about in the 11 o'clock hour, and then it was Rascona. Right. And these guys don't answer the phone and say, hey, it's Brian Rascona on the fan. You want to talk to Keith? Hey, it's Rami Lavi on the fan. You want to talk to Keith? Like,
no. I mean, I recognize voices, but yeah, that voice wasn't familiar to me, so I figured it was kind of like something else. But
Rascona didn't take any offense to it.
yeah. So Cortez is on IL, right? Durbin is kind of hitting in AAA a little bit. You think the Yankees were sold a dud?
Stop that. Hell no. Hey, check me out, bro. I was at the game Saturday where, blonde-haired Nestor gave up those 3 homers. It was worth it just for that. Just to put Nestor in that spot, and Nestor gave us that. The trade was worth it just for that.
If they don't pitch in game 1 of the World Series, you win 1-0. We're up 1-0.
Yeah. I know.
It would have happened. So I was at the Ranger game tonight. So that was
I thought you were in California.
No, I'm originally from New York, but my father is selling.
So you're back. So I said welcome back when I took your call. I was saying welcome back because you were on last night. You're actually back in New York. Look at that.
Yeah. I'm originally from Atlantic City, New Jersey, so I was born in Brooklyn, but I moved to Jersey.
I did not know you were an AC guy. I'm from Monmouth County. I spent a lot of time down there.
I went to Beacon High School.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm originally, I was born at Beacon. That's where I was born at. So last show was playing Galloway Township.
I got pulled over, I think, in like Egg Harbor Township.
Yeah.
Well, no, we don't have time for it. Go for it.
My dad lived in his house, bro. Check this out. My dad lived in his house for, oh my God, 22 years. And he bought it for 140,000. There's 40,000 for the land and like 110 for the house.
Yeah.
He's selling the house now. The house is only worth 270,000.
Down there?
Yeah, 100 and something thousand living in your house for 20 years. Well, I live in Cali now. My stepdad sold his house, and my dad passed away, 2020. So his house pretty much like he passed away, but his house is still there. My stepmom was in the house, and she fell it. So that's kind of why I'm down here now. But my stepdad lived in the house for 20 years. Bought the house like in 1998 for like 110,000. Bro, sold the house for 750. He made 600,000.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. I'm at the age now. Like my son is 2. I do want to have another kid, but I'm not gonna do that until my wife and I can buy a house. So now we're at the point where we're looking at housing prices and stuff. I'm learning about, and I'm just like, so like some of it doesn't make sense, like what you're talking about right now.
I mean, my mom. I mean, her house is. I mean, $1 million is really a lot. My mom's house was a little over $1 million. She put down like $900,000. So
I'm boy, do I wish somebody in my family had a house in a situation like that.
I never thought my mom would live in a house like that, but I mean, my stepdad made a lot of money. So it's like, my mom put down more than him. But another thing too that kind of just bugs me about this whole situation is, we're now seeing, because Cole's not going to pitch at all the whole year, right? He's done. Schmidt's going to come back. Gill could come back too. It's like, bro, I'm telling you, Gill and Schmidt are coming back. You're not happy, bro, because it's like you don't know what you're going to get from those dudes, right? You don't know.
No, I am happy. What are you saying? I know Carlos Carrasco could go. I know Will Warren will probably get set down, but like also Marcus Stroman potentially could miss a start. I'm happy to see Clark Schmidt and Luis Hill.
Yeah, Hill last year rookie, yeah, he's really, really good. But Schmidt, I'm not really super sold on, but it's just they didn't really do enough. They're hitting. I mean, Goldschmidt was great with 37, 13, didn't get a ribby, but got a couple hits, big hits, and so
he's a pro. He's a pro's pro at the plate, and I knew it too. I was lobbying for him over Christian Walker. He's gonna be just fine. The Yankees are gonna be just fine too.
Slow down. You were lobbying for him over Christian Walker?
Yeah, we got evidence. I retweeted the video the other day.
I mean, listen, defensively, Goldschmidt is, hey, I'm not gonna lie, my buddy laughed at me when I said this, but he's just as good as Christian Walker defensively. He still has it defensively. He's just, obviously, the age is up there.
He's 37. Christian Walker's 34. Look what they paid Christian Walker. Look at what they paid Goldie. They gave Goldie 1 year, $12 million, not $20 million. And it would have been more to land Christian Walker. He didn't want to come to New York.
Yeah, it's just for me, I want to see how it's going to play out. If Goldie outproduces Christian Walker, I'm done watching baseball, bro. Because this is just going to get.
Then I guess you're done. You got to get in. You better tap into the WNBA or something.
Yankees, but it's just Austin Wells is in a slump. It's going to happen, right? People were like freaking out on Twitter, man. And I was commenting, Steve, on every single freaking post, man. I was like, Yankees are going to hit 9,000 homers. I'm like, dude, relax. The bats are going to cool down.
It's a roller coaster. It's both ways. In the beginning of the year, the Yankees are back. They're better than they were last year. They're world beaters, and now they suck. The season's over. Pack it up. And neither are true. We don't know what they are yet, honestly.
Yeah, man. It's just I hope, man, with Devin Williams, because we haven't had a shutdown closer since Rivera. I mean, we've had a couple of closers that have been good, but when Rivera came in, it was 1, 2, 3. It was just going down. Good night. And the Yankees have not had anybody since Rivera retired that has come in and shut it down.
I know we got to lose that though. Thanks for the call, Mark. And some of the side conversation about houses and Atlantic City and everything else. It can't only be sports, I've been told. But yeah, we got to lose the Mariano stuff. Nobody has Mariano. There's not going to be another one. Devin Williams can be a good closer for the Yankees, though. Luke Weaver was a good closer for the Yankees. Clay Holmes was at times. Aroldis Chapman at times. Rafael Soriano, they've had closers. They've had guys that could go in and get it done. And I do believe in Devin Williams. I'm not out on Devin Williams. That was the whole open of the show and theme through the night. In Jersey, it's Abe on the Fan next. Hello, Abe.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, Abe? How are you? I thought that was the sound of a. What are we doing? Did you drop? You hung up or? Man, I don't know. It is what it is. Abe, I thought was going to talk about Devin Williams, and I thought he might be somebody. I was like, oh, Devin Williams sucks, and they should make him shave his beard and bring the beard policy back. Maybe we can get Caleb Durbin back. No, that was a masterful trade by Brian Cashman, and they are going to work with Devin Williams, and Devin Williams is going to work here because he's worked every other year, and it's do not quit on the guy. Support this guy. If you're going to the stadium Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next week, what do we have? We have the Giants and then the Royals. Pick him up. Like, that's the whole thing. I don't know how many times I've talked about willing the team to victory and helping these pitchers. And they can feel your energy and they can feel, you know what I'm saying? So, like, don't boo him when he walks a guy. Don't boo him when he gives up a single. Clap for him. Stand up and applaud him. Help him. I'll see you there Friday night. In Hackensack, New Jersey, Sam is on the fan next. Go for it, Sam.
Hi, Keith. I just want to tell Yankee fans that get all nostalgic about George Steinbrenner. Google George Steinbrenner and Howie Spira, Dave Winfield, Richard Nixon, and the 1980s.
Yeah.
And then come back and see how they feel.
Yeah, they just had that 1991 Bronx Zoo movie. There's enough out there to, God rest the dead. I don't ever disparage George, but what I try to do is, like you said, like, go look it up for yourself. As much as you want to say, well, George was a winner, and what would George do? And George would be spinning in his grave right now. Like, who knows if who knows?
Whatever it gives you was, there was a lot of bad too.
Yes.
And this is a guy that was banned from baseball.
Correct.
Listen, I get it. I get nostalgia. I'm 68, so I certainly understand that. This idea of him, the Hall of Fame and all. You know what? He was, a lot of the stuff he did, he ran roughshod over the rules. And, I think sometimes winning clouds us because we're winners and everything. But the current Yankee management is just fine. And they do great. They're in the playoffs every year. Sometimes I don't understand Yankee fans because they think they're all spoiled.
They're delusional, Sam. Thanks for the call. They just don't get it. Like, they're delusional. Man, I thought I had more time. Bob in Los Angeles, get your thought in.
Hey, just on that note, I want to say we're not delusional. We're championship or bust Yankee fans, and I always will be.
Yeah, you're gonna be busted for maybe another 15 years. The Yankee fans are delusional. You'd rather be a Blue Jays fan? Like, what would Aaron Judge be under George Steinbrenner? Mr. May? You know what I'm saying? Like how Sam just said, go look up Dave Winfield and all of that. The Yankees are fine. They're going to compete. They're going to win. And C-Mac's coming up next to talk to you about that. See you tomorrow night? Yeah, see you tomorrow night. Keith McPherson out. Yo, that's all I got, bros. I'm about to go home. I'm about to go home with the quickness, bro. That's all I got for y'all, yo. Let's see what the chat is saying. A lot of fans are overreacting about Devin Williams when it was his fourth appearance and his first full inning in 5 days after paternity leave. Plus, it was a non-save situation. Exactly. It doesn't matter, yo. No one's perfect, but old George was one of a kind. Yes, he was great, and he helped build these Yankees. But people got to stop with the always weaponizing George against Hal and always what George would do. And that's why I just said, if George was here, Judge might not ever have become Judge, because George might have told Judge about himself in a way that could have actually destroyed Judge. So all you guys want to keep romanticizing about, and there's always people talking about George where I'm like, how old were you? How old were you to really remember George Steinbrenner? You don't really remember. You just say that. It's just like a Yankee, Yankee fan quip. It's like George Steinbrenner's rolling in his grave. Every whole the beard policy. George will what
He
would
would be the
George?
closer tomorrow.
Exactly. I'm done.